Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
They were almost at the command pod when something streaked in from the distance and cut across the bright sky. "What is that?" Luffy shouted, eyes following the shape. Sauron narrowed his gaze. Could be trouble. Rogge's stomach tightened. Major General Hawk. The intruder wasn't a man so much as a colossal eagle, wings like thunderclouds, plumage a dark, burnished brown. Even from this distance, Rogge could make out the naval uniform draped across the beast's shoulders. The insignia marked the bird as no ordinary creature. Two great talons hung like hooks beneath it, and its hooked beak looked built for tearing armor and flesh. Most chilling of all were the eyes, razor-sharp, cold, and unmistakable. Hawk had taken eagle form. Where a moment ago he had been wounded, now he circled, wing beats tearing the air into gusts. In the open sky he was pure predator. "Gross," Sauron muttered. He really became an eagle fast too. "Birdman incoming," Luffy yelled, already cocking one arm back. He twisted it out, stretching his rubber limb almost to its limit as he fired a long-range shot, an attempt to stop the bird before it closed. Hawk slipped through the gauntlet with a blur of feathers. Luffy's fist sliced the air where the eagle had been moments before. "Huh!" Luffy spat, surprised. "The sky is the eagle's domain," Hawk's voice cut from the wind. It wasn't loud so much as commanding. Rats on the ground prepared to be snatched. Luffy readied a stronger attack. Rubber, reinforced rocket launcher. His arm launched, a fist of compressed force aimed at the rapidly retreating silhouette. Hawk rolled in midair, dodging the strike as if the gusts themselves carried him. The attack tore through the sky nearby, but missed. Luffy's jaw tightened. Damn! From above, Hawk moved with predatory grace. The eagle owned the heights here. His speed and maneuverability were unfair advantages. Sauron shook his head. "We can't handle him up there." Rogge watched everything, heart thudding. Then he looked to his shoulder. 3 flower buds, flame roses, hung on vines coiled across his back. They glowed faintly green, attuned to his will. Where others saw an impossible aerial opponent, Rogge saw a solution. "Their distance is perfect," he said calmly. "I can hit him from here, but the roses will break." Luffy and Sauron glanced at him. Rogge's face was steady. He poured strength into the plant fruit's growth, forcing the 3 buds to bloom in a single, desperate surge. "Three-headed flame rose 3-in-1, he called. The 3 roses erupted at once. Each flower spat a beam of concentrated heat, blazing, furious streaks that merged into a single pillar of fire. It shot into the sky like a spear made of molten petals. Hawk registered the attack too late. He tried to bank away, but the flame found its mark. The eagle's body exploded outward in a violent conflagration. Air rippled and expanded as heat shoved wind aside. A cry split the sky. Luffy and Zoro watched in stunned silence as the blazing form disintegrated midair. Rogge could feel the recoil through his shoulders. The roses on his back withered instantly, their vines collapsing into ash that crumbled and fell away. "Hit!" Rogge breathed. The victory was costly. Rogge's palms trembled from the exertion, sweat glistening along his brow. If the attack had failed, Hawk would have dove straight for them. Downward strikes from 1,000 meters could have spelled instant death. But Hawk was down, and the airship's sky was no longer clouded by that shadow. Luffy slapped his knee and whooped. "Rogge, that was awesome." Sauron gave Rogge a look that mixed relief and new respect. "You saved us a lot of trouble." They didn't waste the opening. The 3 moved like a single, practiced unit toward the command pod, slipping along the hull and exploiting the confusion. With a crash of force, they smashed through the observation glass and poured into the doorway of the command room. Inside, naval officers scrambled. "Pirates!" They breached the outer hull. One shouted. They were attacked from outside. Rear Admiral Hawk went out to scout. Another officer said, breathless, he should have intercepted them. A cold realization spread through the command room. Hawk had been the last line of defense. If he was dead, how had these three not been stopped in the sky? No matter, a senior officer barked. Hold the command room at all costs. We control the flight systems. If this falls, the whole ship goes. Elites rallied in an instant. Naval commandos slammed into position, firearms and sea-stone blades at the ready. The room filled with the smell of dust and tension. Luffy cracked his knuckles and grinned. Another fight. Sounds fun. It would be easier without the birdmen, Zoro said, rubbing his forehead. Rogge allowed himself a small, knowing smile. Then let's teach them a lesson. Outside, the sky settled, the ash of the fallen eagle drifting down like dark snow. Inside the command pod, alarms began to wail. On the threshold, three silhouettes stood, ready to push forward, ready to test how far these new powers would carry them. The command room erupted in chaos as hundreds of Marines poured in, their boots pounding the metal floor. At the front, 40 elite commandos fanned out, raising heavy rifles and machine guns toward the three intruders standing in the center, Rogge, Luffy, and Zoro. Don't let them reach the controls. The captain barked. Open fire. The click of safeties echoed like snapping bones. Luffy's grin widened. Whoa, that's a lot more than I expected. Zoro smirked, drawing his three blades. Good, I was getting bored. Rogge rolled his shoulders, calm and deliberate. Then let's start. He pulled a length of thorned vine from his right hand, the weapon pulsing with green light. The other hand was wrapped in his pineapple gauntlet, the plant fibers shifting into a dense, bark-like armor that covered his forearm entirely. Thorn whip, he murmured. The whip coiled, stretching longer and thicker, its spines gleaming like tiny daggers. Luffy blinked. New weapon again. Rogge smirked. Plants evolve fast. At the captain's shout, the Marines opened fire. Bullets tore through the air in bursts of light and thunder. Rubber, machine gun. Luffy's arms snapped forward, fists firing in a blur that shredded the incoming barrage. Ghost Slayer. Zoro slashed, his blades carving shockwaves that deflected the bullets spinning toward them. Rogge struck next. Thorn whip, pineapple combo. His whip lashed out like a living serpent, twisting between gunfire and snaring 7 commandos in one sweep. They barely had time to scream before he yanked them into the air and hurled them straight through the glass wall. The crash echoed into the clouds below. What is that thing? One of the remaining soldiers shouted. The vines move like they are alive, yelled a lieutenant. Rogge's eyes gleamed. You haven't seen anything yet. The commandos retaliated. Explosive rounds roared toward him, smoke flooding the room. Rogge reacted instantly, wrapping his whip around the shells mid-flight. The moment they made contact, boom. The explosion rocked the room. He stumbled back slightly, the whip charred and short. Damaged, he muttered, but that's the thing about plants. A pulse of green light ran through his arm and the whip regrew, longer and sharper than before. He stepped forward. Thorn whip sweeping spring and autumn. The weapon tore across the floor, sliding beneath the Marine's feet before wrapping around a dozen pairs of legs. Rogge pulled hard. The entire line of commandos slammed to the ground. He leapt high, twisting in midair. Pineapple smash. The gauntlet slammed into the floor like a meteor. The deck cracked, metal bending inward, shockwaves rippling through the room. Commandos flew in every direction, their weapons scattering. Let me help too, Luffy shouted, bounding up beside him. Rogge gave a sharp nod. Go. Rubber, storm. Luffy spun into the chaos, fists blurring into a whirlwind. Each strike landed with thunderous impact, driving the already stunned Marines deeper into the crumpled floor. The last echoes faded beneath the sound of falling rifles. When the dust cleared, the command room was a ruin, broken glass, bent steel, and unconscious soldiers strewn everywhere. The last of the commandos lay sprawled, defeated. Rogge lowered his arm, breathing hard. The vine whip wilted, then retracted back into his palm. That's one problem solved, he said quietly. Zoro wiped his blade and smirked. What's next? Luffy flashed his grin, already fired up again. We take the ship. Rogge glanced at them both, then at the shattered windows showing the endless sky beyond. The airship's heart was theirs now, and above the drifting clouds the battle for the heavens had just begun. The naval commando was wiped out under the battle of the three. Although the remaining large numbers of naval units continued to pour into the command room, they were unable to change the situation. The navies on the Saros were swiftly wiped out. After a fierce battle, the three of them were panting and looking at everything around them. Marines were shot down everywhere. "It's really refreshing," Rogge said. "It was a great fight, wasn't it?" Luffy said with a smile on his face. "Another group of enemies is coming," Sauron said, looking at the passage connecting the command room. Another group of Navy soldiers came through the passage. "These guys are nothing but cannon fodder," Sauron added. "Okay, destroy them." Luffy wiped off the sweat on his face and said with clenched fists. At this moment, Roger suddenly felt a gust of wind rushing in here. All three of them turned their heads and saw a huge eagle flying close to the command room. The giant eagle still had torn clothes, but it's obviously the word Navy. "No way." Luffy looked at him in shock. "This guy." Zoro gritted his teeth. "He's not dead yet," Rogge said. The giant eagle covered in scars, or Major General Hawk, looked at the three of them with eyes of incomparable hatred. "It's amazing to be able to hurt me like this," Major General Hawk said like an eagle. "Thank you for the compliment," Rogge said. Hearing this, the giant eagle's eyes were full of murderous intent. The giant eagle's body began to deform, changing from a beast form to a human form. Rogge also had to admit that Major General Hawk looked like an eagle even in human form at first glance. Another wave of naval soldiers who came in from the passage rushed here, and they were shocked to see Rear Admiral Hawk covered in scars. "Rear Admiral Hawk, you." "Rear Admiral Hawk is fine." The Navy soldiers cheered. They also know the great strength of Major General Hawk. Even Major General Hawk is the main combat force on the Saros. Rear Admiral Hawk glanced at these naval soldiers and said, "It's nothing, just not dead." After seeing the intimidating spirit of Rear Admiral Hawk, the naval soldiers trembled and quickly regained their composure. "Rear Admiral Hawk, please give the order," the Navy soldier said quickly. Major General Hawk looked at Rogge full of hatred. "It seems that the number of people is small. You searched the Saros ship to find and kill all the rats," Major General Hawk said. "Yes." The Navy soldiers saluted and immediately issued the order. Major General Hawk said to Rogge, Luffy, and Zoro, "As for you, I will kill you myself." "Okay, then come on. The three of us will deal with him together, Luffy and Sauron," Rogge said. "Okay." Sauron said, "There's no need to be principled with this kind of bastard," Luffy said. All three of them put on fighting postures and confronted Major General Hawk. "Humph, I will kill you all this time." Major General Hawk's body changed again, from human form to human animal form. The eagle-like head took shape again, and the hands became eagle-like claws. Luffy's eyes became serious. It was this form that successfully scratched his chest last time. Sauron's eyes became sharp, and it was this form that could shoot dart-like feathers. Rogge's eyes became full of sternness. He was defeated by himself last time, and it was impossible for the other party not to learn a lesson. "Kill you." Major General Hawk's body moved at an astonishing speed, rushed towards the three of them. Luffy was already impatient with waiting and fired the rubber machine gun. More than a dozen fists hit the front, but Major General Hawk, who was faster, moved above the trio with astonishing speed. Above, Zoro waved his two swords upward. Major General Hawk's two paws had already grabbed Sauron's double knives and blocked Sauron's double knives with great force. The flying eagle's claws break the sky. Major General Hawk's claws grabbed the heads of Rogge and Sauron at the same time. After Sauron's double knives were blocked, there was already void above the three of them. After abominable Zoro's attack was blocked, the three above him were unable to defend themselves. "I use both claws and you don't even have a chance." In the blink of an eye, Major General Hawk's claws were about to grab the heads of the two of them. At this moment, Sauron, Rogge, and Luffy all moved aside. "What?" Major General Hawk was completely shocked. His claws quickly penetrated the ground deck of the command room. Sauron looked at his waist in shock, only to see that Rogge's thorny whip was tightly wrapped around his waist. He looked at Roger beside him. "It's really dangerous," Roger said. When Major General Hawk moved away from the front just now, Rogge predicted that something was wrong above and tied the waists of the three with thorn whips in time. When Major General Hawk moved above the three of them, Rogge quickly pulled them aside. Then Rogge, Sauron, and Luffy continued to fight. This Birdman Major General Luffy rushed towards Major General Hawk. At the same time, Luffy stretched out his hands and his 10 fingers quickly stretched out. Rubber, net in front of Luffy, a huge web made of extended fingers was formed. Just because of this, don't try to catch me. Major General Hawk moved quickly. At this moment, the Rear Admiral's expression suddenly changed. The Thorn Whip was already coming from behind him. Two people join forces, you can't escape. Rogge and Luffy restrained Major General Hawk together. Thorn whips and rubber nets bound it. Damn it, you all despise me. Major General Hawk spun his body violently, throwing away Rogge's thorny whip and Luffy's rubber fingers. Major General Hawk escaped. At this moment, 3 bursts of cold air came from his side. Ghost Slayer Zoro fired 3 swords, directly hitting Major General Hawk's left arm and back. Hateful, Major General Hawk quickly distanced himself from the 3 of them. Under normal circumstances, even facing the 3 of them teaming up with Major General Hawk would not be afraid. But Major General Hawk was wounded by Rogge before. The body was severely burned and the reaction speed was reduced. In this case, facing the joint attack of the 3, it is really powerless. Sure enough, the speed of Major General Birdman has slowed down. His reaction is also much worse. Zoro said after observing, "It seems that the previous attack was not in vain." Rogge said confidently, "In the previous duel, Rogge cut 2 wounds plus the full blow with 3 flame roses just now. All of them caused huge damage to Major General Hawk. Haha, Major General Birdman is dead." Luffy said. Major General Hawk looked at the 3 of them very angrily, and the pain on his body continued to pass. "You guys actually pushed me to this level," Major General Hawk said. "But if that's the case, then this airship won't teach you." Major General Hawk's eyes were filled with madness. "I will destroy this airship and then fall together into the sea below." Major Admiral Hawk's voice resounded throughout the command room. Whether it was Rogge, Luffy, Sauron, or other naval soldiers, they could all hear it clearly. "Rear Admiral Hawk, you said you wanted to destroy this airship." The Navy soldiers said in shock. "Yes, this airship is definitely unable to defend. Then the experimental heavy weapons used by the Navy are better to be destroyed than to be captured by the pirates. Therefore, I declare that the Angel-class airship Saros will be destroyed," Major General Hawk said. The naval soldiers present looked at Rear Admiral Hawk's unquestionable eyes in shock. Rogge, Luffy, and Zoro all looked at the hysterical Rear Admiral. "This guy actually wants to destroy this airship." Sauron looked at Major General Hawk and said, "Then how can we go forward in this airship?" Luffy said, extremely dissatisfied, "But there is another way, that is, we will take this airship together before it is destroyed by him." Rogge said firmly, "Now the 3 of them are going to stop this crazy Rear Admiral." Rubber, bazooka, Luffy stretched his hands backwards and then punched forward. Major General Hawk quickly jumped out of the glass window next to the command room when Luffy's arm was close. "What?" Luffy said in surprise. "He actually jumped out by himself," Zoro said. Major General Hawk did jump out by himself, jumped into the sky outside the window. Rogge observed the Rear Admiral and said, "No. I saw that Major General Hawk, who jumped out of the window, changed his body rapidly, changing from human beast form to eagle form again. He wants to change into an eagle form and destroy the airship outside," Rogge said. "Really?" Luffy looked at Rogge in surprise. "Indeed, it would be better to destroy the airship outside. Just destroy the airbag on the pod," Sauron said. After Major General Hawk turned into a giant eagle again outside, he began to fly sideways. The pod, especially the command room, was already in chaos. "This bastard, let's stop them together," Rogge said. "Okay," Luffy and Zoro said together. 3 people rushed out of the command room window. With his rubber ability, Luffy entangled Sauron with his feet and climbed towards the huge airbag of the airship with his hands. Rogge used the thorn whip to throw the airbag above, and the thorn whip already had some thorns. "Can be hung on the airbag." Under the control of Rogge's plant fruit ability, the thorn whip and Rogge's body coordinated and climbed onto the airbag. At this time, Major General Hawk was flying above the airbag of the Saros airship in the form of a giant eagle. This powerful airship, it seems that you have no other choice but to destroy it. How could the Navy's experimental heavy weapons be captured by pirates? Major General Hawk's giant eagle body suddenly flew towards the airbag of the airship below. Tear off the airbag, and the airship is considered scrapped. Major General Hawk's 2 pairs of sharp claws that can grab the horse glide along with the body and begin to tear 2 huge cracks above the airbag. Saros is 200 meters long, which refers to the length of the oval airbag. The inside of the airbag is filled with helium. In order to prevent the leakage of helium, Dr. Begapunk and the people from the scientific force developed special man-made fibers, making the 30-centimeter thick man-made fiber airbag strong enough to withstand the attacks of bullets and small artillery shells. Immune to lightning. However, Major General Hawk's 2 huge claws are really extremely sharp. He almost flew at the same speed as himself and made 2 amazing cracks in the airbag of the airship, and the cracks became more violent as he moved. Lengthen. The helium in the Saros airbag spewed out surprisingly. The airbags of the huge airship began to shrink like a deflating balloon. But after all, the airbag of this airship is 200 meters long, and it will take some time to shrink. Major General Hawk continued to quickly open the gap. Well, very good. If it goes on like this, the Saros will go down soon. Just as Major General Hawk destroyed the airbag of the airship, Rogge, Luffy, and Zoro finally reached the top of the airbag. At this moment, the 3 people saw the spectacular scene of huge airflow ejected from above the airbag. "It's truly spectacular," Zoro said. "The airbag's airflow shoots into the sky," Rogge said. "Wow, that's fun. I want to get on the airstream," Luffy said excitedly. After speaking, Luffy rushed over. "This idiot, how come you still want to play?" Zoro said through gritted teeth. At this moment, something suddenly attracted the attention of the 3 people. In front of him, Major General Hawk in the form of a giant eagle flew towards him, but he opened the airbag with both claws at the same time. It turns out that this is how this guy destroyed the airbag of the airship. Rogge said. "Ah, Admiral Birdman is here," Luffy said. Major General Hawk also saw Rogge, Luffy, and Sauron. "These guys have actually chased here," Major General Hawk said, "but for him this is the best place to fight, and if it is destroyed here it will only damage the airship airbag more severely, making the airship fall faster. Fight here. One blow will determine the outcome. We don't have so many opportunities." Rogge said. Both Luffy and Zoro remained silent, concentrating all their energy and preparing for the decisive blow. The battle just now caused Major General Hawk to be injured, and now is the key blow. "Do you want to kill me?" Major General Hawk is still flying rapidly, and his world is in the air. He did not believe that the eagle which made the sky its home could be defeated. Sauron stood at the forefront, holding Zuzu in his mouth, and holding the head out Yizuan and Gitch. The 3 knives were turned like a windmill. In this windmill there is no room for the opponent to escape. 3 swordsman style. Mystery. 3,000 worlds. Luffy jumped into the sky, punching out like a storm. Even if you encounter dozens of enemies, you will be hit. Rubber. Tempest. The thorn whip in Rogge's hand grew rapidly, and Rogge's whole body was glowing with green light. The front end of the thorny whip shot at the opponent as quickly as a bullet, and the whole thorny whip stabbed at the opponent like a spear in the blink of an eye. In the past, when using whip plant weapons like vines or thorns, Rogge was bound or whipped. This time, the front end of the thorn whip shot out like a bullet, and the entire thorn whip was pulled like a spear. Thorn whip. Bullet. The powerful attacks of the 3 of them attacked this enemy together. Major General Hawk's body in the giant eagle state immediately wanted to leave with his strong reflexes. But when he first realized this, he also understood. He lost. Major General Hawk's body gushed out a burst of blood. The entire giant eagle rolled and flung to the outside of the airbag of the airship and fell down. After the fierce attack by the 3 of them, They stood on the airbag of the airship to stabilize their bodies. We won. After a fierce battle, the three finally defeated Major General Hawk. Okay, now this damn Major General Birdman is finally finished, Sauron said. However, this airship is still going to crash. Rogge looked at the earth-shattering air leakage from the airbag of the airship. Major General Hawk made 2 slits of tens of meters on the airship. The airflow shot upwards like a skyrocket. In any case, it is impossible to stop the fall of this airship. Wow, it fell. Luffy also shouted happily. Oh, you're so happy to fall down, you idiot, Sauron said helplessly. Anyway, it is bound to fall now, but the Mary is still tied up at the bottom of the pod. There are other people in the pod. It seems that we still need to find a way to put the Mary on the sea below. I need to talk to the command room first. Sauron, you and Luffy go and get the others out of the pod, Rogge said. Good idea, wait. That idiot Sauron's face became extremely surprised. Rogge also followed Sauron's gaze. I saw that Luffy's body was stretched like a pancake and he stuck to the 2 huge slits. Wow, what happened? Now the gas in the airbag rushes out less, Luffy said while sticking to the huge gap. Rogge and Zoro looked at Luffy carefully again. Luffy was now stuck to the 2 cracks like a giant piece of tape. But in this way, Luffy also stretched his body to hundreds of meters, reaching the limit. My God, it's really unexpected, but this can also prevent the airflow from leaking out, Rogge said. But at this point, Luffy suddenly lifted a part of his body and a gust of air flowed out again. Ah, this airflow is very strong, Luffy said. Rogge looked at Luffy, and after thinking about it, he said to Sauron, it seems that he can't stop it for too long, but it's as long as it can be delayed. Well, let him continue like this, Sauron said. Luffy, continue like this, Roger said. Luffy looked strange, then nodded again. Ah, okay. At the same time in the airship pod, the Navy soldiers are already in complete chaos and everyone is acting in panic. Quick, the Saros is going to be destroyed. Hurry up and take a parachute out of here. The Navy soldiers went to the escape room one after another where there were parachutes. A large number of Navy soldiers prepared their parachute bags and jumped out of the airship. In a room on the Saros, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, Vivi, Marion, and Run Fast are all together. Look out the window, those Marines escaped by parachute. Usopp looked out from the glass window on the side of the room. Nami also walked to the window and saw a large number of Navy parachutes unfolding in the sky below the airship. Do you feel that this airship is descending? Wei said. Indeed, now we are descending significantly, and there are still some bumps. Just now the Navy outside shouted that this airship is going to be destroyed, Sanji said. After Usopp heard this, his face immediately became more tense. Really? Usopp and Nami said. So let's get out of here quickly, Sanji said. And the Mary is still hanging under the airship, Usopp asked. This is really a problem, however we still have to get out of here first, Sanji said. Sanji went to the door of the room again. The sound of Navy soldiers running outside has disappeared. After opening the door, Sanji and the others came out. The crowd began to move in the huge pod of the airship. Usopp took out the slingshot in his hand and kept an eye on his surroundings. You need to pay attention at all times to see if there are any enemies here, Usopp said. Sanji observed the surroundings naturally, and now he can judge that there is basically no danger. Moreover, when the airship itself was about to be destroyed, the Navy soldiers had no intention of looking for trouble. What did those 3 guys do? Why is this airship going to be destroyed now? Isn't it captured? Sanji said doubtfully. Who knows, Nami said with some frustration. The people walked for a while. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Who is it? Usopp immediately pulled up his slingshot nervously. Wait a minute, Sanji said. He will never forget that sharp figure. I saw a figure walking in. It was Sauron. It turned out to be Sauron. Usopp heaved a sigh of relief. Green Algae Head, where are Luffy and Rogge? Sanji asked. They have their own affairs, but now is not the time to talk about it, Sauron said. At this moment the airship shook violently. Now we are about to fall. Everyone hurry back to the Mary. Rogge helps us get off the boat, Sauron said. Everyone also rushed to the room where the Melly was hanged before. Meanwhile, in the command room, Roger has come back here. The controls are really complicated. Roger looked at the various controls in front of him. But there is nothing else. What needs to be found is a device that can put the Mary down. After some searching, it was finally found a joystick with a ship capture device written on it. It's no longer possible to drag on any longer. Roger quickly pulled up the joystick. Now the height of the Saros has reached less than meters. If it is dragged any longer, the melee will be pressed under the seabed by the huge body of the airship. Under the pod of the Saros airship on the Mary, Sanji and others returned here. Finally back, I'm really exhausted. Usopp sat down on the deck. Rogge is in the command room and Luffy is acting as a tape on the airbag. Sanji said, now the huge airship above is still falling continuously. If it goes down further, the Mary will also be crushed below. Please, Rogge, hurry up. Nami begged. Let's believe him. Waiwei said. Soran stared upwards intently, waiting for the ship to be lowered. It's moving, Usopp said in surprise. The 4 grappling hooks caught by the airship on the hull of the Mary began to be lowered together with the iron chains. Quickly the Mary was lowered. Finally, Soran also had a smile on his lips. Melee was lowered down quickly, far faster than the speed of the airship's fall. Finally, with a plop, the Mary returned to the surface of the sea. Zoro and Sanji then quickly removed the 4 grappling hooks from the hull. Get out of here. Set sail, Nami said. Everyone quickly pulled up the sails and rowed with oars, leaving directly under the Saros. This island turned out to be the country of Magnetic Drum. Rogge looked at the Drum Island, and his memory about pirates in his previous life was overturned again. Obviously, everything in this pirate world is more exaggerated. Not only are the enemies more powerful, but many facilities and countries also appear more magnificent. Drum Country was originally just an idyllic ice and snow kingdom, but now it has become a modern country. This is the Magnetic Drum Country, so we came here. Waiwei observed the island repeatedly and said. Luffy looked at the port of Drum Country and said, this looks interesting. Let's land. Usopp looked at Drum Island and said, it looks like there are people there, so it's very safe. Okay, let's all land on this island together under the leadership of the brave Captain Usopp. This island looks very modern. Do we need to find a doctor? Let's go up together. Rogge said. By the way, I also need to buy some more food. Sanji said. The Mary continued to sail and entered the port of the Magnetic Drum Country. The surrounding scenery is truly spectacular, Usopp said. The port is indeed well built. The warehouses, lighthouses, and port authority buildings near the port are solid and gorgeous. The Magnetic Drum Country is a well-known medical power on the Great Route. Although the country is small in size, many advanced medical technologies and medical scientists have been born here, Waiwei said. Really? Then we can find a doctor from here to be the ship's doctor, Luffy said. Sanji hovered beside Nami and Vivi. Miss Nami, it's so cold here, you should wear more clothes. Miss Waiwei, you are from a desert country. Let me make you some hot chocolate to warm you up. Sanji greeted the 2 beauties with greetings. Just as the Mary broke down in the port, a group of soldiers in cotton uniforms came quickly. Hey, are you pirates? Asked a burly officer. Of course it is. Luffy immediately pointed at the pirate flag proudly and said. Nami and Usopp also looked dissatisfied. Really, I admitted it so quickly. What if people guard against pirates? Nami said. I don't know if these people have good intentions. Usopp also had a serious face. However, Rogge and Waiwei both noticed that these soldiers looked very ugly. Apparently they don't welcome pirates. Pirates? We don't allow any pirates to come and rob here, but you don't seem to have many people. If you can pay enough money, then you can temporarily dock. After thinking about it, the officer said. Although the officer's attitude was extremely bad, everyone can go to shore now. When everyone on board the Melee saw how unfriendly these soldiers were, their faces became ugly. In this case, we also need supplies and medical treatment. It's better to land. Rogge said. I think so too, Usopp said. But you still need to pay money. I don't know how much it will cost. Nami said rather critically. Waiwei said with a relaxed face, don't worry everyone. There are still some funds in my small treasury that can be used. Nami's face also became happy and she said, Why, thank you so much. It's okay, it's for everyone. Waiwei said, Everyone went to the building of the Port Authority together. It has to be said that the construction inside is quite luxurious. After walking to the boarding office lobby, I asked about the price. Why do you want 30 Baileys? Waiwei was also very surprised when she learned the price. Hey, you guys are too many. Our ships are not big. Nami said angrily. The official in charge of the registration looked indifferent. He looked down on pirates from the bottom of his heart, and everyone thought they were illegals taking shelter temporarily. Hey, you guys are pirate ships. If it weren't for the fact that you didn't intend to rob, you wouldn't even be eligible to pay the rent, said the bureaucratic official. The previous officer in charge of the port patrol squad was also on the sidelines. He also said, actually, according to the laws of the world government, pirates are not allowed to dock at any regular port. If it weren't for the tolerance of His Majesty Wapol, the port of the magnetic drum country could accept any non-aggressive guests. It was shot down by the patrols with artillery. Luffy was a little angry and dissatisfied. Rogge quickly stopped him and said, then we can park as long as we spend the money. You guys are lucky. It just happens to be the off-season for shipping recently. Therefore, there are a lot of vacant berths. Your ships are not big, which is not too expensive, and the 30 Baileys are only enough to park 2 days. Subsequent renewals are 10 Baileys per day, said the registration official. That's too expensive. A ship 10 times bigger than ours is the same price in a normal port. Nami said quite angrily. Waiwei thought for a moment and said, okay, then I'll pay the money. Vivi, Nami said. It doesn't matter, it's so that everyone can go to the island for supplies and medical treatment. Waiwei said firmly. Sanji immediately filled his eyes with love and said, as expected of Miss Waiwei, she is decisive for the overall situation. Waiwei then took out 30 Baileys and registered after paying. Everyone then left here. After leaving the Port Authority, everyone walked to the urban area on the island behind the port. The scenery of Magnetic Drum Kingdom is indeed spectacular. From here, you can see 7 huge iron barrel-like peaks standing on the land of the island. One of the tallest main peaks is even more exaggerated. The sky is falling with heavy snow, which gives people a romantic feeling just by looking at it. It's really beautiful. Usopp said, I've rarely seen snow either. Luffy said, so let's have a snowball fight together, Usopp said. Okay, Luffy said happily. Nami saw these 2 fun-loving guys and immediately scolded. What are you doing here? Hey, Luffy, did you forget about the wound on your chest? Sanji asked. At the same time, the pain in Sanji's right foot continued. It was not only injured before but also after a while. Need urgent treatment now. Even now, Sanji walks abruptly. No way he is like this. Soron said with a sigh. Waiwei hurried forward to advise the 2 of them. Luffy, Usopp, we need to find a doctor to heal the injured when we come here. If you want to play, wait until you find a doctor before playing. After hearing Waiwei's words, Luffy and Usopp also stopped snowballing. Forget it, Luffy. We have 4 wounded here who need treatment, Usopp said. Yeah, we need to find a ship doctor. Luffy said. Everyone walked together in the urban area of Magnetic Drum Country, watching the scenery here by the way. Roger also watched everything around him. Indeed, just by looking at the port and city, you can already feel the development of Sea Country, modern shops, streets, and various hotels. Meanwhile, at the Port Authority, bureau officials and patrol officers discovered a new thing. Take a look. I didn't expect that these guys are still big things. The registration officer of the port administration put a wanted notice on his desk and showed it to the officer. On this arrest warrant is Luffy with a smile on his face. The patrol officer stared intently at the 3,000 million Bailey number under the portrait. Such a small pirate group is actually worth 3,000 million Baileys. The officer said in surprise. The official in charge of the registration continued. After they went to the city, we looked through the recent pirate arrest warrant documents. We wanted to check out which pirates are famous recently, but we didn't expect that these little ghosts are worth 3,000 yuan. Wan Bailey. The officer looked at the wanted notice and then became greedy. It really seemed like a hungry wolf had found food. Well, you think we should catch these guys, the officer said. Of course. 3,000 million Baileys, catch them and go to the Navy to receive rewards. After all, there are many people who know about this kind of thing. Therefore, we still need to report it. Even if it is like that, the share given to us must be a lot, yes. The officer said excitedly. Yes, His Majesty Wapol will definitely give you many rewards. The officer said. Both of them had bright eyes as if they had caught gold. Then I'm going to catch these pirates right away, said the officer. Okay, good news for you, said the officer. On the other hand, the Straw Hat pirates passed by and made inquiries. Finally, I arrived at a hospital in the city. The tall hospital buildings are very neatly constructed. The building of the hospital is very grand even in this urban area. It looks like a good hospital. Let's go in together, Rogge said. Okay, find our ship's doctor, Luffy said. Heal all your injuries first, idiot, Sauron said. Your wound was bandaged urgently. I'm afraid it's about to ooze pus. Nami also said. Everyone finally walked into the gate of the hospital building. In the hospital hall, a huge sculpture stands in the center of the hall. The sculpture is none other than a hippopotamus, a rough-looking man. This person is the sculpture of King Wapol of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Seeing this Wapol sculpture, Luffy and Usopp looked strange. Whose sculpture is this? It really looks funny. Luffy said after looking carefully, or it's stupid enough. Usopp also looked at the sculpture carefully. When the two made a loud noise, other people in the hospital hall looked at them with fearful faces. In Drum Country, even in private, no one dared to comment on Wapol so boldly. Everyone arrived at the hospital counter together. When everyone was asking, there was a sudden commotion outside the hospital. Why is it so noisy? Sanji looked toward the door of the hospital lobby. Everyone saw a group of soldiers rushing in. This group of people was led by a familiar face, the officer from the previous harbor patrol. When the officer saw that everyone was in the hall, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Usopp looked back at the officer and whispered, "Why is it this guy again? What an unpleasant look," Zoro said as he looked at the officer. Roger looked at the officer, feeling ill-intentioned. The officer quickly took out another wanted warrant from his clothes. It is the 3,000 million Bailey reward for Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy and his gang, I'm going to arrest you right away, the officer said. What? Luffy, Usopp, Nami and Vivi were all shocked. Usopp immediately argued, you just allowed us to stay, now you want to arrest us. Yes, you have already received the money. Nami was very angry. Waiwei stepped forward and said, wait a minute, we have reached an agreement. Since you have agreed to us and we have paid the rent, we can stay here, or we can leave as soon as possible without extending the time. The officer said with a sinister smile, HMPH, what do you pirates want to say? Since being a pirate is a villain, you don't have that much qualification to talk to me about it. Waiwei's face was also extremely angry, but her words were still calm. No matter what, you also let it go in advance. You can't do this. Also, at least wait until we see the doctor before negotiating. Waiwei said, how come you pirates are the only ones who still want to see a doctor? This is His Majesty Wapol's hospital. Once you are regarded as lawbreakers, you will have no chance to see a doctor. The officer said. The hospital personnel in the hall all knew the general situation, and some people began to look away. Hey, I said you are regretting it now because you want to capture us and collect the reward. During the stalemate, Rogge's voice suddenly sounded. The officer looked at the brown-haired young man and said, HMPH, you are originally pirates. Since the government is willing to pay, we naturally have no choice but to accept it. Luffy was so angry that he clenched his fist and wanted to shake it out, but Nami gave him a wink and asked him to wait. Then let's go, Rogge said to the others. The officer's face turned ugly and he said, let's go, don't make any mistake, we are going to arrest you. Waiwei said righteously, you guys are going too far, we also have urgent matters, someone was injured. At this moment a scene shocked everyone. The officer waved his fist and aimed at Waiwei with a punch. You bastard, Sanji immediately growled. Vivi, Nami yelled in shock. Waiwei was knocked down to the ground by the officer's heavy punch. Before the ferocity on the officer's face dissipated, a thorny whip wrapped around his neck. Roger made a move. Scum, Rogge slammed it fiercely, and the whole officer flew with a thorn whip and smashed it hard to the pillar in the hall. "Colonel," those patrol soldiers said in shock. "Good job," Sanji said. "Roger," Waiwei said in shock as she fell to the ground. Waiwei stood up quickly and Sanji immediately came to help her. "Miss Vivi, are you okay?" Sanji said softly. At the same time, the patrol soldiers quickly raised their weapons. "Pirates are attacking people. Hurry up and prepare to fight." The patrol soldiers immediately prepared for battle. One after another, they aimed their guns at many people. Luffy said to the others, "Okay, let's break the siege." Sauron held the scabbard and said, "Okay, I didn't expect to fight again after getting off the Sarrow so shortly." "Let's all have a good fight," Rogge said. Outside the hospital hall, except for the colonel officer who brought people in. 3 teams totaling nearly 100 soldiers were also deployed outside. "Why did someone attack the colonel?" asked an officer. "Yes, Lieutenant Colonel, it's the Straw Hat Pirates," a soldier urgently reported. "Now the colonel is unconscious. I hope the lieutenant colonel will take command." The soldier continued. Before he could give an order, there was a burst of gunfire in the hospital. At the same time, the 30 soldiers who followed the colonel in flew out one after another. After that, Rogge, Zoro, Sanji, Luffy, Usopp, Nami, Waiwei, and Marion rushed out. "Get ready to fight," the lieutenant colonel ordered. The soldiers outside were still somewhat prepared and quickly raised their guns to fight. Whips of thorn split by whirlwind. The thorn whip in Rogge's hand rotates like a whirlwind, with huge force and sharp spikes on it, knocking down the enemies encountered like a disc. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy's fist hit like a storm. More than a dozen enemies were hit and fell. Eagle Wave. Sauron swung his swords with sword energy, knocking away a row of gun-wielding enemies in front of him. Sanji jumped to where the enemies were gathered, stood upside down and started spinning and kicking. Banquet set. Single leg kick. Although his right foot was injured, he still caused great losses to the enemy with his left foot alone. Must kill. 3 consecutive gunpowder stars. Usopp also shoots gunpowder stars with a slingshot. "Nami, everyone is fighting so hard. We have to work hard too," Waiwei said. Waiwei stood on top of the sprinter and began to swing 2 peacock saws. They ran so fast and were so agile that these soldiers were knocked down before they could react. Nami took out the small wooden stick, but her face was a bit ugly. Several enemies rushed forward. "Oops, what should I do?" Nami was thinking. Suddenly, these soldiers stopped in front and stopped moving. Their faces became extremely sad. "What?" Nami saw huge blue circles drawn on the ground beneath the feet of these soldiers. "The blue of sadness makes the other party depressed," Marion said while holding a brush and palette. Nami's face showed a bit of complacency now, and she said, "You are really amazing." Then Nami's wooden stick hit the soldiers' heads. These patrol soldiers were quickly wiped out like wheat. The lieutenant colonel in charge was already frightened. "Hurry, machine gun," the lieutenant colonel gave an urgent order. The group of soldiers also deployed 2 machine guns on top of nearby houses as a precaution. "Aim at the pirates and fire." 2 machine guns fired a dense rain of bullets. "Wow," Usopp quickly ran away in fear. Sanji was also attacked, so he jumped away. "These guys also have heavy weapons," Rogge said. The 2 machine guns were located on top of 2 nearby buildings. Rogge carefully observed the machine gun on top of a building to the right. "Sauron, the one on the left is for you," Rogge said. After hearing this, Zoro said, "Okay, no problem." Rogge immediately rushed towards the building on the right. With the thorn whip in his hand, he quickly grabbed the top of the 4-story building and pulled himself up. "What?" The 2 soldiers manipulating the machine gun looked at Rogge in shock. "Get off!" Rogge kicked his feet horizontally and kicked the 2 soldiers down. Then the machine gun was pulled to the ground by Rogge with a vine whip. "There seems to be no problem with Sauron." Roger looked at the position of another machine gun. Zoro had already rushed to the top and slashed with his sword, cutting down the 2 soldiers. The 2 most threatening machine guns were disarmed. There are probably less than 20 remaining enemies. Rogge, Sanji, and others gathered in front of these people. What? With the last scream, all the soldiers except the lieutenant colonel were knocked down. Sanji picked up the cigarette butt in his mouth and walked in front of him with an angry face. "Hey, what do you want to do?" The lieutenant colonel was already trembling with fright. "You guys are disrespectful to ladies and go back on your word," Sanji said as he raised his left foot. The lieutenant colonel roared immediately. "What do you want to do? In the Sigu Kingdom, attacking Wapol soldiers is equivalent to attacking His Majesty Wapol, and you can't even think about escaping by boat. Now your ships have been blocked. Even by boat, shore artillery and warships, it can also sink you." Sanji didn't intend to continue listening to his nonsense either. Air Force Sanji kicked the lieutenant colonel away abruptly. After the battle, there were downed drum soldiers all over the place. Everyone also took a breath. "What should we do next? They have no idea. Someone will come," Usopp said. "We definitely can't stay in the city anymore, and according to them it would be dangerous for us to take a boat," Rogge said. "That's true," Nami said. "When I entered the port before, I saw a lot of heavy coastal forts and magnetic drum ships in the port. It's really hard to leave." Nami's face turned ugly when she said this. "No matter what, we can't stay here any longer," Sauron said. "Yes, and we still have wounded," Waiwei said. "Then let's leave the urban area first and go to remote areas such as the countryside here," Rogge said after thinking. "Okay, then let's go quickly," Luffy said. Everyone quickly left the city. The battle just now really had a severe impact, and a large number of soldiers from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom arrived afterwards. "Hurry up and impose martial law on this section of the city. Catch the pirates as soon as possible." The heavily armed soldiers of the Drum Kingdom searched this part of the city. At the port, the original wharf of the May was heavily guarded. Moreover, the surrounding forts and officers were already on alert. The ruler of Drum Kingdom did not expect that a group of young pirates would dare to directly resist him. Among the 7 majestic iron barrel-like peaks on Sieg Island, the tallest one is the top of the middle one. A castle covered with snow stands here. Most of the castle has been covered by the falling snow, but there are still some parts that are not covered. This part is made of gold, which also radiates gold in the cold snow. In other words, this castle is actually made of gold, but most of it is always covered by heavy snow for many years. Many servants sweep the snow in the castle courtyard to please the owner of the castle and the country. In the luxurious dining room of the castle, a long, exaggerated table is filled with all kinds of delicious fruits, an exquisite roast beef, roast pigeon, roast chicken. On both sides of the table, waiters brought plates of delicious food very respectfully and then took away plates that had been eaten. The whole process was smooth and flowing, very skillful. All who serve the diners are extremely careful not to make a sound. But in this quiet restaurant, the sound of a person gobbling like a beast makes people feel sick. At the far end of the table, a man in a rich fur coat was eating. "It's delicious. Today's roast turkey is so delicious. Let me reward that chef." "What the hell are you making? These scones are too sweet. I'll punish the chef to do hard labor. This turtle soup is really ordinary. I will work harder in the future." While the monarch was eating, everyone raised their voices. The dining king cast his eyes on a waiter carrying a pile of pizza. "Hey, it's pine nut pizza today. It's not bad. Bring it to me," the king said arrogantly. "Yes, your majesty." The waiter walked over cautiously. The king picked up the pine nut pizza on the plate and swallowed it in one bite. His mouth is large enough to swallow a plate of food in one bite. His face and body were all made of tin. Those eyes were full of tyranny and greed. "It's delicious. This is what a king should enjoy." The king took one bite after another, and the pizza on the plate dwindled rapidly. The waiter looked at the king, although his appearance and eating were extremely ugly, but he dared not blink at all. Everyone should look at the king with humility and respect. If someone dared to show disgust and ridicule in their eyes, the result would only be swallowed by the king. There was once a minister who dared to do this but was swallowed by the king. These waiters dare not. This king is Wapol, the ruler of the Drum Kingdom. "Burp, it's so delicious," Wapol said, intoxicated. He also narrowed his eyes to enjoy the aftertaste, ending that favorite moment of his day, mealtime. Wapol then got down to business. In fact, the state apparatus under Wapple's command with 2 power ministers at its core is sufficient to ensure the iron-blooded operation of the magnetic drum kingdom. Wapple also ate and drank a lot. However, some necessary things still need him to do. "Okay, I'm going to the throne," Wapple said. The waiters on both sides immediately flattered him with a towel to wipe his face and a scepter that symbolized the king's power. Wapple stood up and left the restaurant with the golden scepter in his hand. The envoys behind him followed closely, serving the king with great care. We arrived at the hall where the throne was. Dozens of ministers are standing on the red carpet in front of the throne. "His Majesty Wapple has arrived," shouted a waiter beside Wapple. All the ministers knelt on one knee to salute and then looked respectfully at the throne. Wapple sat on the throne with extremely arrogant eyes. Everything in this country is his private property, and the ministers can only serve him. "Everyone, the report on the important work of the kingdom begins today," Wapple said proudly. Dozens of ministers are divided into 2 columns, of which the left is civil servants and the right is generals. A minister headed by the left spoke first. "Your Majesty Wapple, the new business agreement between Drum Country and the world government has been further expanded recently. In the new agreement, the world government is preparing various industries of the largest Wapple consortium in Drum Country to obtain official orders from the world government more easily, including medicine, medical personnel training, and Wapple new materials. These fields have received more orders from the world government," the minister said confidently. Unlike other ministers, this minister has an afro hairstyle. There is a very exaggerated beard around the mouth. Even in the severe cold climate of Sea Country, he still had half of his legs and arms exposed and wore a large cloak. "Well done, Prime Minister Cromeriman. After the new business agreement is reached, the purses of the Drum Country and I will be further enriched. The world government is very impressed with the Wapple Consortium's medicine and Wapple's new materials." "Interested," Wapple said happily. "Of course, His Majesty Wapple. The Wapple Consortium is now an excellent pharmaceutical and new material company favored by the world government, all member countries and countless regions around the world. Rare things are more expensive, so the world government will also the ones who value our products more," Cromeriman said respectfully. Although the tone is very respectful compared with the submissiveness of other ministers, Cromeriman seems to be much more cordial to Wapple, because Cromeriman is one of Wapple's 2 biggest confidants in the Drum Kingdom. "Very good. How about the expansion of the Sigu State Treasury?" Wapple asked. Cromeriman said confidently, "Don't worry, we have built a new type of vault on the westernmost mountain. There are heavy guards there. The vault is enough to hold dozens of tons of gold, silver, and other precious metals. It has already started send there the reserve gold and silver from the old vault." After hearing this, Wapple said happily, "Well, this is also very good. There is also the matter about the expansion of the pharmaceutical factory that you reported to me last time. That's exactly what I want to say. We have requisitioned acres of new land to expand a new type of pharmaceutical factory, and all the talents in the medical department of the Drum Country have gone all out to research and use the new type of anesthesia for surgical operations. Large-scale production of medicines can also produce new types of high-end antibiotics," Cromeriman said. Wapple listened to these reports with great satisfaction. Anyone would think that Wapple and his ministers were serious people. "Next, Cromeriman, tell us about the wealth of the kingdom." Wapple said. "Yes, Your Majesty," said Cromeriman. He took a piece of paper from a minister behind him. "This month, the Sig Nation's wealth income totaled 50 billion billy. The income comes from the branches of the Wapple Consortium around the world, as well as the port shipping controlled by the Wapple Consortium, as well as the Sig Nation's own catering and life and production industry. More than 50% of the life and work of the residents of this country are controlled by the industrial group with the Wapple Consortium as the core. And the Wapple Consortium is 5% owned by you. So Your Majesty Wapple, you are still very perfectly controlling everything in the Drum Country, and also has a large number of overseas branch industries and world government orders. Of the billion wealth, million will be used to pay wages to the people. The rest is at your disposal. Roman Lemon said, "Well, that's what I want. The country's economic lifeline and even the life and work of all citizens depend on my control. Control means everything. I now control the jobs of almost everyone in Drum Country and can determine their lives. I am the most efficient in this way. I am everything in the Drum Country." Wapol said proudly. In order to achieve tighter control over the magnetic Drum Country, Wapol formed the Wapol Consortium. The Wapol Consortium mobilized all the resources of the Sea Kingdom and, combined with Wapol's king's power, achieved control over all economic life of the Sea Kingdom. Not only did it consolidate Wapol's rule, it also made the citizens more tightly kidnapped. The taxation methods in the past were too bad. Once there were too many taxes, the people would be dissatisfied. Now I directly turn everything in Drum Country into my private property. People's food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all for me. They just give me people who work and receive wages. In this way, they lack the power to resist me on the material level. Wapol was extremely satisfied with his behavior. After asking about Cromriman, Wapol turned his attention to the general. At the front of the line of military commanders was a man with wavy lips and slender arms wearing a hat with two drooping corners. This person is another confidant of Wapol, Commander Jess. "Commander Jess, please report on your military affairs," Wapol said. Jess said respectfully, "Yes, His Majesty Wapol. First of all, I would like to talk about the kingdom's arms procurement. About 30 new large-caliber mortars recently purchased from Drexus have arrived at the port." Wapol's eyes lit up and he said forcefully, "Really, the order for Drexus has arrived. That's great. Drexus is indeed the world's largest arms manufacturer. At the beginning, I compared Drexus with the world government's public. The products of the arms company found that the weapons produced by Drexus are durable and excellent. Although the output of the public arms companies under the world government can exceed that of Drexus many times, but in some special aspects of weapons, the arms of Drexus are incomparable." Jess continued, "Your Majesty, now that they have arrived at the port, I will order them to install those large-caliber mortars on the 7 tall peaks according to the plan. In this way, the 7 peaks of the magnetic Drum Kingdom will its equivalent to 7 huge forts, and the enemy can't capture it at all. Any foreign country and pirates can't attack the magnetic Drum Country." Okay, really good. Go ahead and install the weapons produced by Drexus. The combination of force and economy is the most powerful," Wapol said happily. "Okay, Your Majesty. I have already issued an order. Among the 31-meter diameter large-caliber mortars made by Drexus, 4 are installed on each of the 6 peaks on the left and right. 6 are installed on this mountain where the king's castle is located," Jais said. Wapol was immersed in the intoxication of powerful force, and he could not wait to see all the large-caliber mortars standing on the top of the 7 peaks after being equipped. Jess looked at Wapol thoughtfully and then said, "Your Majesty, I still have important information about the resistance forces." After hearing this, Wapol's eyes became full of ferocity. "Well, let's talk," Jess said. "The resistance forces led by the former Kingdom Protector General and the traitor Dalton are lurking in many rural areas in the interior. These rural areas have been raided by the King's army many times, but there are still some remnants. I'm afraid that the other party, it was the establishment of tunnels that allowed them to avoid raids for a long time." "That's all. Have you made any progress recently?" Wapol asked. "According to our judgment, the other party is likely to launch a large-scale new rebellion against the kingdom. But this is also the last blow, so if the other party does not succeed, it is a failure." Jess said, "Wrong, Dalton is a traitor, he can only fail. It's just that we want him to fail in despair," Wapol scolded. Yes, Your Majesty," Jess said quickly. "So have the countermeasures against Dalton and the resistance forces been drawn up?" Wapol asked. Jess said flatteringly, "Don't worry, the officers and I have already discussed the countermeasures. In addition to strengthening the defense, we will also preemptively eliminate Dalton and the resistance forces." "That's good. Wapol's face became a little happier. As the king of the Drum Kingdom, I am everything in the Drum Kingdom. The Drum Kingdom is my private property. No one can resist me, and those who resist must be wiped out. Wapol said arrogantly. Wapol's philosophy is that Wapol is the state. Seeing that Wapol was a little happier, Jess asked again after consideration, "Your Majesty, there has just been an incident where pirates attacked the king's army officers and soldiers. Did the pirates attack the king's officers and kill them?" Wapol asked. "No, this group of pirates pretended to be harmless and defrauded the landing. They killed and wounded more than 100 officers and soldiers in the city. Then they fled to the inland area, which is where Dalton and the resistance forces are active." Jess said, "These pirates are so hateful," Wapol said angrily. "Your Majesty, I am more worried that they will have an affair with Dalton and the resistance forces," Jess said. "Since they are involved with the resistance forces, then destroy these pirates together," Wapol said. "Okay, I will immediately issue a kill order to the army of the Drum Kingdom. Once these pirates are discovered, they will be killed on the spot," Jace said. Suhu Wapol asked some more things and ended the meeting. Cromerman and Jace went off to their own errands. Wapol reached the top of the tower of the Kingdom Castle and stood at the highest point of the Golden Castle. Wapol looked down on his kingdom with satisfaction. "Wapol is the country of the magnetic drum. Everything here belongs to me." At the same time, Rogge, Sanji, and Usopp fled to the inland area of Drum Island. "Finally, we have arrived in a relatively peaceful rural area," Usopp said when he saw a village with low houses in front of him. Ahead was a village full of low-rise houses surrounded by pine forests. "It's finally here. I really hope to eat more meat," Luffy said. "It hurts so much here. I would like to drink some hot coffee or tea," Nami said, covering her body. Sanji heard this and said, "Miss Nami, if you feel cold, I will help you make hot chocolate, hot orange juice, hot apple juice, hot milk pudding." "Stop talking so much," Sauron said. "Everyone, we are going to the village here to avoid it first. Find a doctor by the way, but don't reveal that we are pirates. Now I am afraid that the Drum Kingdom has listed us as wanted criminals." Rogge said, "Is he wanted in the first place? It's just that this idiot captain is wanted." Sauron said, "Everyone entered the village. Not long after entering the village, a woman who looked as burly as a giant bear came in front of her." "Wow, a bear," Usopp said in surprise. "No, it's a gorilla," Luffy said. "Everyone else is ashamed. Their observation skills are so good that people want to complain." Sanji said, "Just two idiots," Zoro said. The woman as majestic as a bear approached and looked at everyone. "Hello, madam. I would like to ask if there is a doctor in this village." Rogge took the lead and said. The giant bear-like woman lowered her head and looked down at Rogge and then said, "You can find a doctor and I can help you contact him. By the way, my family runs a hotel. Why don't you come and stay together?" "That would be great," Roger said. Sauron immediately whispered, "It's really refreshing. Anyway, there is a place to live and there is a doctor. Let's go," Waiwei said. Rogge asked the giant bear-like woman again, "Madam, what is your name?" "My name is Maria the Onion Bear," the woman said. Maria the Onion Bear led the crowd to a hotel in the village. Maria's hotel is written on the front door of the hotel. They entered the lobby of this hotel together. Although the area is small, the layout is quite simple. "There are guests, so you should be more diligent," Maria the Onion Bear shouted. There are two teenagers in the hotel. Both teenagers are tall and burly, but they are still young, but put together with the Onion Bear Maria, they really look like two cubs and a female bear. It looks like it fits too well. "Wow, two little bears," Luffy said. "It's really similar," Usopp also said. Sauron looked at the two of them again as if complaining. "These are my two sons, Levin and Rice. You can tell them if you have anything to say," Maria the Onion Bear said. Then Maria the Onion put down her things. "Okay, everyone, I'll contact the doctor later," Onion King Maria said. "Thank you so much," Nami said. Then Maria the Onion Bear left the hotel and walked outside. Everyone sat on the chairs in the lobby and some went to the hotel room. There are not many guests in this hotel, so it seems relatively quiet. Everyone hurriedly asked for some tea to drink to warm their bodies. Luffy even asked for some meat dishes from the hotel and ate them wantonly. Usopp and Rogge chatted with the two sons of Maria the Onion Bear. It's really peaceful here compared to the city. It's really idyllic. Usopp said, well, this is an area that is not too much controlled by Wapol. It is the most peaceful area on the island. It is also an area where the magnetic drum kingdom has maintained its original appearance decades ago. Levin said, really? What do you mean by maintaining the original appearance of decades ago? Usopp asked. In the past, Drum Country was an idyllic and leisurely country. Of course, this is what my mother and other neighbors said. At that time, Drum Country was full of beautiful ice and snow and 7 majestic mountains. The citizens also expired a leisurely and happy life, Levine said. However, until one day the old king passed away. The new king is also the current monarch, and Wapol succeeded him. Wapol was different from the old king in his generosity and kindness. He was a very ambitious person. He was greedy for power, and he loves money. After he ascended the throne, he didn't pay much attention to the establishment of the Wapol Consortium. Using the advanced medical industry in the Drum Country, it further developed into a comprehensive multinational large-scale enterprise with pharmaceuticals, medical care, and doctor training. Moreover, Wapol himself is a devil fruit user with the ability to swallow the fruit. With the ability to swallow the fruit, he created a lot of new materials. For example, the famous Wapol alloy is his creation. Wapol alloy, Usopp said in shock after hearing this. Yes, Wapol's ability to swallow fruit is to swallow objects and combine them. He can produce many different types of alloys by swallowing different objects. For example, combining iron with tin, copper with lead, aluminum and zinc combining, even mixing multiple metals. Levine said. Usopp was shocked and said, it turns out that Wapol alloy was produced by King Wapol of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Usopp often likes to make various small weapons, and he naturally knows Wapol alloy. Levin continued, yes, Wapol alloy has quickly become a major invention in the world. It is marketed on great routes and all over the world. Even the world government has become a major customer of Wapol alloy. The medical industry in the Magnetic Drum Country, plus Wapol alloy. The two major industries form the strong foundation of the Wapol Consortium. With the medical industry and the Wapol alloy, the Wapol Consortium has become a powerful multinational enterprise. Even the Drum Country itself is an idyllic country. It has become a developed industrial country. Wapol has even become a guest of the world government. He is not only the king of a country but also the boss of a consortium. Usopp and Rogge looked at each other. Usopp said, is this Wapol still capable of doing business? Levin and Les had wry smiles on their faces. Get down to business, Levine said with a wry smile. He's a really selfish guy, Rice said. What do you mean? Rogge asked. Wapol is an extreme power and money maniac. The Wapol Consortium he founded has included % of the people in the Drum Country into a system that is highly governed and exploited by him. He can take advantage of the wealth created go % or more. On the surface, the Wapol Consortium even made a leap into an industrial power. The citizens were exploited even more. Living standards and materials have only improved a little, but most of the fruits was extracted by him. In addition, Wapol also used the power of the king to seize national land for industrial purposes. The wealth earned was used to strengthen industry and military construction. Through economic and military means, Wapol has become successfully turned the Magnetic Drum Country into his private wealth. Rice said very dissatisfied. When Waiwei heard this, her expression changed a lot. Wapol only became stronger because of his power and wealth. The people did not support the king but were controlled and feared. Now there is no relationship between the king and the subjects in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, but the relationship between the slave and the slave owner. Wapo, as I said personally, Wapol is the country. The Drum Kingdom is his private property. Rice said lamentingly. Unacceptable, Vivi stood up angrily. You actually treat your citizens as slaves. A king who doesn't love his own people and instead pursues control and money power. It's really too much. Wai has been a very responsible princess since she was a child, and she hates the cruelty and extremeness in Wapol's heart. Vivi, don't be angry. We also know what that guy Wapol is, just look at his subordinates. Rogge said. At the same time, Rogge also remembered the appearance of the people after entering the urban area. Although the urban area was bustling, there were no crowds. Instead, the entire country is filled with rigidity. Cold and harsh, this is the status quo of magnetic drum country, not only in the climate but also in the hearts of the people. Prosperity on the surface, real cruelty on the inside. On the contrary, this inland village is full of peace. Although it is remote, it is very humane. Wait a minute, is Wapol now completely in control of the Drum Kingdom? There must be things he can't control, for example people's hearts, Rogge asked. Levin and Rice glanced at each other. Yes, there are still people in the magnetic Drum Kingdom who resisted the tyrant Wapol, and that person was born under Wapol's command. Levin said, he is the former Kingdom Protector General Dalton. Rice said, both of them showed some admiration on their faces. General Dalton sincerely fights for the drum country to return to that kind of peace and make all this change. Rice said, full of admiration. General Dalton fought for equality in the Drum Kingdom. He always told people to face difficulties bravely. We admired him too, but we were too young to follow him. Levine said, since there is resistance, it is remarkable. Rogge said, Dalton in the Drum Nation rebelled against Wapol, while in the world there were dragons rebelling against the world government. Real men are those who dare to stand up to power. Oh, that's good. We also hate that Wapol. That guy made trouble for us not long after we landed ashore. Usopp said, yes, we are pirates, Luffy said happily. Zoro glanced at Luffy and said, it was exposed so soon. Don't forget that we are wanted, but fortunately they also hate Wapol. Nami said. Levin and Rice looked at everyone in surprise. You are actually pirates, the two brothers asked in surprise. With pride on his face, Usopp raised his thumb and pointed to himself and said, yes, we are pirates. I am Captain Usopp. Are you the captain? Les asked with eyes shining. It's not me. Luffy's head stretched out in front of the two brothers like rubber. It actually stretched, Les said in surprise. Could it be that you are a devil fruit user? Levin asked. Luffy pulled his body over and said, I'm a rubber man. Les said curiously, no wonder the body can stretch, but I'm the captain. Luffy said again, Captain Usopp is actually my nickname, he is the real captain. Usopp also said, by the way, the food in this hotel is not enough, let's find a restaurant later. Luffy said, but wait for the doctor to come first. Roger said. After a while there was the sound of sleighs sliding outside the hotel. At the same time, Mariga the Onion Bear's thick voice came in. It's hard work for you to be here. At the same time, the door of the hotel was opened. Mariga the Onion Bear came in, followed by an old woman in purple and a reindeer. The old woman in purple clothes was very revealing, and she thought she was a fashionable girl. She also held a bottle of rum in her hand. The reindeer has brown fur, graceful antlers, and a pair of defensive eyes. What's going on? Usopp looked at the visitor strangely. Isn't this Doctor? Sanji asked strangely. It's just an old woman. Soran also said after looking at her. It's really a doctor, Nami also said strangely. Looks like it's finally here, Roger said. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the reindeer. Wow. A horse with horns, Luffy shouted with surprise on his face. Everyone looked at Luffy helplessly. Is this a reindeer, okay? Nami said. Onion Bear Maria also happily said to everyone. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. This is the doctor. Is the doctor reliable? It's just an old woman. Usopp said, looking at the old woman who was wearing very revealing clothes. This lady is truly a doctor, Sanji said. After hearing this, the old woman's tall and thin body rushed towards the two of them. Immediately there was a scream in the hall. Sanji and Usopp were kicked and smashed into the wall of the hotel with their heads stuck in. It's scary, Nami said with a change of face. What a fierce old woman. Soran said in a low voice. Luffy rushed to the reindeer very excitedly. Reindeer horses are so fun, Luffy said happily. Also, Grandma, is this your pet? Luffy said to the old woman beside him. There was a trace of hatred in the corner of the old woman's mouth. Luffy's body was kicked directly out of the hotel. Don't call me old, I'm only 139 years old, and I'm single, the old woman said. Everyone looked at her with shame. Oniongshing Maria introduced. This is Gu Leiwa's doctor. She is a very remarkable doctor. The 139-year-old Dr. Gulwa looked at everyone, lifted a bunch of rum in her hand and poured it down her throat. Waiwei stepped forward and said politely, "Hi, Mrs. Gulwa, several of us have been injured. I hope you can help treat them." Dr. Gulwa looked at Waiwei and said, "Really, but my fees are quite high." "No problem as long as we can heal our injured people," Waiwei said. Then Sanji, Zoro, Rogge, and Luffy, who were injured in the battle on the Saros airship, began to receive treatment. All four suffered traumatic injuries, which were bandaged but still needed to be dealt with. "Okay, Chopper, give me the medical kit," Guleva said. The reindeer Chopper gave the medical kit to Guleva, and then his body began to deform. Originally looked like a reindeer, his body quickly became thinner, and finally he became a cute and half-human Chopper. That is to say, it has become a human animal. Seeing that Chopper has become so cute, everyone sighed. "It's so cute," Nami said. "Animal fruit," Sanji said. "Hey, don't keep your mind on this," Zoro said. Luffy looked at it in surprise for a while and said, "It turned into a fox." "It's not a fox, it's a reindeer," Chopper said angrily. "Wow, talking fox," Luffy said. Chopper said angrily, "I said I was a reindeer." "It's nothing, you can become a pirate with us," Luffy said. Everyone looked at Luffy. "This idiot has started again," Zoro complained in a low voice. Chopper looked at Luffy in shock. Not only are few humans talking warmly to him, but the word pirate also reminds him of the most important person in his life. "Pirate," Chopper said. The little guy looked puzzled. "Yes, we are pirates. You can be pirates with us," Luffy said. Chopper scanned everyone strangely but finally gritted his teeth. "What are you talking about? I'm only responsible for helping Gu Leiwa's doctor," Chopper said. This cute reindeer looked at the medical equipment in his hand again and continued to tidy up. Chopper continued to help Gulwa heal his mother. Soon the injuries of the four people were healed. Luffy moved his body very happily and said, "Really, it's finally back to normal now. Your wounds can be treated and the wounds will become smooth. Just continue to perfuse my medicine," Gu Leiwa said. "Ma'am, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so good," Sanji said politely. Gureva put her hands on her hips and said, "Okay, it's time for you to pay. Each person has bili. For 4 people, that's bili." Nami said in shock, "This is also." Before she could finish speaking, Waiwei stood in front of her and quickly took out a dozen banknotes. "Thank you, Mrs. Gu Leiwa," Waiwei said. Then Waiwei said to Nami again, "It's okay as long as everyone can be better." Dr. Gulwa counted the banknotes and said, "Well, this is really refreshing." Then the old woman looked at the crowd again. "I can't tell you guys are actually pirates," Gu Leiwa said. "It's nothing surprising who said that pirates must be vicious," Usopp said. Dr. Gu Leiwa took another bottle of rum from the hotel, drank it and said, "Well, you are a cute pirate, but since you are pirates, how did you get here?" "Ah, it was Wapol's men who charged some fees so that we could stay for 2 days temporarily. But they went back on their word," Rogge said. Dr. Gulwa shook the wine bottle in her hand and said, "I see. Wapol is really a very greedy guy. He will make money even if the pirates have money. But why do you come here again?" "Yes, isn't there a hospital in the city? Wapol's men turned their backs and hunted us down again because they were greedy for the bounty of the pirate arrest warrant," Rogge said. "Oh, really? Then how much is your bounty?" Dr. Gulwa said. Before Rogge could speak, Luffy said happily, 3,000 million Baileys, just my bounty." Guleva looked at Luffy in a normal way and continued to take a sip of wine. "What 3,000 million Baileys?" Dr. Gulwa's voice shook the entire hotel. Dr. Gulwa looked at everyone carefully and said, "If there are so many of you, I will arrest you too." Everyone looked at her helplessly. Nami immediately said helplessly, "What, you still worship money so much at such an old age? Aren't you the same?" Soran said with a face full of complaints. "Just kidding, I wouldn't do that. After all, people rely on medical skills for a living, and you can say that you came here because you were hunted down by Wapol's men," Gu Leiwa said. Usopp and Sanji looked ashamed and said, "It seems so noble." The Dr. Gureva continued, and you can be regarded as Wapol's enemies. I also hate Wapol, so I am very happy to treat you. Of course, I treat the resistance forces and Dalton more happy. MS. Gulewa, you also treat that Dalton and the resistance forces. Rogge said, that's right, they are the real heroes of Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Dr. Gulewa said earnestly, ah, are you pirates from outside? I didn't know that the rural inland area in this area is the stronghold of resistance forces. Gulwa Dr. Lady added. Roger looked at Chopper again. Chopper's eyes were also full of complicated emotions. Almost everyone in this kingdom hates Wapol to death. Even Chopper, said the nurse Guleva, while everyone was in this village. A large group of mighty army advanced towards the inland village area. There are a large number of cavalry, infantry, and carriages pulling numerous cannons and supplies in the army. There are more than people, and the equipment is heavy firepower. In front of this group of troops, Jess with a wavy mouth commanded the army to attack the inland villages. Well, it's finally not snowing in the sky. Jess stretched his hands into the air and said, riding on a burly tall horse, Jess looked at the villages in front of him. Commander Jess, the front is an area occupied by resistance forces. A cavalry major came to report. Very good, today is the fate of these rebels. Jess said long and hard. The village ahead is about to start an astonishing massacre. The king's army of more than people swept across the vast snowy field. The ground was densely covered with various horse hooves and human footprints, as well as the tracks of carriages. Arriving in front of the inland village area, Jace looked towards the villages. The king's army of more than people also stopped and began to prepare for battle. Unexpectedly, today is the end of these rebels. Those who dare to disobey His Majesty Wapol will only die. This rural area that harbors resistance forces will be reduced to ruins. Jace's solution was to completely destroy the inland countryside. If the territory occupied by the resistance forces is wiped out, then there will be no resistance forces. Artillery unit ready, Jace said, waving his hand. Soldiers on 100 horse-drawn carriages with cannons unloaded the cannons from the carriages, then turned the guns and pointed them at the countryside ahead. Commander Jess, all the cannons are ready, said a colonel in charge of the artillery unit. Jace nodded and said, okay, start the bombardment. Turn the area where the resistance is entrenched into scorched earth. 100 cannons were aimed at the countryside. Preparations are complete. Start bombardment. With the order issued, 100 cannons began to shell violently. The first round of hundreds of shells hit the roads and squares of the countryside in front of us. With the completion of the first round of shelling, the artillerymen were well trained to load the second wave of shells. Another 100 shells bombarded violently. Looking at the sea of fire in front of him, Jace's face was full of smiles. To deal with the rebels, we must use a devastating blow to completely wipe them out. There was another burst of cannon fire. A large number of houses in this village were bombed. Rogge, Sanji, and others who were in the hotel in the village felt that everything around them was shaking. Wow, what's going on? Usopp yelled, holding his head. There's an earthquake. Ha ha ha, Luffy said excitedly. You're still so happy. Nami angrily hit Luffy on the head with her fist. Could it be a shelling? Rogge said doubtfully. At this moment, a shell suddenly hit the hotel. The second floor of the hotel was blown up, and the ceiling of the lobby on the first floor was also blown apart. Wow, Usopp and Nami yelled in horror. This is not okay. Everyone needs to evacuate here. Rogge said. Dr. Gulewa also looked around. She was very stable after being bombarded so violently. Wapol, it seems you have taken action. You want to destroy the resistance base together. After saying this, the Dr. Gulwa took another sip of rum. Now the village has been heavily shelled, and everyone in the hotel rushed out together. Rushing outside, Roger and everyone looked around. Rows of artillery shells were shot over, and houses in rural areas were hit and exploded in large numbers. Smoke and flames rose into the sky. The direction of the opponent's attack. Zoro quickly discovered the direction of the opponent's shells. Sanji also looked and saw that in the direction of the village, a large number of troops had not been deployed. Swarms of cannon fired volleys of shells here. Luffy was very excited. He jumped up immediately. Rubber. Balloon. Luffy sucked in air all over his body and became like a balloon. A shell hit Luffy's body, denting the chubby balloon body and entering the back. Luffy ricocheted the cannonball. On the artillery position, the artillerymen had just fired a wave of shells, but when they were about to reload, they saw a shell flying over, or fly back. The shells are flying back. The artillerymen fled in fright. There was a loud noise, and the fire above the artillery position burst into the sky. Jace looked at the artillery emplacement in surprise. How could this happen? Jace said in surprise. A soldier hurried to report. Sir, one of the shells we fired was bounced by an unknown person. It seems to be the previous pirate. Jess quickly picked up the binoculars and looked into the distance. In the telescope, I saw that Luffy turned into a balloon and bounced up. These pirate bastards are here. They are the pirates in the report, and they really escaped here. It just happened to be reduced to ashes with this place. Jess said. Jess then gave new orders to the artillery. Use all your strength to bombard the area where the Straw Hats and gang are, and no one will survive. The artillery units then aimed their cannons at Luffy and Roger's area. The violent shells continued to fire. At this time, Rogge and Sanji are escaping in the village. Swarms of shells fell from the sky. The artillery fire blasted the surrounding buildings and roads into ruins, and the flames and gunpowder smoke soared into the sky. Oh my God, wow! Why the artillery fire has become more intensive, Usopp cried. Sauron said calmly while running. No, these artillery are attacking our position. At this time, the trajectory of the swarms of shells in the sky were all shooting towards the area where everyone was located. Everything around was shrouded in artillery fire and destroyed. Rogge took out the thorn whip and used the devil fruit ability on his body. The thorny whip in his hand quickly grew to tens of meters. Thorn whip. Defense net. The thorny whip in Rogge's hand quickly turned into a giant net in the sky like a swimming snake. More than a dozen shells hit the giant net. Then a violent explosion occurred, and multiple shells exploded above the crowd and destroyed most of the thorn whip. Zoro also finished all 3 knives and jumped up. Crow, demon hunting. More than a dozen shells flying over were cut open and then exploded violently. I'm coming too. Sanji also jumped up suddenly and kicked away the cannonballs one by one with his superb foot skills. Chopper also turned into a reindeer form at this time and suddenly pulled up the sled. Dr. Gilwa was sitting on the sled. At this time, the Dr. Gilwa saw everyone's liveliness and said happily, "Today's young people are really lively and lively." Then the old woman who was good at medicine picked up the rum in her hand and poured it into her mouth. "You are too leisurely." Nami shouted at her. Vivi, Nami, and Marion all rode on the backs of fast runners, while the others ran on foot. Usopp was also a little angry when he saw the old woman sitting leisurely on the sled. "Hey, you are too leisurely," Usopp said strangely. Dr. Gilwa glanced at him and said, "What's wrong? Can't I take it easy? Look at these shells in case one hits the sled directly," Usopp said. At this moment, a shell really flew over. Dr. Gullewa quickly jumped up and kicked the cannonball away. "Ah, I didn't tell you," Usopp said. Dr. Gilwa glanced at the slingshot in Usopp's hand and said, "Are you a shooter?" Usopp said out of breath, "Yes." "Then you can get on the sled. It's easier to aim like this," said the Dr. Gilwa. After Usopp heard this, he was calm at first. Immediately afterwards, his face was full of joy and he said, "It's fine like this." Usopp jumped directly onto the sled. Usopp on the sled swung his slingshot and started shooting violently. Must kill. 3 consecutive gunpowder stars. Usopp fired 3 gunpowder stars from the slingshot in succession. 3 shells flew over and were intercepted by gunpowder star. Dr. Gilwa looked into the air and said, "I didn't expect your shooting to be so accurate." "Thanks for the compliment," Usopp said happily. Artillery shells kept flying over and the surrounding houses were razed to the ground. "Guys, it's not okay to keep running like this. Let's just destroy the opponent's artillery position," Rogge said. "Okay," Zoro said. "Okay, Usopp and Waiwei, you all go to take refuge. We will destroy the enemy's artillery positions." Rogge said. Usopp stood on the sled and said, "Okay, then Captain Usopp won't help you." Rogge, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy rushed towards the artillery position. Kaio pulled up the sled and ran as fast as he could to escape. The four rushed to the front of the artillery position in one breath. Rogge looked around and saw groups of cannons arranged in rows for bombardment. Now it's time to use a new weapon. Roger took out a green thorny cactus from his clothes. This is the cactus on the ancient island, and Rogge transformed it. Under the influence of Roger's plant fruit ability, Roger's hand holding the cactus turns green. The green cactus grew rapidly and covered Roger's body. The cactus covered Roger's body like a thick muscle armor. Cactus power armor. Except for his head, Roger's body is now covered in cactus with anthropomorphic muscles. This layer of armor provides resistance to axes and cannonballs. The body is several times larger, and the arms are several times thicker than an ordinary person's after being covered with armor. Luffy looked at Rogge and said happily, "Wow, he looks so stylish." Sanji also glanced at it and said, "It's obviously a cactus, but it covers the body like a muscular man's muscles. It's enough to fight anyway, don't talk so much." Sauron said, "Rogge moved his body, and now wearing the cactus power armor, he looks like a super strong man." Rogge rushed towards the artillery position of the king's army. The soldiers on the artillery position were shocked when they saw Rogge. "What kind of armor is this? Why does it look like a cactus?" Rogge's strength was greatly increased after wearing the cactus power armor, and each step of his jump and charge was up to 5 meters. He rushed to the front of the king's army, holding a cannon with both hands. "Give it back to you." Rogge smashed the cannon into the enemy artillery. With a burst of screams, several soldiers of the king's army were hit. Roger waved his arms and threw the cannons one after another. The king's army artillery position was in chaos under Rogge's overwhelming offensive. The soldiers of the king's army fled in all directions. Soon Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji followed. Rubber. Meteor hammer. Luffy grabbed a cannon with his arms outstretched and threw the cannon like a meteor hammer. Soldiers and other cannon on the Royal Army artillery positions were sent flying. Sauron brandished 3 knives, cutting down the artillerymen as if in no man's land. Sanji kicked the artillerymen to the ground one by one with his feet. These artillerymen were unable to resist the powerful offensive of the 4 men. Jace, who was directing the battle, said in shock, "What kind of monsters are these?" Especially Rogge, wearing cactus power armor, running rampant and invincible like a giant elephant. Rogge arrived in front of a cannon again, raised the cannon and threw it like a baseball. The cannon slammed heavily towards the area where Jess was. Jess dodged quickly, while the 2 juniors beside him were smashed to the ground. "Damn it, these guys don't care about the king's army at all," Jace said angrily. "After all, Jace is also the commander of the drum team. This army is also an elite force. Pass me the order. The machine gun unit will attack the enemy." Jess gave an order to a lieutenant colonel. Yes, the lieutenant colonel quickly gave the order. The 4 Rogges who were charging at the artillery position had already made the artillery position a mess. There were overturned cannons and dead and wounded soldiers everywhere. "You bastards, get out of here!" Rogge, who was wearing cactus power armor, punched out, knocking the 3 soldiers into the air. Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy stopped fighting, and the enemies above the artillery positions were all defeated. After all the enemies were brought down, Rogge looked at the fallen enemies all over the ground. "Sure enough, these Wapol men came to attack us," Rogge said. "Mobilizing so many troops just for us," Sanji said strangely. "But I think they must have other intentions, and from the beginning they violently shelled the village area. And the resistance forces are also entrenched here, so they must want to eliminate the resistance forces and deal with us by the way," Rogge said. Luffy looked surprised and said, "Really? Indeed, it's very possible." Sauron said, looking at the mess on the battlefield. "These guys actually said the village was blown up like this." Luffy looked angrily at the severely damaged village. The king's army village was severely damaged like this in order to eliminate the resistance forces, and everything here was wiped out. "These guys are disgusting. They actually put Miss Vivi and Miss Nami in danger." Sanji said indignantly. Rogge and Zoro were also ashamed after hearing Sanji's reason. Anyway, we can't let these guys go, Rogge said. Of course, Sanji said. At this moment, more than 100 enemies set up machine guns on a position not far from the crowd. Each machine gun was in a group of 3 people, and about 40 machine guns were quickly aimed at the 4 people. More than 40 machine guns fired fiercely at the 4 people. So much firepower. Rogge covered his head with his arms, and the cactus power armor on his body was strong enough to block a storm of bullets. The bullets hit the cactus power armor, but they all went in and couldn't penetrate the armor. Luffy relied on his rubber ability to be hit by countless bullets but bounced off. Both Zoro and Sanji stood back to avoid being hit. "You two grab my back," Roger said to the 2. Zoro and Sanji grabbed Rogge's back without saying a word. Rogge took big steps and rushed towards the machine gun position. After a quick charge, Roger rushed in front of the enemy's machine guns. "Fire quickly, damn it. Bullets can't penetrate. What is he wearing? His defense is so strong." Soldiers manipulating machine guns fired violently. The bullets hit the cactus power armor on Rogge's body like a rainstorm. The bullets hit the armor but could not penetrate it. At most, it can cause a certain amount of damage to the armor. But Rogge had already rushed into the middle of the enemies. Zoro and Sanji jumped out from Rogge's back. "Leave it too. Let's do it." The light of the knife flickered and the black foot kicked horizontally. The soldiers on the ground were killed one after another. There's also a finale. Rogge charged fiercely, knocking away the enemy and the machine gun. Suddenly, shouts, gunshots, knives, and melee sounds could be heard above the machine gun position. These soldiers were also shocked by Rogge's powerful fighting power. "How can these enemies be so strong?" a major said in shock. When he was shocked, suddenly a pair of hands grabbed him. Turning around, I saw Luffy coming over with his body strapped on his back. "What?" With a scream, the officer was knocked to the ground by Luffy. Luffy shouted happily, "I'm coming too." The 4 fought together, and the enemies on the machine gun positions were quickly killed. Jess looked at the situation on the battlefield, unable to shut up in surprise. "How could this happen? They can be so powerful," Jace said with his mouth wide open in shock. The officer on the side reported to him, "Our army suffered heavy losses. The machine gun unit was basically killed." "Well, we are a large force of 3,000 people after all. Attack them all." Jace gave the order in anger. After all, this king's army is a heavily armed force of people, and now it is fully engaged in dealing with 4 people. A large force of 3,000 people violently attacked the 4 people. The 4 found that the surrounding turbulent army surrounded them. "What's going on?" Roger said. "We seem to be besieged." Zoro said. "It's great, so many people are surrounding us," Luffy said happily. "Kill them," Sanji said. An army of 3,000 people fought fiercely with 4 people. Outside the village, 4 people were fighting fiercely with an army of people. Chopper, Dr. Gulliver, Usopp, Nami, Vivi, Marion, and Run Qi took refuge further inland. "Is there something wrong, Usopp?" Nami asked. "Well, it seems that after Rogge and Sanji went to the position, the enemy was in a mess." Usopp observed with goggles. In Usopp's goggles, thousands of people were fighting. Of course, just to deal with 4 people. "It's really scary," Marion said quickly. "Gah," he said while running fast and breathing heavily. Onion Bear, Maria, Levin, and Les also escaped here. The 3 people's faces were very gloomy. "Wapol is really going to wreak havoc on the area," Levine said. "He's going to kill us all," Les said angrily. "Because this is an area where resistance forces are entrenched. He wants to kill everyone with ruthless measures," said Maria the Onion Bear. For Maria the Onion Bear and others, this battle will destroy the countryside. The hometowns that have lived for generations have been destroyed. Waiwei looked at them with a heavy face and said, "It's so abominable. The king of a country actually slaughtered his citizens like this." Nami, Usopp, and Maria the bear all looked at Waiwei. The king should be loyal to the people and gain the recognition and love of the people, instead of resorting to horrific suppression and massacres like this. Vivi said angrily. Seeing how brutal Wapol's army is now, Waiwei can no longer hold back. Even in the kingdom of Alabasta, which was in a civil war, the king's army was only fighting the rebel army. There will never be massacres of civilians, but Wapol was so shameless. At this moment, a voice sounded. "You are right, Wapol does not deserve to be king." Waiwei and the others looked behind them. "I saw a burly and scary man standing here." Usopp was also shocked when he saw it and said, "What, it's a cow?" "No, it's a human. This man is as strong as a bull." The man scanned the crowd with calm eyes. Dalton, Onion Bear, Maria, Levin, and Les said in surprise. Waiwei, Usopp, Nami, Maria, and Runqi all looked at him in shock. Onion Bear Maria continued to introduce. "This is Dalton, the leader of the resistance." Dalton's imposing manner is calm, his body is burly, and his eyes are serious. Others thought he was really a cow when they saw it. "He is Dalton." Usopp looked at Dalton strangely and said. After Dalton looked at the crowd, he looked at the messy mess in the countryside. Behind Dalton were nearly 100 people, all armed with weapons and tools and wearing cotton-padded clothes like the villagers. These people are members of the resistance. "Are you all okay?" Dalton asked. Maria the Onion Bear replied. "Fortunately, he was not injured, but the village is already in a mess." "Then we need to go to the village to rescue those villagers," Dalton said, looking at the messy village again. The countryside is now full of collapsed houses and raging fires. Many people are dead, wounded, and trapped there. Dalton looked at Chopper and Dr. Gureva again and said, "Are you willing to help us?" Dr. Gulewa said very easily, "I usually don't do it if I don't have a good salary, but I hate Wapol just like you, so I can help you." Dalton looked at the Dr. Gureva happily. The village had suffered such a catastrophe and many people were injured. Now is the time when doctors are very much needed, and Gulewa's doctor has amazing medical skills, and it is the time when she is needed for help. Dalton looked at the severely damaged village and said, "It must be Wapol. He did this to destroy us. He wanted to turn everything into scorched earth." "Please let us help," Vivi suddenly said to Dalton. Dalton looked at the girl with long blue hair as if he had a feeling of déjà vu. "You're not from here," Dalton said. Waiwei continued, "That's not important. There are many casualties here. You guys need help too." Dalton continued to look at Vivi. "If you want to come, just come," Dalton said. Usopp looked ashamed and said, "Oh, you are so good at making decisions." Nami also frowned. Waiwei said to the two of them again, "Okay, aren't Rogge and Sanji dealing with the enemy's artillery?" Usopp suddenly remembered something and looked towards the village again. "It seems that the four of them have disrupted the enemy's position. The village has not been bombarded anymore," Usopp said. Nami also looked towards the village, feeling much relieved. "Let's help them too," Waiwei said. "Okay," Nami and Usopp said. Waiwei and the others followed Dalton's people and walked towards the messy countryside. At the same time, in the outer areas of the countryside, the four Rogges fought fiercely with elite troops of the king's army. How about this? Rogge rushed in front of an enemy carriage, raised the carriage and smashed it at another carriage. Accompanied by the violent sound, both carriages were smashed into pieces. The fighting soldiers of the king's army were all shocked. Why is this guy so powerful? The bullets and even shells of the king's army could not kill Rogge. Just when Rogge was beating the enemy into a state of panic, a burly figure rushed over. Rogge looked at the figure. The other party was tall and burly, more than 4 meters tall. There is a cannon on his shoulder. He also carried a large axe on his back. The upper body is also naked in the ice and snow. That face was even more murderous. "Here comes a big guy," Rogge said. The big man looked at Rogge fiercely. "You bastard will die." The big guy took the shoulder cannon off. A thick muzzle aimed at Rogge. "You want to blow me off?" Rogge clenched his arms in front of his chest to protect his head. "Go to hell." The cannon in the big man's hand shot out. Rogge was shrouded in flames. After the violent explosion, smoke enveloped the range of dozens of meters around. Many soldiers of the king's army were amazed. "Ah ha ha ha, it turns out that I, Roscoe, am the strongest," the big guy said proudly in a loud voice. This big man named Roscoli was originally a bounty hunter. Because he was favored by Jess, he was recruited into Wapol's army with a lot of money. In the past, He had killed all the prisoners with a bounty of 1,800 million Baileys. Roscali looked into the smoke. After the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, Rogge's figure still existed. How could this happen? Roscoe looked at Rogge in surprise. The cactus power armor on Rogge suffered some damage, but it was still intact on the whole. "Don't even think about hurting me with this kind of injury," Rogge said. Roger clenched his fists and rushed forward. Before Roscoe could dodge, Rogge's punch was already in front of him. With a loud bang, Roscoe was hit on the head, and his whole body was blown away. Roscali flew out and rolled on the ground more than 10 meters before stopping. A large group of King's army soldiers behind them were knocked down. Roscali, who was knocked down, stood up again. His face was covered in blood. "Asshole, are you really capable?" roared Roscoe. This burly and frightening man took the giant axe off his back and held a giant axe that could cut through a yak in his hand. "It's time to fight hand to hand. I'll stay with you until the end." Rogge clenched his fists and got into a fighting stance. What Roscoe roared and charged like a yak. He raised the huge axe in his hand very high and chopped it down on Rogge's head. Roger dodged the attack with a dodge. At the same time, the left hook was punched to Roscali's head with enough force to destroy the rock. But this time, Roscali learned his lesson and escaped the attack urgently. "It's not small and its movements are very flexible," Rogge said. "I have strength and speed," Roscali said. After Roscali pushed more than 10 meters away, his legs slightly bent, and his body suddenly jumped over. Rogge looked up at this guy, and Roscoe actually jumped to a height of more than 10 meters and then fell towards himself. This situation was really dangerous, and Rogge slammed away. Roscali's giant axe split the ground with a thick blade 3 meters deep. Picking up the giant axe, Roscoe attacked Rogge again. Melee combat is really not weak, and you need to go all out to defeat him. Rogge paid attention to the opponent's attack flaws during the battle. When Roscoe swung his giant axe and attacked, it was an opportunity. "Go to hell!" Roscoe slashed horizontally with his giant axe. Rogge jumped up suddenly and grabbed the opponent's shoulder. "Give you a taste of wrestling." Rogge swung Roscoe hard, and the big man was thrown out. Roscali was thrown and crashed into a carriage. Rogge suddenly found a cannon nearby, raised it and rushed towards Roscali. Rushing to Roscoe's eyes, Rogge brandished a cannon and aimed it at his head. There was an earth-shattering scream, and blood and teeth flew into the air. Roscali rolled a few meters away. Taking advantage of the situation, Rogge swung the cannon like a huge iron rod and hit the big guy more than 10 times in a row. Roscali suffered grievous injuries with broken bones all over his body. Final blow: Roger jumped up and smashed the barrel of the cannon down on Roscoe below. The surrounding soldiers of the King's army were terrified by Rogge's attack. With the last earth-shattering sound, the nearby white snow was blown away into a blizzard. Rogge threw away the barrel of the cannon, and the Roscali on the ground was smashed into the ground several meters deep. The blood all over his body was mixed with white snow, making it even more vivid. Finally done. Rogge panted heavily, and the cactus power armor on his body also suffered some damage. Rogge looked at the surrounding King's army soldiers. Thousands of soldiers of the King's army shrank back in fright. "Kill him!" Jace also rushed to the front of the formation at this time. The commander of the King's army personally supervised the battle. Rogge glanced at this guy, but the other party also had murderous eyes, and there was something terribly sad about Jace's odd face. "Where did the clown come from?" Rogge said. After hearing this, Jess became furious and shouted, "Asshole, I am Lord Jess, the commander of the King's army under His Majesty Wapol." "That's not a clown, just call you wavy mouth," Rogge said. Jace was still furious, and he quickly grabbed a longbow and an arrow from a nearby officer. "You use a bow and arrow," Rogge said. Jace knocked the delicate arrow onto his longbow. "You will soon know what a sharp archer is." Jace aimed the artifact at Roger. That eye is in the same line as the arrow of the bow. At this time, the King's army soldiers near Jace became stable again. Even the faces of some officers and soldiers were full of pride. Suddenly, Roger felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Even fear the bow and arrow in Jess' hand didn't know when to shoot. Rogge felt a sudden pain in his chest. A bow and arrow was already inserted into Rogge's chest. It even pierced through the cactus power armor. The cactus power armor, which was impenetrable even to cannons and bullets, was penetrated. Rogge looked at Jess. The guy had a smile on his face. What a great archer! Rogge yanked out the arrow from his chest. Fortunately, the cactus power armor blocked most of the attacks and did not penetrate his throat. Jay said proudly, "Well, even if your weird armor can block cannonballs and swords, it can't block my bow and arrows. Rogue's cactus power armor is strong enough to block guns and swords. The strength is naturally comparable to steel, but Jace's bow and arrow can actually penetrate steel." The surrounding soldiers of the king's army were very excited. "Your Majesty, Commander, Divine Arrow Technique, Commander. You are the patron saint of the drum country, Commander. Kill this guy." Rogge looked at this guy, but he didn't look at his wavy mouth and those sad eyes. But what was shot was such a powerful divine arrow. "My pirate's archery ability can hit an opponent even from 1,000 meters away. The bow and arrow I use are special bows and arrows given by His Majesty Wapol, a super powerful bow and arrow made of the finest Wapol alloy. Genius the archers and sophisticated bows and arrows. The steel-like defense has also been penetrated," Jace said. Rogge looked at this guy. It turned out that the opponent's bow and arrow was a special bow and arrow made of Wapol alloy, and it was also the most sophisticated Wapol alloy. Coupled with Jess' marksman ability, it's no wonder that even the cactus power armor was pierced. A sharpshooter needs a bow and arrow with perfect precision and arm strength. Jess has fulfilled these requirements perfectly. Rogge looked around again, and the soldiers of the king's army who had been intimidated just now had their morale boosted again. If Jess went to deal with Sanji and the others, the three of them might die too. He is still the most defensive among the four. Once oneself falls, other heat will also fall. "Jace, it seems that you and I only have one decisive battle." Rogge was ready to fight desperately. Jace looked at Rogge proudly and said, "You want to die under my bow and arrow so much. I will make you suffer for a while longer, so I have to start with your limbs first." Jace took another bow and arrow from a nearby officer. Put this bow and arrow on the longbow. Jace aimed at Rogge's thigh. Rogge felt a powerful, murderous aura rushing towards him. Rogge didn't see clearly when Jace let go. The opponent's bow and arrow had already hit his left thigh. There was a sharp pain in his left thigh, but fortunately the cactus power armor blocked most of the damage. What a great archer! Rogge endured the severe pain and pulled out the bow and arrow. Jess saw that Rogge's cactus power armor still prevented the powerful bow and arrow. Although it can penetrate the armor, it cannot really kill Rogge. "Looks like I need to shoot more arrows." Jace took 3 bows and arrows from the hands of the officers on the side. He put 3 bows and arrows on the longbow and pointed them at Rogge. "My lord can still shoot 3 arrows at once," Jess said. Jess is now tens of meters away from Rogge. Relying on Jess' ability at this distance, he definitely couldn't stop it. Rogge covered his head with his arms. After all, even if the opponent wants to shoot his limbs, it is still possible to attack the head in case. Suffer death. Jace fired 3 arrows. Rogge was hit in the arm and torso by 3 arrows. The cactus power armor successfully blocked most of the power, but the 3 arrows also pierced through this steel-like armor. Rogge felt severe pain in his arms, chest, and abdomen. Fortunately, it still only killed the flesh, but did not cause fatal injuries. Rogge pulled out the 3 bows and arrows and threw them away. Now Jace took 3 more bows and arrows from the officer on the side. "I'll give you 3 more arrows." Jess shot 3 more bows and arrows. This time, out of the 3 bows and arrows, 2 hit Rogge's arm and 1 hit his abdomen. A man is nothing at this point. Rogge pulled out the 3 bows and arrows. Rogge had just been hit by a total of 8 arrows. In the current situation, in order to defeat the opponent, close combat is required. Jess is a sharpshooter, but Rogge is % sure of winning in close combat. "Hey pirate, you are in a desperate situation," Jess said to Rogge. The words in that wavy mouth were full of sarcasm. Rogge clenched his fists. Although there was pain in his body, he had to rush over. Once you rush over, you can defeat the opponent. Jess brought a special bow and arrow from the officer at the side. The whole body of the bow and arrow was red, and the tip of the arrow was a spherical object the size of a palm. Let me give you a new bow and arrow to try. Jace put this different bow and arrow on the longbow. After aiming at Rogge, the bow and arrow shot out. The bow and arrow hit Rogge's chest, but did not penetrate the cactus power armor. Suddenly there was a violent explosion, and the arrow exploded violently. The explosion was more powerful than a cannonball. Under the huge impact, Rogge fell backwards. "Damn this bow and arrow," Rogge struggled to stand up and said. The surrounding king's army soldiers laughed when they saw Rogge being blown over. "Huh, what you were just hit with was my special bow explosive arrow," Jace said. Rogge looked at the sharpshooter and said, "Do you have a lot of bows and arrows? Show them all." Jace looked at Rogge and said, "Okay, I'll let you taste all my bows and arrows." Jace took another bow and arrow from the officer on the side. The whole body of this bow and arrow is purple. There is a palm-sized ball at the top, like a small cannonball. "Try this." Jace put the bow and arrow on the longbow and shot it. Rogge used his arm to resist the bow and arrow this time, but this time the bow and arrow still had no sharp arrows. After this bow and arrow was blocked by Rogge's arm, it did not explode violently like the previous bow and arrow. The purple orb of the arrow splits open. Purple smoke quickly spread out from inside. "What is this?" Rogge stepped back quickly. The purple smoke spread rapidly and Rogge took a few breaths inadvertently. After inhaling the purple smoke, Rogge's body quickly became paralyzed. This is... Rogge realized it was a poisonous gas. Jess in the distance looked smug. "You were hit by my paralyzing gas arrow," Jace said. Rogge gritted his teeth and held on. Although his body was a little paralyzed, it was not fatally injured. "I didn't expect that you have all kinds of evil arrows," Rogge said. Jace didn't stop and took another bow and arrow from the officer. The whole body of this bow and arrow is blue, and the top is also a ball-shaped arrow with the size of a palm. There are even more wicked ones. Jess laughed with a wavy mouth. Jace attached this bow to his longbow. Aiming at Rogge, the bow and arrow was also shot. "What is it this time?" Rogge blocked the attack with his arms covered in sweat. The arrow of this bow hit Rogge's arm. The arrow exploded and streams of blue liquid burst out. The blue liquid enveloped Rogge's whole body. "Why is it so sticky?" Rogge said in shock. The blue liquid was very viscous, covering Rogge's body. Rogge is now chained. "Ahaha, this is my sticky binding arrow," Jess shouted happily. Jess's continuous shooting of arrows was also exhausting his strength, so he handed the longbow to the officer on the side. "Okay, let me think about how to torture you to death next, or capture you and hand you over to His Majesty Wapol," Jace said. Jess even took a good red wine from an orderly and drank it with his head back. Rogge's body was severely restrained. Damn it, the body is so restrained that it's almost impossible to move. Rogge struggled hard, but to no avail. Looking at the vast snowfield around him, Rogge suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of despair. If it were a forest down here, just like the ancient island, then I would be able to... Wait, plants. Rogge suddenly remembered something. Jess and many soldiers of the king's army laughed at themselves happily. Rogge squatted down. After all, his body was severely restrained, but he was still able to move properly. Rogge began to press his hands on the ground. The plant fruit ability in the body starts to activate. Even the cactus power armor couldn't stop the green light, and it was transmitted to the ground below. There was still life in the earth below, and it's the smell of plants. Rogge clearly sensed that it is a plant that grows under the snow and is suitable for cold winter. This plant is also a vine. Very well, since it is a vine plant that grows under the college, then let's call you Snow Vine. Rogge was extremely surprised. Jess, who was resting while drinking red wine, looked strangely at Rogge, who was squatting down. Rogge's posture was strange, and his aura seemed to be looking for something. "What the hell is this guy doing?" Jace said strangely. Rogge continued to squat on the ground, the green light in his hand flickering more and more. Okay, the snow vine hidden under the snowfield. Help me. Rogge emitted amazing fruit energy all over his body. Green light filled his whole body, passing through his hands towards the snow vines deep in the ground below the snow field. The snow vines within hundreds of meters around were all sensed. Jess also found something wrong with Rogge. The sharp archer quickly threw away the red wine and took the longbow from the officer. No matter what medicine is sold in this kid's gourd, I will prepare it. Jace quickly knocked the bow and arrow to the longbow. At this time, Rogge had already developed the power of the plant fruits to the maximum. Snow vine. Defeat the enemy within meters, Rogge yelled. Whether it was Jess or the officers and soldiers of the king's army on the battlefield, they all felt their feet tremble for a while. This is a force that comes from the ground. Above the snowfield, within 100 meters, countless vines rushed out from the depths of the thick snow. These rushing vines whipped towards the king's army. How is this going? Oh my God, these monsters are coming out of the ground. It's a snake, no, it's a vine. How could this happen? The soldiers of the king's army were in a mess. These vines rushed out from the ground like extremely vicious giant pythons, violently attacking the surrounding soldiers. Jess was also attacked by 2 vines. These vines use irregular movements to whip and attack enemies that can touch them. What the hell, said Jess. Immediately afterwards, these vines rushing out of the snow began to bind the enemies they encountered. Oh my God, get back now. Jess hurriedly ordered. The king's army was in a panic and began to retreat towards the rear in a panic. It was also Rogge's attack that frightened these guys. Although the king's army is well equipped, they have never seen Rogge's attack ability. Rogge, who was surrounded by thousands of troops just now, was also happy when he saw how effective his attack was. However, the ability to use such a powerful plant fruit is extremely exhausting to the body. Rogge's face is already purple, and his whole body is soaked in sweat. It's really powerful, but it's enough to get me out of trouble. At this time, Rogge was both excited and extremely tired. Rogge continued to use the plant fruit ability. The palm continued to be pressed on the ground, and the green light was continuously transmitted into the earth. Several vines rushed out from the snow around Rogge. These vines began to clean up the blue viscous liquid on Rogge's body. The white viscous liquid on Rogge's body was quickly cleaned off. Rogge stood up again. Okay, you can continue to attack the enemy. Rogge said. The surrounding king's army was already in disarray. It was really dangerous just now. The most important thing now is to kill Jess. Rogge still had those arrow wounds on his body, but now the battle can be said to be a race against time. Otherwise it will be a failure. Rogge jumped up and started rushing towards the chaotic king's army. The king's army is now retreating towards the rear wantonly, and the army of thousands of people was unexpectedly defeated for a while. Along with the king's army that was about to retreat, Rogge saw Jace riding on a horse. Jess also saw Rogge, the sharp eyes of this sharpshooter. What this guy actually caught up. Jess said in surprise. Jace saw Rogge rushing towards him like an unstoppable giant elephant. Jace quickly picked up the longbow and quickly cocked the bow and arrow. I'll catch you up and I'll kill you without a place to bury you. Jess looked back at Rogge as he rode. Get ready to shoot deadly arrows. Jess' tall horse galloped all the way, and some soldiers of the king's army were crushed under the horse's hooves. Rogge already had precautions. Rogge removed 2 iron plates from the 2 wagons that had been destroyed just now. Blocked the 2 iron plates in front as a shield. Jace fired a bow and arrow. Coming, the iron plate Rogge used to block was pierced by the Wapol alloy arrow. However, only the arrow part of the bow and arrow penetrates the iron plate, and the tail and arrow body of the bow and arrow are stuck on the iron plate. Jace put 3 bows and arrows made of Wapol alloy on the longbow. This guy can also use an iron plate to block arrows. Jace fired 3 arrows. These 3 arrows were also blocked by the iron plate. Rogge rushed towards Jace while using an iron plate to block the opponent's bow and arrow. Soon the 2 iron plates Rogge used to resist became hedgehogs. But he was already close to Jess. Jess was frightened and quickly ordered the soldiers around him. Hurry and stop him. These king's army soldiers were still elite troops, and many began to intercept Rogge. No matter what, this pirate must be stopped. Everyone fights to the death and no retreat is allowed. Defeat this pirate and get seriously injured. The morale of the soldiers of the king's army was high, and they rushed towards Rogge again. A large number of king's army soldiers lined up and pointed at Rogge with their rifles. Fire! Hundreds of bullets were fired at Rogge. Rogge jumped up suddenly and hit the king's army heavily. What? Amazing! Just like a meteorite, Rogge rushed into the king's army, waving his fists and fighting fiercely for a while. The body charged like a raging wild beast. A large number of troops of the king's army were beaten into the air. The soldiers of the king's army had just mustered up the courage to confront Rogge, but they were quickly suppressed again. The infantry dispersed. The cavalry arrived. The infantry brigade of the king's army, which suffered heavy casualties, quickly dispersed. Dozens of burly cavalrymen on handsome horses rushed over. The cavalrymen stabbed with spears. Rogge looked at these cavalry and said, "Okay, let's see who is stronger." These cavalry were not the same as the frightened and flustered infantry on the battlefield. They also witnessed Rogge's powerful strength, but there was no fear on their faces. Charge and kill the pirates! The cavalry charged Rogge with their spears forward. When approaching Rogge, he quickly changed the formation of the cavalry, surrounding Rogge like a huge collar. Well, there are formations, but the result is the same, Rogge said. Suddenly, the cavalry rushed towards Rogge from all directions around him. The cavalry stabbed at Rogge with 3-meter metal spears. In this wave, more than a dozen spears pierced from all around. Rogge also couldn't dodge all the attacks. When these metal spears touched Rogge's cactus power armor, the cactus power armor, which was as defensive as steel, was actually pierced by the right spear. Rogge rolled violently to avoid the attack. The cactus armor on his body was pierced in 5 places. Among them, there are 3 on the back and 2 on the chest. There was blood dripping from his back and his chest. More than a dozen cavalry returned to the formation. How could this happen? Rogge said with a sharp pain in his body, seeing that there are dozens of cavalry surrounding him tightly. The 3-meter black spear in the opponent's hand was unimaginably sharp. Could it be the material of these spears? At this time, a cavalryman spoke. "The spear material we use is wapol alloy. It is extremely sharp, and the steel can be penetrated by the impact of cavalry. And our cavalry formation for you is the collar killing the enemy formation, which can be attacked or defended, and will restrain you like a trapped beast." Rogge looked around. These enemies were very powerful. Now it is really under siege. These cavalry are more threatening than Jess. The dozens of cavalry around really trapped Rogge like a huge collar. "These guys are really difficult to deal with," Rogge said. "I was trapped in the enemy's cavalry position, and the enemy could attack or defend. If you don't break out again, you will be killed sooner or later." Looking around at the cavalry, Rogge was about to fight. Either the fish dies or the net breaks. Rogge first stared at cavalrymen. Rogge used all his strength to rush forward like a giant bear. The cavalryman hurriedly brandished his black spear and pointed it at Rogge. Rogge rushed in front of the cavalry and avoided the opponent's spear. These cavalry charged even faster on horseback, but the 3-meter-long spear seemed inflexible in close combat. Rogge snatched the 3-second-long black spear and threw the cavalryman away. Rogge stood on the snow with a 3-meter-long spear made of wapol alloy. All attack! The cavalry quickly began their attack. The cavalrymen raised their spears and charged towards Rogge. With a confident expression on his face, Rogge brandished his spear and rushed towards the enemy. "It will make you all fall off your feet." Rogge quickly rushed to the side of a cavalryman. The spear in his hand was aimed at the horse, and he stabbed it. The horse's body was penetrated, and the horse and the rider on it fell to the ground. "Look, this is the first person to turn his back on his back," Rogge said loudly. The black spear in his hand was stained with bright blood. The snow was also covered with blood from horses. After the first cavalryman was knocked down, Rogge rushed towards another cavalryman who was rushing towards him. These cavalry are all wearing armor and holding 3-meter spears. They are very powerful in a straight-line charge, and the spears made of Vabal alloy are enough to penetrate everything. But the sidewards do have a lot of obvious weaknesses. The opponent holds a 3-meter spear, which makes the flexibility very poor. Rogge grasped this point and rushed to the side to assassinate the enemy's horses. There was another scream of horses, and the second cavalryman also fell. After stabbing 2 cavalrymen in a row, Rogge rushed towards the enemy more bravely. "What hiss, asshole!" Oh, accompanied by the screams of enemy knights and horses, a large number of cavalrymen were stabbed down one by one. Rogge became more and more courageous as he fought, wielding a 3-meter-long spear, coupled with a powerful charge. He turned and killed among the cavalry for a while. The soldiers of the king's army who were watching were still very happy because of the victory of the cavalry just now, thinking that they were still the winners. But now the situation has changed to Rogge bravely killing the cavalry. This guy really isn't built for you. Terrible, these pirates are really. Why are they so powerful? Besides this guy, there are 3 monsters. It's really a headache. How to do it? Rogge violently attacked the cavalry, and 17 or 8 of the cavalrymen were turned upside down by Rogge's men. However, these guys were still well trained, and soon the remaining 30 or so cavalry quickly distanced themselves again. Rogge also temporarily stopped attacking. The local formation has changed. From the original formation of a huge collar, it became a cavalry formation with straight sides on all sides. This cavalry formation is the same as a square. There were horsemen on all sides, all with their spears pointed forward, surrounding themselves. "To deal with villains like you, now use 4 sides to crush the formation," said the cavalryman. Rogge observes this formation, which is a one-sided or opposite 2-sided charge. Otherwise, you will accidentally injure yourself. Although the flexibility is not as good as the previous collar, which is excellent in attack and defense, its attack power and impact power are greatly increased. "They are indeed an elite force," Rogge sighed. The cavalry also replied, "Yes, we are the felony elite cavalry under the command of Commander Jess. They all have the rank of colonel. It is also one of His Majesty Wapple's most elite troops." Rogge is now surrounded by enemies and can be said to be in an extreme predicament. Now the only thing left is a gamble. Rogge gripped the spear tightly in his right arm. Cheating took out the thorn whip. In this situation, once the cavalry charge, it is the time for the 2 sides to decide the outcome and life and death. The cavalry aimed at Rogge with spears from all sides, front, back, left, and right. The 3-second-long black spear exuded extremely powerful murderous intent on the cold snowfield. Anyone who stands in the way will be pierced through the body, suffering from pain within the body. Charge! The 2 rows of cavalry behind Rogge, riding on tall horses, stabbed toward Rogge with spears in their hands. At this critical moment, Rogge threw out the thorny whip in his hand. This thorny whip is like a swimming snake, quickly stringing the horseshoes under the horses of the row of cavalry rushing forward. The original impact of this row of cavalry is amazing. With such a trip, he fell neatly forward. Rogge jumped over the line of fallen cavalry. What? The other cavalrymen were all shocked. Rogge quickly retrieved the thorn whip. The biggest weakness of this square 4-sided rolling formation is that once one side is broken, the whole will be shattered. Rogge fled across the road, rushing towards the hundreds of King's army who were watching the battle. The cavalry behind quickly pursued. "Don't run, you bastard!" This was the first time that the members of this cavalry suffered such heavy losses, and they wanted to kill Rogge no matter what. The cavalry rushed towards Rogge violently. Rogge was rampaging among the King's army at this moment. Many of the King's troops were knocked away. After that, the cavalry who pursued Rogge trampled on many soldiers of the King's army. The King's army is now suffering heavy casualties and is completely passive. The King's army of thousands of people fell into chaos again. Rogge also deliberately led the cavalry behind him to charge among the King's army, repeatedly interspersed with the King's army, causing the King's army to be repeatedly disturbed. With the powerful impact, the king's army suffered heavy losses. Rogge did not forget to deal with these enemies during the charge. Rogge seized the opportunity and stabbed a chasing cavalry horse from the side. The cavalry fell down with man and horse. Using this method, Rogge stabbed down other cavalrymen one after another. Among the king's army, this group of cavalry lacked a formation advantage. Moreover, it was blocked by the soldiers and ordnance of the king's army as obstacles. Rogge was able to stab all the remaining dozens of cavalrymen. After the remaining cavalrymen were stabbed down, the king's army was also in chaos. "Okay, it's your turn," Rogge waved the captured 3-meter black spear and said. The king's army was already in chaos, although Rogge suffered a lot of injuries. But the whole body is full of enthusiasm, which is a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation to kill the enemy. At this moment, a familiar voice came. "Roger, we are here." Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy also rushed from the other side of the battlefield. The three of them also went through several fierce battles, and their bodies and faces looked a little embarrassed. But the eyes of the three are full of fighting spirit, an unyielding fighting spirit, a fighting spirit that becomes braver as the battle progresses. "You must have fought very hard. Let us destroy these enemies together," Roger said boldly. The four rushed towards the king's army together. The king's army collapsed further under the powerful offensive of the four men. Among thousands of troops, Jace saw that they were defeated by the attack of 4 people. Seeing this situation, Jess' inner anger finally broke out. He opened his big, wave-like mouth and reprimanded him. "An army of 3,000 people was beaten like this by 4 people. Are you still considered to be His Majesty Wapol's elite king's army? Don't retreat. Concentrate your forces quickly and eliminate the 4 people." Jess' roars and orders were like a stone sinking into the sea without any sound. Now the elite troops of the king's army of thousands of people have been frightened. The 4 men charged hard, and the king's army retreated one after another. After fierce fighting, the king's army was continuously defeated. "These are some murderous gods. Retreat quickly. These guys are going to kill us all." Rogge felt happy for a while when he saw the defeated king's army. Just now this group of king's army bombarded the village wantonly, killing an unknown number of civilians. Now it's finally being punished like this. "Don't show mercy to these guys. These guys just killed many civilians," Roger said to the others. "Of course," Sanji said. "My sword will not let these guys go," Zoro said. "Knock them all away," Luffy said. The 4 charged fiercely, and the king's army continued to be defeated. Jess also saw that the situation was not good, so he hurriedly escaped on the tall horse, while the 4 were fighting fiercely in the village. Dalton, Vivi, Nami, Usopp, Dr. Gulliver, and Chopper worked together to treat the injured. Dalton and his men quickly rescued the injured, while Dr. Gulliver and Chopper treated the injured. "What a mess," Usopp sighed. "Collapsed houses and burning flames are everywhere in the village. The dead and injured were everywhere, wailing everywhere as if it was hell on earth." Nami looked here and sighed. "Fortunately, I left here in time." Wai looked around, getting angrier the more she looked. As the Princess of Alabasta, Wai has been full of responsibility since she was a child. It's too much. As the king of a country, he slaughtered his citizens so brutally. It's really unforgivable, Vivi said angrily. Nami looked towards the outskirts of the village again. On the snowy field there was the battlefield where the 4 of Rogge and the king's army fought. There has been no news for so long, so it is obvious that the other party has been suppressed. "Roger and Sanji should be fine," Nami said worriedly. Usopp looked in the direction of the outer battlefield. "No problem, those 4 monsters are enough to give the enemy a headache," Usopp said reassuringly. Marion was riding on the fastback, looking around in fear. "It's really scary. I'd better draw a pattern." Marion took out her palette and brushes. After a while of waving the paintbrush, Marion painted green circles on her clothes. The leisurely green, under the effect of this green, Marion also became very leisurely and peaceful. Usopp looked at her and said, "Your method is really good. Do you want some flowers too?" Marion asked. "Forget it," Usopp said. Usopp and Vivi, along with Nami and Malin, continued on. "There's a mother and son here, help them." Waiwei suddenly found a mother and son and said, beside a collapsed house, a mother and son were weeping. Are you all right? Waiwei greeted the mother and son. Usopp and Nami also looked at each other and went up to help. The mother and son were slightly injured, but mainly frightened. The three of Waiwei helped the mother and child to the carriage under Dalton. Dalton's men also brought many of the suffering villagers to their wagons. Dalton stood in the middle of the road in the village with a complicated expression on his face. A person immediately came to report. Dalton, the surviving villagers have all boarded the carriage. Dalton nodded after hearing this and said, order to retreat. Then Dalton looked up extremely angrily at the highest mountain in Drum Country. This meter-tall iron bucket-like mountain is majestic and straight. At the very top is Wapol's palace. Tyrant Wapol, you are not worthy to be a king. After Dalton finished speaking, he quickly went to direct the evacuation. Dalton and his men led a large number of villagers to leave here. Usopp, Nami, Waiwei, Marion, and Run Qi and Dr. Guleva and Chopper evacuated together. Further inland, there are also many pine forests. Everyone evacuated here. In addition, Dalton was worried that some other villages would also be attacked. Then he led the crowd to bring the nearby villagers here as well. After settling in the pine forest area, Usopp, Vivi, and Nami were all together. I helped a large number of villagers transfer just now, and several of them were also tired. Maria and Run Qi ate snacks and talked with some children. I don't know what happened to Rogge and the others. Usopp gasped. They must be fighting with the king's army, but wait for them. Waiwei said, those monsters will be nothing if they fight. Nami said with a sigh. Usopp looked at the pine forest. The pine forest area is far away from the village and even further away from the snowfield battlefield. Okay, wait for a few more of them. Usopp said. Waiwei looked up at the towering magnetic Drum Mountain. The mountain peak is several thousand meters high, and new snow clouds have appeared on the top and upper part of the mountain peak. On this winter island, snow is the order of the day. Sure enough, not long after, another heavy snow fell. Heavy snow quickly covered the destroyed villages again, put out those fires. On the outskirts of the village, the battlefield after the four of Rogge and the king's army were in a mess. Broken ordnance and blood are everywhere. The goose feather snow covered them all, concealing all the cruel fighting. The four of Rogge fought fiercely and finally repelled the king's army. The four Rogges stood on the battlefield like gods of war. The king's army in the distance kept fleeing. I said, are you tired? Roger said, it's tiring, but it's also refreshing. Sanji said, lighting up his cigarette again. It's such a huge number, Zoro said. I really want to keep fighting, Luffy said. Rogge looked at the messy battlefield and breathed heavily. The large amount of damage accumulated in the battle just now was finally exposed. Rogge suffered serious injuries from his arms to his torso. Rogge gritted his teeth and suddenly half knelt on the ground. Sanji saw it and asked, I was injured in the battle just now. Rogge's face was covered with sweat and he said, yes. Rogge was severely injured in the battle just now. Luffy looked at Rogge and said, Rogge, then go find that old woman for treatment. Sanji glanced at Luffy and said, fortunately, if you said something like that back then, she would have kicked you to death. But that old woman's medical skills are really superb. Luffy said with a smile. Rogge looked at the distant enemy and said, it's time for us to join Usopp and the others. That's right, let's go. Sanji said. Immediately Sanji had a beautiful expression on his face again. Well, MS, Nami and MS. Waiwei will definitely be very happy once they see our triumphant return, especially seeing me. Sanji was about to dance. Zoro looked at Sanji in disgust and said, hey, let's go quickly. Rogge, Sanji, Soron, and Luffy returned to the destroyed village first. After the fierce shelling by the king's army, the village has been reduced to rubble. But Rogge and others did not see the living people. What happened? Did everyone run away? Sanji said, looking around. The people here must have escaped while we were fighting the king's army. Soron said. Well, where did Usopp and the others go? Luffy said. Don't worry about this. Usopp must have evacuated with the others, Rogge said. Just when the four couldn't find Bay. Suddenly, a figure rushed over. Rogge looked at the figure, and at the same time the voice entered his ears. It seems to be it. Roger said. I saw running quickly and Usopp was on the back. Usopp saw the four of them and shouted happily. Ah, you won the battle, Luffy said happily. Yes, we won. Sanji and Zoro looked at Luffy and said, this guy is always so happy. Rogge looked at Usopp and said, where are Usopp, Vivi and Nami? Usopp said, ah, they and the villagers have all gone to the pine forest area. After hearing this, Rogge said, that's good. Miss Nami and Miss Vivi are not injured, are they? Sanji asked. No, because Captain Usopp, a brave sea warrior, defended them. No one was hurt. Usopp said proudly, pointing to himself with a thumbs up. That's good. I'm worried about the safety of the two ladies. Sanji's carefree face relaxed a lot. The realization of Usopp looked at Rogge again, and Rogge was sweating all over his face now, and his face was very ugly. Although the body is still wearing cactus power armor, it is also extremely damaged. Blood flowed from many wounds, and even the armor was stained red. Rogge, your hands are really heavy. Usopp said. Roger gritted his teeth and insisted, well, I can still persist. Hurry up and go to the pine forest area. The nurse Gyulewa is also there. Usopp said. Okay. Roger said. Under Usopp's guidance, everyone walked towards the pine forest area. The goose feather heavy snow in the sky is still falling non-stop. The fierce battlefield just now was covered with heavy snow. Everything is back to peace. Finally arriving at the pine forest area, Rogge and Sanji also saw Vivi, Nami, and the others. It seems that you have won. Waiwei stepped forward and said happily. Did you get rid of those guys? Nami said. Sanji said with a heroic look on his face. Yes, under our heroic battle, those evil troops were driven away. Luffy kept shouting, ah, meat. Is there any meat or other delicacies? I'm so hungry. Waiwei quickly turned her gaze to Rogge. Rogge is now covered in wounds. Even the outside of the cactus power armor is covered in blood. Rogge, your injury is so serious. Hurry up and get it treated, Waiwei said. Nami also looked at Rogge in surprise. Thank you for your care. Roger said. Waiwei led Rogge to Gyulewa's doctor. Dr. Gyulewa is continuing to treat the injured villagers. Chopper was helping on the sidelines, handling the medicinal materials and medical equipment. Rogge arrived in front of Dr. Gyulewa and looked at the doctor who had rejuvenated her body with wonderful skills. Dr. Gyulewa glanced at Rogge with her eyes. Did you have a fierce battle with the king's army? Dr. Gyulewa asked. Roger looked directly at her and said, yes. After the doctor, Lady Gyulewa sent away a patient at hand, she began to focus on Rogge. Although Rogge suffered a lot of physical damage, his eyes were full of unyielding will. I got some injuries, but please continue to treat the villagers first, Rogge said. Dr. Gyulewa looked at Rogge and Chopper came to Rogge. The reindeer sniffed Roger, and he could smell blood clearly. You're seriously injured, Gyulewa's doctor said. Rogge did not deny it but looked at Dr. Gyulewa calmly. The heroes who fight against Wapol, even pirates, I have to give priority to treatment. Sit down. Dr. Gyulewa said very seriously, her tone full of respect. Seeing that the other party was so sincere, Rogge couldn't refuse. Started to use the plant fruit ability to unlock the cactus power armor on his body. With the release of the power armor, Rogge's seriously injured body couldn't support it, and he half-kneeled to the ground. Rogge half-kneeled on the ground, bleeding profusely from his body, after the fierce battle before, especially Jace's bow and arrow. There were also spear wounds from enemy cavalry. Rogge suffered considerable injuries to his arms and torso. In addition, Rogge was bleeding heavily. You're hurt so badly, Usopp said in surprise. Luffy, Nami, and Vivi all showed surprised expressions. Roger's face was covered in sweat and blood. Dr. Gyulewa said, sit down quickly. Rogge sat down and the muscles all over his body twitched. The injury he suffered just now is finally fully revealed because of his relaxation. Dr. Gyulewa checked Rogge's arm, chest, and abdomen. The injury is really serious. Fortunately, there is no fatal injury. These wounds seem to be pierced by a sharp weapon. Gyulewa's doctor said, carefully examining the wound. What a brutal battle we have experienced this time, Usopp said with chattering teeth. Dr. Gyulewa first said to Chopper, Chopper, give me the anesthetic. Chopper was trained to take out a jar of thick anesthetic from the medical kit, and the anesthetic is sucked out with a needle. Here you are. Chopper gave the anesthesia needle to Dr. Gilwa. Dr. Gilwa injected the anesthetic in the needle into several of Rogge's wounds continuously. Okay, it's time for you to operate with a scalpel. Fortunately, there is no sharp object in the body. Gulewa's doctor said, "Please perform the operation." Rogge said. Dr. Gilwa began the serious operation. Although some of Rogge's injuries were not fatal, they were also deeply hurt. Dr. Gulewa cut open the wound and took care of the inside. Then applied the medicine and re-sew. Both Nami and Usopp gritted their teeth when they saw the operation, and finally turned their faces sideways. After looking at it for a while, Luffy hurried to other villagers to find something to eat. The operation went smoothly, and the wound on Rogge's arm was treated first. Wounds to the chest and abdomen followed. Even Gulewa, a doctor with superb medical skills, worked hard to perform the operation for a while. Rogge also deeply felt that this seemingly mean old doctor actually cared about others very much in his heart, and he was very proficient in medical skills, and with the strong work ethic of a doctor. After a long period of surgery, Rogge's body wounds were all sutured. Then the bandage was put on. "Okay, Mrs. Gulewa said very easily. Rogge looked at the wound on his body. "Thank you, Mrs. Gulewa." Rogge bowed and thanked him respectfully. Dr. Gulewa also nodded. Waiwei on the side also came over to see Rogge's body. Then she looked at Dr. Gilwa and said politely, "Thank you, Dr. Gilwa. How much do I need to thank you?" Dr. Gilwa had already picked up the bottle and poured it into her mouth. She glanced at Rogge and Waiwei. "Heh, no need. Hero against that bastard Wapol. I won't take his money." Rogge and Waiwei were a little surprised when they heard this. At this moment a burly figure walked over. "It's you fighting against the pirates of Wapol." Rogge looked at this man. The other party was tall and burly, wearing a heavy cotton coat. Looking at his appearance, he looks like a loyal old cow. "I'm Dalton, the leader of the resistance forces in Drum Country," said the burly man. Rogge looked at this burly man who was the leader of the resistance forces, the most daring man in the kingdom to stand against Wapol. Wapol glanced at Rogge. "You are really heroes. You were the ones who repelled the thousands of troops attacking here." Dalton said in admiration, "Thank you for the praise, but it's mainly Wapol who forced us to fight him," Rogge said. Dalton glanced at Waiwei again and said, "I listened to her about your general situation. Wapol is indeed a treacherous person. He has no principles, only interests and money. Because of your fighting, these village areas gave us time to evacuate. So, on behalf of the folks here, I thank you." Dalton bowed very solemnly. Rogge and Waiwei looked at him, which was a necessary gesture of gratitude from the other party. So Rogge and Waiwei also looked at him seriously. After a few seconds, he looked up again. "If you are like this, if anyone else is injured, please ask Dr. Gulliver to help treat it. Thank you very much." Dalton immediately said to Dr. Gurwa very solemnly. Dr. Gulewa looked at him casually and said, "You don't need to say I will treat them too. Hey, you still have the ones in hand and I will help give priority to treatment." Zoro and Sanji are also standing behind Rogge. "I don't need it. Rogge is the one we hurt the most." Sanji said, "I don't need you to heal me anymore. It's only a small injury this time." Soran said, "Although the two fought fiercely before, Rogge took on most of the pressure, so they only suffered minor injuries. As for Luffy, he was already alive and kicking to find something to eat. Is it really not necessary? Then I can help them see a doctor." Gulewa said. Dr. Gulewa and Kai'oba helped the villagers to see a doctor. Dalton looked at Rogge again, and Rogge also looked at him. "Dalton, I want to say something. Our battle just now did defeat Wapol's army, but to be precise, it was repulsed, not eliminated. I'm afraid he will make a comeback," Rogge said. "Well, Wapol really won't let it go," Dalton said with a sigh. Although Dalton was very calm on the surface, Rogge could see the heavy pressure on him. Rogge looked up at the highest peak of several thousand meters in the center of magnetic Drum Island. The barrel-like peak is already surrounded by ice and snow, like a huge iron barrel made of ice. The cold wind and snowflakes flutter around the mountain. "It really looks spectacular," Rogge said. Dalton also looked towards the mountain. "Wapol is up there?" Rogge asked. Yes, Dalton said. Dalton's eyes were full of hatred and anger, but hatred and anger against evil. Nami and Usopp also came over. Seeing that Rogge's body has been operated on, Usopp asked, "Rogge, is your body okay?" "Thank you for your concern," Roger said. Nami moved to Waiwei's side and asked, "This doctor didn't ask for money, did he?" "It's nothing," Waiwei said. At this moment Luffy also rushed over. "I brought food for everyone," Luffy said, picking up a bag of food. Usopp was very happy and said, "I'm hungry too. Eat something after the injury." Waiwei said to Rogge, "Thank you for your concern, I want to eat some food." Roger said politely. After a fierce battle he was injured again. After bleeding so much, Roger was really hungry. "You need to eat well and make up for it." Luffy opened the bag, revealing everything inside. There are cold meat, bread, grilled chicken, salted fish, eggs, butter, cheese, vegetables, and fruits. Although these foods are relatively rough, Rogge still feels his stomach growling after looking at them. Vivi took a piece of bread and handed it to Roger. "Thank you, Waiwei," Roger said after taking the bread. Waiwei said kindly, "It's okay. So much food, no wine." Sauron stepped forward to look at the food. Usopp and Nami were also hungry and started to eat bread and cold meat. Sanji frowned and said, "These foods have not been cooked, let me cook them properly." Sanji started looking for firewood and a pot to cook. On the simple stove that he built, Sanji wielded a table knife, and the cold meat was cut off delicately. Salt and pepper are sprinkled on top. Bread is buttered and grilled on a rack. Usopp, Nami, and Luffy, who couldn't wait to eat, rushed to help. Rogge and Sauron and others were chatting. Dr. Gulewa treated the injured villagers. After some cooking, everyone was finally able to eat Sanji's feast. Roger scooped up a large plate of broth from Sanji's cooking pot and drank it with a spoon. "Well, it's really delicious." Roger put the spoon to his mouth and tasted it carefully. The rich soup, delicious diced meat, and soft vegetables all make people have a long aftertaste. Spoon after spoon, Rogge drank up a large plate of rich broth. After Roger finished drinking, he went to the pot again and filled another plate. This time Roger took another piece of toast from the simple table beside him and put it in his mouth. "Sitting by a pine tree by myself, sipping delicious broth and eating toast. While eating delicious food, look at the surrounding pine forest. Thousands of villagers are now taking refuge here. Wapol's resistance also rested here. But even so, Usopp and Luffy did all kinds of funny moves, making the villagers and Wapol's men happy together. Heavy snowflakes are falling from the sky, but this area seems extraordinarily warm, not because of the warmth of the air, but because of the warmth of people's hearts." Dalton came over again and sat beside Roger. Dalton looked at Rogge and asked, "Do you feel better about your injuries?" "It's better, thank you," Roger said. Dalton sighed and said, "Now we are surrounded." "What?" Roger asked. After Wapol's subordinate Jess failed, he mobilized more troops to attack here. This time their attack will be very terrifying. Dalton said that Jess was very unwilling to lose, and he will definitely continue to do so. Rogge said, "The scouts are already conducting reconnaissance. There is probably a larger number of enemy troops attacking here. The number is at least. There are also a large number of heavy artillery weapons." Dalton said. Roger looked at the goose feather heavy snow in the sky and felt psychological pressure for a while. "We're friends in the trenches now?" Dalton asked. "Of course," Roger asked. Dalton was silent for a while and then said, "I used to think that pirates are all bad guys, but you let us know that pirates also have good guys, and you are all young people. You don't have what pirates have, that kind of evil. So Dalton, do you think identity distinguishes good people from bad people?" Roger asked suddenly. "It doesn't seem to be the case. It seems that among the kings there are good kings who love the people like their sons, and there are also tyrants like Wapol." Dalton said, "The good and evil of a person lies in his or her character and choices," Rogge said. Dalton looked at the sky for a long time and said, "Maybe you are right." Rogge continued to ask, "If we break out, can we break out of this island?" "Basically impossible. Wapol has deployed a large number of warships, mines, and forts around the island of the Drum Kingdom. It is impossible to rush out. The only way out is the port, but it is heavily guarded." Dalton said. Let me ask you a question, Dalton. Since you are so oppressed, is anyone leaving here? Rogge asked. Dalton was silent for a while and said earnestly, "Some people did leave here, however most of them stayed, except for those who were enslaved and controlled by Wapol. Those of us who resisted him are all continue to resist him. The Drum Kingdom is our homeland and we will resist Wapol. Take back the once good Drum Kingdom, the country where everyone was equal." "Well, having your own persistence is a very remarkable thing," Rogge said. Dalton looked at Rogge solemnly and asked, "Then do you still want to leave here?" "We can't leave here, and we are leaving with our pirate ship. You don't have to ask, other people must think so." Rogge said, "You are really a group of pirates with pursuit." Dalton said, "Each of us has our own dream. It seems like a group with full personality, but individuals are greatly respected. Everyone here is equal," Rogge said. Dalton looked at Rogge for a long time and then looked at the others. "Indeed. In addition to your vitality, you also have your own dreams. I have seen many pirates, but they only become pirates for money or even killing and torture. But you do it for your personal dreams, and everyone is equal," Dalton said. Dalton then looked at Waiwei again and said, "Hey, I seem to have seen her before. I saw her when I was a minister under Wapol. It was at an international conference, but she was still very young." "Well, she is very kind. She is also very responsible," Roger said. "You are really nice young people," Dalton said. Dalton looked up at the sky and there was heavy snow in the sky mixed with cold wind howling. "The current situation is still very critical, although we repelled them before, but they are coming again," Rogge said. "This time the opponent has 5,000 people and they must have brought a lot of heavy artillery," Dalton said. "For Dalton and the resistance, this time one could be doomed." Roger looked at Dalton, although Dalton's face was calm, but there is a lot of hatred hidden. "Let me tell my friends, let's fight side by side," Rogge said. Dalton looked at Rogge and said gratefully, "Thank you. It's nothing, we are also enemies of Wapol, we need to fight anyway," Rogge said. Then Roger stood up and went with Dalton to talk to Sanji and Luffy. Rogge and Dalton walked over to Sanji and the others. There was a discussion. "Look, of course we have to fight Wapol," Sanji said. "Since that guy is going to chase us down, we can't dodge it," Sauron said. Nami hesitated but finally said, "In this case we are going to fight Wapol, but does he have any treasure? You won't say you want to share some." Usopp complained. "There is treasure, then let's fight that guy," Luffy said. "We can't leave unless we deal with him," Waiwei said. Rogge said happily, "In this way let's fight side by side with Dalton and the people from Drum Country. It is good, without breaking a sweat, the collaboration is official." Roger and Dalton also smiled knowingly. The two sides are now official allies. Dalton happily said to everyone, "It's a great honor to meet you young heroes. Where, it is also a pleasure to fight with you," Rogge said. While everyone was chirping, Sauron asked, "By the way, the enemy is attacking again. How big is it?" Dalton's complexion became heavy again. 5,000 troops and a large amount of heavy equipment. As soon as the words came out, everyone present sighed. Especially Usopp and Nami's faces became extremely ugly. Sanji frowned too. "That's a lot," Sanji said. "Another fierce battle," Sauron said. "It doesn't matter, now we can only fight," Rogge said. Sauron asked Dalton again and said, "How many of you are there?" "I have 500 resistance forces here. There are hundreds more in other areas of the kingdom," Dalton said. Usopp clapped his hands and counted. 500 versus 5,000. Usopp looked very ugly. "Wow, 1 to 10, Luffy said. "Idiot, what are you happy about?" Nami said. Roger's face was also serious, but his eyes were still full of passion. "There is no way out now, try to deal with them," Rogge said. "Now for everyone, the army is overwhelming, and if you don't want to fight, you have to fight. But this time we need to use our intelligence more," Rogge said. "Yeah, take advantage of the environment," Dalton said. "Okay, let's discuss it," Rogge said to the others. Just as Rogge and others were preparing to fight in the pine forest area, on the snowfield some distance away from the pine forest area, an army of 5,000 men surrounded the pine forest area from 3 sides. The pine forest area is surrounded by the canyon area to the east, and is surrounded by Jace's army to the west, north, and south. On the snowy field to the west, The army stopped here and started the mighty construction. A large number of bricks made of ice were piled up into fortifications. Here and there, wagons brought large quantities of ice, which were then cut into bricks on the spot. The ice bricks were piled up again, and after being formed they were poured with water and completely frozen into a rectangular house shape. In the fortifications, Jess and a group of officers patrolled. Well, sure enough, it's a good way to use fortifications to surround the enemy, Jess said as he walked. More than a dozen officers around respectfully introduced the situation to the Wave Mouth Commander. It's a world of ice and snow here, and the ice blocks are built into fortifications. Deploy large troops in the fortifications and set up heavy weapons such as machine guns and cannons. Once the enemy charges and breaks through, then use the fortifications to resist the enemy. An officer said, "It goes without saying that this group of resistance forces, even the pirates before, can't break through these fortifications." Another officer said, "At the mention of pirates, the corner of Jace's mouth twitched. That's the tick that comes with being emotional." The surrounding officers immediately realized that they had mentioned a sensitive issue, and their faces changed. Jess was beaten badly by Rogge and the others before, and he was very annoyed. But Jess waved his hand immediately and said, "It's okay, let's talk. Winning or losing is a common matter in military affairs, and we built such powerful fortifications just to focus on dealing with those crazy pirates." "Yes, the commander is right," said an officer. "In addition to the west, the south and north are also fortified, except for the canyon on the east, but unless they are crazy, there is only a dead end in the canyon." Another officer said, "Is this our way of fighting? Just besiege them here, then continue to harass and fight, and their breakout will be blocked by fortifications. They will freeze to death and starve to death here for a long time. Therefore Dalton and the pirates will become lions that freeze and starve to death," Jess said. Jess looked at the fortifications again, and now the fortifications surrounded the area like a city wall. Now 2 floors have been completed and are being reinforced. "More is needed," Jess said. "Okay, Commander, we plan to build a 5-story fortification group, block the enemy here." An officer said, "Continue to strengthen the progress." Jess said. Yes, many officers said. Jace continued to inspect the fortifications. Finally came to the front of the fortification group. After pulling away for a while, I looked at the fortifications from a distance. The fortifications are all rectangular house-sized buildings made of ice bricks. Above the building, there are windows for cannons and machine guns. However, after the fortifications were built, the heavy snow falling from the sky covered the fortifications, as if they were integrated with the snow field. This seems to be more difficult to find. "Smelly pirates and Dalton's resistance forces, you will all perish here," Jess said proudly. Thousands of officers and soldiers built hundreds of fortifications around the pine forest area. These fortifications were like a death cordon, locking everyone inside. Rogge, Dalton, and others in the pine forest area, after some planning, finally decided to concentrate their forces to break through to the north. "Well, that's the only way," Dalton said. "Dalton, you and 500 resistance fighters cover the villagers and break through together. We will open the way." Rogge said. Dalton said with great appreciation, "You are so brave. Look at what you said, we are going forward bravely. Even if you persuade us, some people will not agree." Rogge said. "Yes, go for it," Luffy said happily. At this moment, suddenly several of Dalton's men rushed over urgently. "Big, something bad is going to happen," these few gasped and said. "What's going on?" Dalton asked. "Everyone is looking at a few people. We reconducted reconnaissance. The enemy did not attack but surrounded us with fortifications. Now there are fortification groups to the south, north, and west. Thousands of enemy troops are building fortifications non-stop. In other words, we are blocked stay." One person said. Dalton and Rogge were stunned. "We are said to be under siege," Dalton said. Dalton's men continued. "Yes, the enemy built houses with ice blocks and placed heavy weapons inside. Resist our breakthrough." Rogge and Dalton looked at each other and said, "It seems that our breakout plan has failed." Yes, we need to change our tactics. Unexpectedly, Jess actually adopted a siege tactic. Dalton said. Dalton continued to ask, looking like this, how are the enemy's fortifications being built? There are fortification groups from the west, south, and north. 2 layers of fortification groups have been built. More fortification groups are still being built. Dalton's people continued. The faces of Dalton and Rogge became extremely serious. It is now under siege. By the way, Dalton, there are no supplies in this pine forest area. Could it be that the other party wants to consume us with hunger and cold, but we will die without a fight? Rogge said. Dalton looked up at the continuous heavy snowfall in the sky and said, yes, we only brought a small amount of food and supplies to this pine forest area. Once they are consumed, they will die. Rogge said, if this is the case, let's go to investigate. After all, it is better to see it with our own eyes. Okay, the specific situation needs to be seen in person, Dalton said. After everyone discussed it, they went to the west to explore. Dalton and Rogge arrived at the snowfield to the west of the pine forest area. Here we are, here is the enemy's fortification group. After arriving, Dalton's men said, everyone looked and saw a group of hundreds of snow-covered rectangular outline fortifications blocking the front on the snowfield to the west. Because the sky is constantly falling snow goose feathers to cover these fortifications. So at first glance, I thought it was the naturally formed small snow mountains. So many are actually fortifications. Dalton said. Usopp pulled the goggles off his hat and looked towards the fortification. Among the goggles, although these fortifications are covered with heavy snow, there are still some windows on them. There are also cannons and machine guns. It's horrible, Usopp gasped. Sanji looked at the group of fortifications and said, it seems that the wave mouth suffered a loss last time and learned a lesson. This time it built so many fortifications. It's really hard to deal with. Sauron said. Waiwei looked at the fortification group and said, these, if you charge forward, it is really difficult to rush out. Luffy said excitedly, it's fun, rush over and have a look. Are you crazy? Don't startle the snake. Nami punched Luffy and said angrily. Rogge looked at these fortifications and knew that he would definitely not be able to escape. Moreover, the enemy is still strengthening the fortification defense layer by layer. Dalton, I definitely can't get out of the front, Rogge said. Indeed, we are blocked here, Dalton said, when everyone was feeling sad among the fortifications. Jace was currently among the fortifications to the west. In one of the fortifications in the fortification complex, a table was set up in front of Jace. Of course, the table is made of ice bricks. There was a pot of hot coffee on the table. Finally, we have inspected all 3 defense lines. It's time to drink coffee and relax. Jess picked up a mug of hot coffee and drank it. After the igloo fortifications are built, other officers and soldiers can rest in their respective fortifications, drink coffee and eat bread and bacon. At this moment, an officer rushed in suddenly. Commander Jace, there is an emergency, the officer gasped. Jess was a little unhappy, but he still suppressed his emotions and asked, what's wrong? The soldiers on guard at the fortification spotted the enemy. It was Dalton and the pirates. Among the pirates was the one who defeated us last time, the officer said. What? Jess stood up in surprise. The coffee cup and pot were overturned. Where is it? Take me there quickly, Jace said. Come with me personally, Commander, said the officer. The officer hurriedly led the way, and Jess and some officers also followed. Jess and the officers finally reached the top of one of the front rows of fortifications. Here, you can see the pine forest and part of the snowfield ahead. Look over there. The officer handed Jace a binoculars. Jace used his binoculars to look where the officer was pointing, under a pine tree. A group of people are hiding there. Among them was Dalton and that face that Jace couldn't forget lately. Rogge. It really is them. Dalton and that pirate, these guys are all here. Jess made a murderous voice. The officer looked at Jess, who now exuded an astonishing murderous aura. Commander, please give the order, the officer said. Jess took the binoculars down, looked at the pine tree and looked around. Okay, since they dare to come here to investigate, then there is no return, Jace said furiously. The officers around him were all trembling, but Jace was always cold. but such anger is indeed rare. It can be seen that Rogge and the others defeated Jace before and he suffered humiliation. Order all forward fortifications. Attack the enemy with artillery. Meanwhile, cavalry units prepare to strike, Jace said. Yes, Commander, the officers said. Orders were delivered swiftly. The fortifications on the entire defense line were immediately full of orders. The soldiers quickly entered the fighting state. The fortifications of the first row are equipped with most of the artillery. Cannons were calibrated at the windows of the fortifications. All targets were set under the pine tree where Rogge and the others were. Fire! Accompanied by the order, hundreds of cannons let out roars that shook the sky and the ground. Hundreds of shells were fired at the pine trees. Rogge, Dalton, and the others were also shocked by the cannons of the shaking things. Could it be that? Dalton looked at the fortifications in amazement. We've been discovered, Rogge said. Hundreds of cannonballs were already flying in the air. Oh my God, Usopp and Nami said in surprise. Ga ran fast and was frightened. Sauron held the hilt of the sword and said, "There are so many it's really hard to intercept." "It's too strenuous," Sanji said as he stretched his ankles. "Okay," Luffy said, waving his arms happily. Rogge looked forward and pulled out the thorny whip in his hand. "It seems that we need a bloody battle," Rogge said. Hundreds of shells approached constantly. "Help!" Usopp was so frightened that he ran around. "It's so." Dalton's face was covered with sweat and he was speechless. The fruit ability in Rogge's body was activated, and the thorn whip was wrapped in the hotel and grew rapidly. Thorn whip. Skynet Huey. The thorn whip quickly formed a huge net with a diameter of tens of meters above the crowd to block the cannonballs. The shells exploded after hitting the thorn net. Dozens of shells exploded, forming earth-shattering flames and smoke above the crowd. "Retreat quickly," Dalton said. "Everyone get out of here quickly." Rogge's body continuously activates the fruit ability to rapidly grow the thorn whip, turning it into a giant net. King's army artillery also saturate the Pinewood area. There were shells falling all around and huge white snow splashed after the explosion. The direction everyone was going was 4 carriages. "Hurry to the carriage," Usopp cried in fear, when everyone was running to the king's carriage. Suddenly several shells hit the carriage. During the explosion, the carriage was blown to pieces, and the horse's flesh and blood flew everywhere. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions were extremely sad. "Damn it," Rogge said. Usopp's expression changed with fright. Rogge desperately used the thorn whip to turn into a net to stop the shells. But after all, the opponent's shells are too dense, and it takes a while for the net formed by the thorn whip to grow back after being blown apart. This gave Zoro, Sanji, and others the opportunity to block the cannonballs. Sauron held the word Hedao in his mouth and held Zuzu and Gitch in his hands. With the powerful swordsmanship, the cannonballs were sliced and exploded one after another. Sanji also aimed at the cannonballs one after another, kicking them back. Some also hit the fortifications on the other side of the fortification group. At this time, Jace was observing from the top of a forward fortification. "Such a powerful bombardment the enemy can't parry. Those pirates are sure to die. The traitor Dalton will also be finished," Jess said proudly. Yes, Commander, we will surely win," the officers around said flatteringly. Just when Jace and the officers were feeling proud, suddenly a cannonball brought back by Sanji hit the front end of their fortification. Gosh, with screams, Jace and his men flew out for a long time. Jess fell to the snow beside the fortification, stood up again and shook the white snow off his body. Damn, Jace also spat out the snow in his mouth. Looking again, a few more fired shells finally flew back. How could this happen? Jess ran away in fright. Shells hit several fortifications. Jess quickly hid in the deeper fortifications. The fortifications of the king's army kept bombarding Rogge and them with heavy artillery. Rogge and Dalton fled all the way and finally gradually left the shooting range of the opponent's artillery. The group returned to the depths of the pine forest. "It's really unlucky," Usopp said with a look of embarrassment. "It's okay like this. You are lucky to save your life," Nami said. Luffy, on the other hand, had an innocent look on his face and murmured, "It was really fun just now. Why did you run away?" Are you crazy? You are not afraid of cannonballs, but others are scary. Nami yelled. When Usopp and the others were arguing, Rogge and Dalton looked ugly. Both of them are thinking about how to face the immediate crisis. The fortifications built by the king's army can basically be said to be impenetrable like iron barrels. Dalton, do you have any ideas? Roger said. No. The situation is critical now, Dalton said. For everyone, it is now like a trapped beast without supplies and can only wait to die. What's more, thousands of people are hiding in this pine forest area. Things like food are quickly consumed. Rogge walked in thought and finally thought of something. Dalton, you said that the east of this area is a canyon. Rogge asked. Yes, but it's a tough place, Dalton said. Rogge was silent again and said, then let me go and have a look. Do you think you have a way? Dalton looked at Rogge. It seemed that Rogge had a way. Rogge continued, take me to have a look, maybe there is a way. Seeing that Rogge seemed to be really paying attention, Dalton was also happy and said, okay. In this current situation, there is still a glimmer of hope that must be grasped. Dalton then took Roger and the others to the canyon area in the east. After walking for a while, we finally reached the canyon area. This is it. Dalton and Roger stood at the edge of the canyon. At this moment, the sky is still full of goose feathers and heavy snow falling continuously. Heavy snow fell into the canyon below, and even the canyon was stained white. Rogge looked down from here, and there was a distance of hundreds of meters or even deeper below. From here to the flat land on the other side of the canyon, it is more than meters. I looked carefully again and there were no bridges around. Dalton looked at Rogge and asked, Rogge, do you have an idea? Yes, Roger said. What an idea, Dalton said. Build a bridge, of course, use my fruit ability. Rogge said. Dalton also seemed to be enlightened. He also knew that Rogge could control powerful plants. Roger continued to walk on the edge of the canyon cliff for a while. In the end, Rogge reached the best place on the edge of the cliff and on the flat ground opposite. Okay, it's time to make the bridge, Rogge said. Roger quickly walked to a pine tree near the canyon. This pine tree is tall and can be used to make bridges. Rogge began to use the plant fruit ability all over his body, and his whole body was glowing with green light. Dalton and others also saw Rogge's powerful fruit ability play with their own eyes. Then, Rogge put his arms around the pine tree. In the eyes of everyone, the pine tree began to grow rapidly. Whole pine trees rise from the ground. The pine tree moved to the side of the canyon under the power of Roger's plant fruit, and the pine tree fell sideways. The pine trees continued to grow, quickly becoming 50 meters long across the top of the canyon. This is not over yet. The trunk of the pine tree continues to grow and turns into a very gentle bridge-like giant pine tree. All right, Roger finally finished, breathing heavily. It's done, Usopp said loudly after regaining his composure. He's so handsome, Luffy said, still strong. Sanji said, I have to say this is very good. Sauron also said. Dalton was even more shocked and said, I can't believe it. Rogge was also covered in cold sweat. He was exhausted from using the fruit ability just now. However, the cold weather here will soon subside. Dalton and several of his subordinates were shocked and unable to extricate themselves. Rogge walked up to Dalton and said, Dalton, this bridge is fine. Dalton also nodded and said, indeed, it's well built. Rogge said, everyone can go up and have a look. After speaking, Rogge walked to the pine tree bridge. This bridge is extremely strong because the trunk of the pine tree is integrated, and some bridges will not collapse due to brick problems. Then Sanji and the others also walked onto the bridge. Everyone walked on the bridge. This pine tree bridge was very strong. What a bridge, Dalton said. In this way, it's a problem to let thousands of people walk over. Rogge said, with this bridge, thousands of villagers can escape from here. I have to say this bridge is very good. Sanji also said. Everyone walked to the flat area opposite the bridge and then walked back to the previous cliff. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Rogge said to Dalton, okay, hurry up and tell the villagers to move. Dalton nodded and said, yes, this pine forest area is actually not safe. Although the enemy is not attacking, they may have powerful long-range artillery. Roger and Dalton hurried back to the Pinewood area. Dalton's men quickly began the transfer of thousands of villagers. Thousands of villagers passed the Pine Tree Bridge and started the transfer smoothly. Among the fortifications in the west, Jess is resting in one of the fortifications. "Well, it's just comfortable here," Jace said as he sat on the chair and drank hot coffee. The surrounding officers used phone bugs for various communications. Jess asked the officers, "How's it going? Is there anything new?" "Commander Jess, the fortifications in the north are fine." An officer said, "Commander Jess, the fortifications in the south are fine." Another officer said. After hearing this, Jess nodded in satisfaction. "Obviously, these pirates and Dalton are all afraid of our fortifications." Jess said proudly. The last time Rogge and Dalton were investigating, they were repelled by fierce firepower. Jess was already quite sure that no one dared to charge towards the fortifications. The fortification groups trapped the opponent like an iron wall. An officer asked Jace, "Commander, what will happen to these enemies in the future? Didn't you install the large caliber mortars made by Drexus on the 7 iron barrel peaks before? After installation, you can bomb targets in the Drum Kingdom. Of course, this also includes here," Jess said. The officers' faces changed drastically when they heard this. "You said you wanted to bomb this place," the officers said in surprise. Jess said naturally, "Yes, it happened to be a weapon experiment. In this case, Dalton will also be wiped out." An officer said. Jess said proudly, "Dalton and those pirates are all people who deserve to be killed by 1,000 cuts. This is the best way. But may I ask, Commander, when will the bombardment take place?" An officer asked. "This, according to the current situation. It will take about half a day to install those cannons. In other words, the first shelling will start in half a day," Jess said. After Jess finished speaking, he poured a new cup of coffee into Lay's cup and continued to taste it. The skies over magnetic drum country are still falling with goose feathers and heavy snow, and the time is gradually approaching evening. The cold wind also picked up at night. In the eastern canyon of the pine forest area, villagers moved from the Pine Tree Bridge to the area on the opposite side of the canyon. On the flat ground opposite the canyon, Rogge, Dalton, and a group brought the rear and 2 villagers over. "It's finally good. Now so many people can leave here," Dalton said. Roger looked at the Pine Tree Bridge, which allowed thousands of people to pass without any problems. "Dalton, so many people have been moved. Then where do they go?" "It's late now," Rogge said. "It's late now and it's cold here with wind and snow. Thousands of people still don't know where to move. Let's see if Dalton and the others can do anything." "I have a way to go to the areas we know," Dalton said. Usopp also shook his body and said, "Hey, have you discussed it? It's really cold here." "Well, we have almost eaten the food before. After careful calculation, we have stayed in the pine forest area for 2 days. Find a place to get some ingredients quickly and I will make some delicious food for Nami and Miss Vivi," Sanji said. "Indeed, so many people need to be resettled." Waiwei said, "Gah." He ran so fast that he screamed from the cold. Sauron also felt a little sleepy and said, "It's not bad to find a good place to sleep." "Okay, everyone, please follow me," Dalton said. At this time, there was an iron barrel peak nearby. This peak is the 3rd peak from north to south on magnetic Drum Island. The tops of mountains thousands of meters high are flat areas. On this flat area are warehouses and 4 large forts. The warehouse is full of munitions, and there are a large number of soldiers guarding here. 4 large forts are located at the 4 corners. Hundreds of soldiers are now working quickly. 4 large forts were checked repeatedly by them. Inspection of no. 1 fort is completed, inspection of no. 2 fort is completed, inspection of no. 3 fort is completed, inspection of no. 4 fort is completed. The officers of the 4 forts gathered in front of the colonel of the king's army at the top of the mountain to report the situation. "Well, very good." The bearded colonel nodded. The colonel held a phone bug and said, "Report to Commander Jess. The artillery at the top of North Peak 3 is ready. 4 long-range large mortars made by Lexus have been installed on the fort." Jess's voice came from the other side of the phone bug, and the other party said proudly, "That's good, now you can shell the pine forest area as planned. Be careful, Use incendiary cluster bombs. Yes, Commander Jess, the colonel replied. The two parties then ended the call. The bearded colonel gave the order. All the soldiers listened to the order and aimed the two forts that can attack the pine forest area, namely the No. 1 and 4 turrets at the pine forest area. Load the alphabet incendiary shells, calibrate and fire. As you command, sir, said the officers. Then the officers of the No. 1 turret and No. 4 turret rushed to execute the order. The colonel, 2 other battery officers, and some adjutants reached the edge of the mountain. Watch the bombardment about to begin. Both forts No. 1 and No. 4 are aimed at the pine forest area northwest of the mountain, above the 3-story fort of Fort No. 1. A 10-meter long, 1-meter diameter long-range large mortar is being calibrated. The body of the long-range large mortar, made of 10-meter long stainless steel, is painted black, and there are words made by Drexus on the body of the gun. The bottom of the long-range large mortar is a base that can rotate 360 degrees on the shaft. On the side of the long-range large mortar is a calibration device with an ultra-long-range telescope. There are Lexus-trained artillery surveyors who have been there in person to make adjustments. There is an ultra-long-range telescope on the calibration aiming device, which can be combined with the scale of the device to measure the distance. In addition to the long run, there is also a height difference. Skilled artillery surveyors crunch the data to arrive at values for the inclination of the long-range large mortars themselves. The target area is 29 degrees northwest. The lateral distance is 6,700 meters, and the altitude difference is 4,100 meters. It is recommended to use a 75-degree slope altitude. Artillery manning long-range large mortars quickly maneuvered the cannons into position. Huge and murderous long-range mortars were aimed at the pine forest area. Next, 4 artillerymen pushed the shell loader with its runner and lifting lever to the rear of the long-range mortar. Open the hatch at the rear of the long-range mortar, and a spherical shell with a diameter of 1 meter is loaded into it. The No. 4 turret has also made numerical confirmation, adjustment and loading according to itself. Both forts were aimed at the pine forest area of the target area. Fire. There were 2 earth-shattering shelling sounds, and 2 streaks of fire pierced the night sky and fell in a parabola towards the pine forest area. 2 huge shells hit the pine forest area. 2 earth-shattering explosions blasted the impact point into flames. At the same time, more palm-sized sub-cannonballs flew out and shot in all directions. These sub-cannonballs were filled with special incendiary agents, and they exploded after falling to the ground again. Soon 2 huge seas of fire appeared in the pine forest area. Under this dark night, everyone can see clearly. Rogge, Sanji, and others who had just retreated from the pine forest area, Dalton and the villagers, all saw this earth-shattering scene. "What's going on?" Usopp said in surprise. "Could it be that they shelled here?" Dalton said. "The shelling was like a fire, but there were indeed 2 shells shot from the direction of this mountain peak just now," Rogge said. "It seems to be a cannonball that can burn." Sanji said, "What a terrifying destructive power." Sauron said, watching the scene of raging flames. The pine forest area was on fire, and just 2 shells caused such burning and destruction. And in the fortification group on the west side of the pine forest area, Jess was already standing on the top of a fortification, watching this spectacular sight. Through the binoculars, Jace saw a raging fire in the pine forest area. "It's very destructive. It's worthy of the advanced artillery shells and long-range giant mortars specially made by Lexus," Jess said with a sigh. The surrounding officers were also very shocked. After observing for a while, Jess said to the officer on the side, "Send an order to the forts on the top of the No. 3 mountain peak in the north. Let them continue the attack." As ordered, an officer quickly contacted via phone bug. At the top of North Peak 3, the colonel in charge of the mountain's fort received an order from the phone bug. "Well, okay, we will attack again immediately," the colonel said and hung up the phone bug. From the summit of the mountain, where the colonel and hundreds of other soldiers sit, there is a good view of the burning pine forest area below. This mountain has a height of 4,000 meters. It's really spectacular to see from here. The No. 1 and No. 4 turrets continue to attack. The colonel gave the order, and the artillerymen quickly attacked again. The two cannons fired two more powerful incendiary shells. Two dazzling shell trails fired into the pine forest area. Two new seas of flames were added to the pine forest area, making them even more dazzling. Rogge and Dalton, who were in the eastern part of the pine forest area, looked at the continuous tracks sliding down the mountain, followed by amazing flames. The pine forest area has now turned into a sea of flames. "Wapol has a new weapon," Dalton said. "Are these new weapons?" Roger said to Dalton. Dalton nodded and said, "Wapol is obsessed with wealth and force. So on the one hand, he wants to expand his wealth, and on the other hand, he wants to expand his army and purchase advanced weapons. Although the size of the Drum Kingdom is not very large, the amount of arms purchases is huge. The countries affiliated with the world government are among the best. A while ago, I heard that he ordered special super-powerful weapons from Drexus, and they turned out to be these things." Waiwei looked at the terrifying scene and said, "Wapper, what he is after is actually this kind of power, wealth and power. He kidnapped the citizens economically and suppressed them by force. What a terrifying guy." Nami looked at Waiwei and said, "Waiwei." Even though he was running fast, he looked at the spectacular sight and shouted. Rogge looked at everyone and said, "Let's get out of here quickly." Dalton nodded and said, "Well, everyone should move quickly." Dalton and his men continued to evacuate thousands of villagers, leading them to villages in other areas. Both Rogge and Sanji looked back at the burning pine forest area. "Let's go," Roger said. "It's really dazzling," Usopp said. At this time, at the top of the central mountain peak of Seed Country, that is where Wapol's golden palace is located. Wapol stood on top of the palace, watching the flames in the pine forest area. As expected of a special weapon made by Drexus, it is advanced. I didn't spend so much money in vain, Wapol said while eating a large piece of grilled steak. The waiter on the side respectfully picked up the plate, which contained various delicacies. Wearing a rich red silk robe and a golden crown on his head, Wapol ate and drank while watching the scenery. The pine forest area turned into a sea of flames, and dazzling trails piercing the night sky were continuously fired from the fort on the top of North No. 3 Peak. In this way, Dalton and the pirates should be finished. All those who dare to resist His Majesty Wapol will be reduced to ashes. After Wapol finished speaking, he picked up a bottle of red wine and drank and do. "Yes, Your Majesty Wapol, your force is enough to deter anyone who dares to resist you," Prime Minister Chromelaman said flatteringly. Some other ministers also praised him one after another. "Yes, His Majesty Wapol is great. To rebel against His Majesty Wapol is to rebel against the holy. His Majesty Wapol's rule is the most remarkable. Anyone who opposes His Majesty Wapol is a traitor. Your Majesty Wapol is extremely wise. May you lead the magnetic Drum Kingdom forever." Under the flattery of many ministers, Wapol laughed. The sound seemed to swallow everything up. Terrifying laughter echoed over the Drum Kingdom. On the ground of Seed Country, Dalton and the others finally evacuated a large number of villagers to other rural areas after some hard work. Unlike the previous inland rural areas, most of the residents in these rural areas cooperated with Wapol's forces. Of course, cooperation means acting as a worker for the Wapol group, not to the extent of becoming a loyal lackey. "Phew, finally settled in," Dalton said. "The people under his command are also gathered here, and the villagers have resettled. All these villages are also obsessed with Wapol and secretly help the victims of the villagers. Dalton, although these villages help these villagers, we are different. Now Wapol is always intimidating, but we can't stay here for long," said one of Dalton's subordinates. "This is really a big problem. If we gather here for a long time, I'm afraid Wapol will attack this area," Dalton said. Roger came over at this time. "Dalton, let me help you," Roger said. Dalton and his men all looked at Rogge. Rogge's powerful ability convinced them before, and Rogge said that he wanted to help everyone was very surprised. Dalton's face was very serious and he bowed deeply first. "I'm really sorry to trouble you so much," Dalton said sincerely. "It doesn't matter, are we in the same trench?" Rogge said. "But with so many people, how are you going to help everyone?" Dalton asked again. "I have a solution, let me get you an underground base," Rogge said. "Underground base," Dalton and others said in surprise. Rogge took Dalton and others to a snow field in the outskirts. "There are still many chopped tree stumps here in the snow." Rogge came to a tree stump with a diameter of more than 1 meter and carefully observed the tree stump for a while. "Okay, that's it," Rogge said with satisfaction. The other people looked at Rogge in confusion, not knowing what Rogge was going to do. Rogge used the fruit ability in his body. On the snowy ground under the night sky, everyone saw a powerful green light emitting from Rogge's body. Rogge held the tree stump tightly with both hands. The energy generated by the fruit's ability is continuously fed into the tree stump. Now Rogge has been able to clearly see the structure inside the tree stump for a while, and the fibers are all injected with his own plant fruit energy. The energy of the plant fruit transforms every fiber of the tree stump, causing the tree stump to undergo dramatic growth and changes. Underground, the roots of the stump are rejuvenated and begin to grow aggressively deeper into the ground. Rapidly, the roots of the tree stump continue to grow, from a depth of 2 or 3 meters to more than 10 meters, then tens of meters, hundreds of meters, and deeper. As the tree roots grew, they began to squeeze the soil underground, expanding a huge underground space. This underground space is also integrated in shape according to Rogge's will. Finally, it develops towards a cuboid. Rogge was busy here for a while, during which everyone else could only wait silently. No one dared to disturb Rogge. After a long time, Dalton finally escaped from his pocket watch. "It's been 2 hours, said Dalton. He looked at Rogge again, but at this time Rogge finally stood up again. "It's finally better," Rogge said. Rogge's body felt tired for a while, but his heart felt satisfied after working hard for a while. Rogge waved to the others and said, "Come here, everyone. Sanji, Zoro, and Dalton are all here." Now in front of Rogge and everyone is the tree stump just now. But now the tree stump is empty, or the stump is now empty. "The stump has become hollow," Sanji said. "You all come with me and you will know," Rogge said. Rogge reached the hollow of the tree stump and jumped directly. Sanji and Zoro also looked at each other. "Go down and have a look," Sanji said. "What's the trick?" Sauron said. The two of them also jumped down one after another. "Go down and play." Luffy jumped down very happily. "It's like this, I go down too." Dalton also jumped down. Waiwei then jumped down too. After jumping into the hollow hole of the tree stump, Rogge and others saw a slightly curved road around them. Rogge led the people to continue walking inside. After walking more than 10 meters in this road, they arrived at a huge underground space. It's very empty here and it's still bright. At first glance, it looks like a huge square that can accommodate thousands of people. "Wow, it's so spacious here." Luffy immediately started jumping around here. Sanji and others also looked at the huge basement of this cuboid. "How could this happen?" Dalton said in shock. "It's really disappointing," Sanji said. "Unbelievable," Zoro said. Everyone saw that it was a huge basement in the shape of a cuboid underneath. "It's unbelievable," Waiwei also sighed. But everyone looked at the walls beside the cuboid, which were made of tree branches. "Why are these made of tree branches?" Dalton said. "Exactly. These branches expanded and grew rapidly and finally compressed the soil to form the entire huge basement." Rogge walked to the wall and said. Sanji walked into Rogge while smoking a cigarette and asked, "Then why is it still so bright here?" "Ah, this is because I modified these plants so that their roots can emit fluorescence," Rogge said. Waiwei looked at everything here and said in surprise, "Well, this place can really accommodate a lot of people." "Ah, this is so spacious. You can rest here." Suddenly, Usopp's voice echoed through the huge basement. Usopp followed suit. Nami and some of Dalton's other men followed. Seeing this huge basement, people who came in were amazed. Dalton walked to Rogge's side and said appreciatively, "It's amazing to be able to fax such a huge basement. It's nothing, we also need to rest. So I used my ultimate plant transformation ability, Tree Stump. underground space. Rogge said. Usopp rushed to Rogge happily and said, "Great, we can live here. We can avoid the wind and snow here. And the underground is safe. Don't worry about the enemy's attack." "That's right, we can still have a banquet," Luffy said. Both of them were very happy to have fun together. Dalton's 500 men also came in one after another. "It's really nice here. You don't have to worry about Wapol and his army attacking here." Dalton said, "Nothing, this base is given to you." Rogge said, "But you can have such an ability, it makes people feel like a god." Dalton said, "Why such an exaggeration? Did I mention the base built for you?" Rogge said. Dalton's men also praised Rogge, Sanji, Sauron, and others. "Thanks to you, we were able to save the day. Not only competent, but also willing to help others. It's amazing." Usopp is very pushy and he rushes in front of Dalton's men. Yes, our pirate group is the #1 in the world. It has potential, thanks to Usopp's wise leadership. Under my wise instructions, Rogge will help everyone solve their problems. The other members of the pirate group are also extremely brave and can overcome all difficulties. This is all because of Captain Usopp. Luffy is also very excited to run around in this basement. Nami also found a place to sit down and rest, but looked at Luffy and Usopp in disgust. "Okay, let's rest too," Rogge said to YY and the others. Sanji glanced at Zoro very complainingly. Zoro was already asleep. In the pirate group, Sauron is known as the king of sleep, and nothing can wake him up except fighting. This group of people is really lively, but it's safe here. Sanji said, "I really can't stand them, so go to sleep on your own." Rogge said, "Falling down by yourself means sleeping." After some tossing, the people here also fell asleep one after another. The snoring echoed constantly in the huge basement. The wind and snow were howling on the ground outside, and no one dared to continue to act in this kind of night. It's daytime again, and Roger and Sanji, as well as Dalton and the others, have all woken up. In the huge basement, everyone began to discuss the next course of action. Rogge, Sanji, Zoro, Luffy, Usopp, Nami, Vivi, and Dalton gathered together with their dignitaries to discuss. Others sat around and watched. "Obviously, now we have a common goal, knocking Wapol down," Dalton said. "But Dalton, I want to ask, how many troops does Wapol have?" Sanji suddenly asked. According to the information obtained, Wapol's troops are specifically divided into mountain guard troops, army mobile troops, local security forces, shore artillery, and fleets. Among them, shore artillery and fleets are the coastal troops and fleets around the islands of the Sigu Kingdom. The total strength of the troops is 8,000. The local security forces are responsible for the security of urban areas and industrial areas in the Sea Kingdom, with a total of 6,000 people. The Army Mobile Force has 10,000 people, directly commanded by the King's Army Commander Jess, who attacked us before. They are the Army Mobile Troops, led by Jess himself. Mountain Guards are the defenders on the 7 tall peaks, including the Central Peak. There are 5,000 people in total, of which the Central Peak is the most elite. 1,000 people, total more than people, Dalton said calmly. After listening, both Usopp and Nami opened their mouths in shock. "There are actually people, really?" Usopp said in shock. "It seems that it's really over," Nami said with tears streaming down her face. "Wow, 30,000 people." Ha ha ha. Luffy still laughed innocently. Rogge looked at Dalton and said, "Before Dalton, you mentioned the strength of the resistance forces." "Yes, the 500 people under my command plus various lurkers and combatants in the kingdom total more than 1,000 people." Dalton said, 1,000 people versus people. What a huge disparity. But why does Wapol have so many troops? It's not easy for the Sigu Kingdom to recruit so many soldiers. Rogge couldn't help but say, there is such a huge difference in the strength of the enemy and us on both sides. This is because there are a large number of foreign soldiers in the king's army under Wapol. Wapol hired a large number of foreign soldiers as the king's army with a lot of money. Among them are many bounty hunters and killers. There is also Wapol's king's army possess a lot of heavy weapons, including warships, cannons, machine guns, and some new weapons. There are also fortifications, castles, warehouses, cavalry, special forces. Many of these are arms imported from Drexus and troops trained from Drexus Military Academy. To make matters worse, the 7 iron barrel peaks on the magnetic drum island are currently equipped with long-range, huge mortars that can be used to attack the entire kingdom and even the sea around the magnetic drum island. Dalton continued said, "It's really stressful," Rogge said. "It's crazy that such a big country prepares so many troops," Sanji said while puffing out smoke rings. "The size of the Drum Kingdom is not very large, but Wapol actually has so many troops. It's really difficult to deal with. Those people before have given us so much energy." Sauron also said in a deep voice, "The current strategic situation can be said to be very grim. Is there really no way to defeat them?" Waiwei said. "Dalton, I said that if Wapol can be killed, his army will be finished." Rogge said after being silent for a long time. Dalton nodded and said, "Yes, but that's it. Wapol is extremely difficult to deal with. His position is on the central peak, which is the highest peak. He usually stays there. But there are still some chances. At least we can try to attack the central mountain." Rogge said, "But it's not impossible to do it like this. We have tried it several times but failed. Moreover, the attack on Wapol himself was only when Wapol was not in the palace on the central mountain." Dalton said, "Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, let's try it." Rogge said, "Okay," Dalton said. Others also agreed one after another. After all, there is no other way out now. In the Pine Forest area, the Pine Forest area is already in a mess after the shelling. Jace and his troops walked the area. There are scorched pine tree wrecks everywhere under the feet, and the heavy snow in many places has been burned and melted, exposing the ground below. Really, the shelling last night burned everything here, but no wreckage of the enemy was found. Jess complained. The soldiers under Jess searched hard but found no human remains. "Damn it, there's not even a body. Where did they hide?" Jace said strangely. "Commander, please don't worry, they will definitely be on this magnetic drum island. After all, people cannot disappear out of thin air." An officer said, "Yes, Commander, don't worry, wait for us to continue the search. Maybe they have found a cave or some means of escape." An officer added. Jess was also upset. At this moment, another officer rushed over. "Report to Commander, there are new discoveries in the canyon to the east." Jess and the officers were all officers looking at the report. "Let's go," Jace said. Everyone arrived at the canyon area to the east. When they reached a part of the canyon, Jess and the others looked down the canyon. At the bottom of the canyon, there was a huge pine tree wreckage. "What's going on?" Jace said in shock. The officers were also extremely shocked. The huge pine tree wreckage in the canyon below was also destroyed by the shelling last night, but the pine tree can still be seen roughly resembling a huge bridge. "How can there be such a bridge, but it still looks like a whole pine tree?" Jess said in shock. "How could the opponent have such abilities? Although we didn't set up defenses in the eastern canyon before, we did a reconnaissance here. They must not be able to get through. This bridge must have started to be built after our reconnaissance." An officer said. Jace watched for a long time at the remains of the great pine tree below the canyon, and no human remains were found, so that means they withdrew the troops before our shelling. Jess said, "Commander, what should we do next?" An officer asked. "What else can we do? Of course, we need to intensify our military search first. And I think the other party has a bigger conspiracy. Dalton is now joining forces with the pirates, which can be said to be a great threat to His Majesty Wapol," said Jess. In the previous fierce battle, the strength of Rogge and Sanji had already been made clear to Jace, and the reason why such a huge pine tree bridge was able to be built. Jess also believed that the pirates helped Dalton and the resistance forces. "Pirates, I must kill you all. And Dalton's people," Jace said fiercely. Seeing Jess' anger, many officers around were also terrified. "Commander Jace, since you think the pirates and Dalton will make bigger moves, what is the possibility?" An officer asked. "I already have some idea, but I can't confirm it yet. The other party may be trying to murder His Majesty Wapol." Jace said. "Conspiracy to murder His Majesty Wapol." All the officers around him were stunned and stunned. It's not impossible. His Majesty Wapol had been assassinated by Dorton and his subordinates many times when he left the castle to inspect the country. But they were all thwarted. Now that the other party has the help of those pirates, we must try to do this. The most important thing is that our army is strong and Dalton is weak, so if the opponent wants to defeat the strong with the weak, he needs to assassinate His Majesty Wapol and make us leaderless. Jess said, "How dare you attack His Majesty Wapol? What a group of desperados." An officer said, "It's nothing. It's just a desperate situation. Those pirates are evil and Dalton is a traitor. There is nothing strange about this. But as ministers, it will be our fault if we can't stop this." Jace said, "Many officers have serious faces, and they all clearly understand the seriousness of the matter to be dealt with now. Anyway, we need to strengthen the protection of His Majesty Wapol now," Jess said. Then Jess looked up at the tall and majestic iron barrel peaks. With an altitude of several thousand meters, these iron barrel peaks dominate everything in the magnetic drum country. If these 7 peaks are captured, in fact, even if there are thousands of troops, they will only be beaten. I will contact the mountain guard of the central peak immediately, and other peaks will also be contacted. We must ensure that the 7 peaks are firmly under our control," Jace said. Jess then took the phone bug from an officer and made contact. "Mountain guards, I speculate based on the situation that Dalton and the pirates are trying to assassinate His Majesty Wapol. Therefore, we must strengthen the guards in an all-round way." Jess communicated to the phone bug. "After receiving the order, Commander Jace, we will protect the safety of His Majesty Wapol." There was an answer soon. "Yes, His Majesty Wapol's safety is the top priority from now on. The departure and stay of materials and personnel on the central mountain and the other 6 peaks need to be strictly checked and heavily guarded," Jess said. "Obey." After Jess finished talking with the phone bug, he took out another phone bug from his clothes. This phone bug bears the Wapol logo and is inlaid with gold. It is the phone bug that Jace uses to communicate directly with Wapol. Able to communicate directly with Wapol, the only ministers in the Drum Kingdom are Army Commander Jess and Prime Minister Cromeriman. Both of these men were extremely trusted confidants of Wapol. After dialing the phone bug, there was a response after a while. "Jace, what's wrong?" said an arrogant and domineering voice on the opposite side. Jess said respectfully, "Your Majesty, I'm sorry to disturb you, but there are extremely important things right now. Tell me, since you dialed this phone bug, there must be something extremely important." Wapol said, "Your Majesty, I personally led the elite troops through a fierce battle but failed to successfully eliminate Dalton and the pirates. They are too cunning and powerful. However, based on the opponent's situation, I judge that they are likely to take risks. Attack the central peak where you are," Jace said with sincerity. "Really?" Wapol's voice was surprised and angry. Few people in the Drum Kingdom resisted Wapol, let alone assassinated him. The reason why Wapol hated Dalton so much was that Dalton and the resistance were regarded as traitors. Dalton also assassinated him several times while he was touring the Drum Country. "Your Majesty Wapol, the enemy is now cornered by us, so it will definitely be like this. We must guard against it," Jess said. "Okay, then I will continue to stay in the palace on the central mountain," Wapol said. "Your Majesty, please stay there. I will mobilize many troops and do my best to collect the enemy," Jace said. "I'm waiting for your good news. I leave it to you," Wapol said. "We must live up to His Majesty's expectations," Jace said. Then the phone bug hung up, ending the communication. "Okay, quickly order 1,000 more troops to be added to the crane transportation equipment near the central mountain. 300 more troops will be added to the crane transportation equipment on other peaks." Jace gave the order. "Yes," the officers said. On the other hand, after discussing with Sanji, Dalton and others, Rogge and others have now arrived near the central mountain for investigation. The central mountain is the highest mountain in the magnetic drum country, and it is also the highest and the core of the 7 peaks. Rogge, Sanji, Sauron, Luffy, Usopp, and Dalton came near this central mountain. Rogge looked at the 5,000-meter-high mountain. The towering mountain stood on top of the snow field, looking down on everything around it. Beside the mountain peak that looks like an iron barrel, there are snow clouds and howling winds. The entire mountain was covered with a thick layer of snow and ice, and Wapple's palace is at the top. This peak is the central peak, Usopp said. What a high mountain. Sauron said, it looks very spectacular, but it must not be that simple to go up. Sanji said, yes, it's really not easy to go up. Dalton said, but how to get up there? Rogge said, look there. Dalton pointed to a field at the foot of the mountain. There is a flat platform built of bricks. There are a large number of soldiers stationed around. There, Sanji said. Yes, there are crane transportation equipment on the top of the mountain. It can be said that the pods will land and then collect materials and personnel for transportation. Therefore, this is the area where they focus on defense. Dalton said, really, it's really not easy to attack like this, Rogge said. While everyone was talking, a large group of soldiers came again. This group of soldiers has cavalry and infantry and carriages, enough to destroy everything. There are thousands of people in the scale alone, and these soldiers stopped to unload a large number of machine guns and cannons, and started building more forts. It's so majestic and majestic. Usopp said, breathing hot air from his mouth. It seems that the enemy has increased or decreased their strength. Rogge said, we have attacked Wapple before. I'm afraid Jess guessed that. Dalton said, the reinforcements from the king's army are building fortifications non-stop. They want to strengthen the defense so that no one can rush into the platform below the crane transport equipment. Seeing that the guards here are heavily guarded, Rogge asked, Dalton, how does the crane transportation equipment you mentioned operate? Everyone, wait a moment. You see that is the one. Dalton pointed to the side of the mountain. Roger and everyone else raised their heads. I saw a metal pod the size of a house hanging from above. 4 iron chains fastened the gondola tightly. It turned out to be like this. There must be a wheel-like device on the top of the mountain which can lift the pod down. Rogge said. The house-sized cuboid pod was finally lowered, and the pod slowly landed on the platform. Some soldiers took empty wine barrels and boxes out of the pods, which were all consumed supplies. Then the soldiers guarding near the platform brought the cargo of several carriages over. Among these goods are wine, meat, vegetables, and fruits, as well as coal and some cloth. Under the surveillance of many ground troops, the soldiers in charge of the pod transport opened the wine barrels and wooden boxes containing food for inspection. After these materials were transported to the vicinity of the ground platform, they were repeatedly checked many times. In addition to preventing people from drilling into them, they were also checked for toxicity. After careful inspection, the officer in charge of the pod officially transported these materials into the pod. The officer then used a phone bug to give the message to the person at the top of the mountain. The pod began to be pulled upwards by 4 thick iron chains. Rogge, Dalton, Sanji, and others who were observing from a distance all saw this. The other party used this method to send supplies up. It seems that the personnel also used this method to ascend and descend. Rogge said, it's very good. I suddenly have a way, that is, we hide among the goods and then go up. Usopp suddenly said with his eyes shining, come on, look at how many times those goods were inspected just now. Sauron said, is there no other way? Sanji said while smoking. Luffy kept moving and said, it's fine to climb up. You can't figure it out when you climb up. Usopp immediately scolded. Rogge looked at Luffy and then at Iron Barrel Mountain. Climb up. Rogge fell into thinking. The current situation is very serious. King Wapple's army is very powerful. They still have to find a way to capture the thief first and try to kill King Wapple first. Suddenly, a good idea flashed in Rogge's mind which might be able to solve all this. Everyone, I seem to have an idea. That is, we can go to the top of this mountain together, so I can let everyone ascend to heaven on vines. Rogge said, ride a vine to heaven. Everyone else was shocked. I can use the power of plant fruits to grow thousands of meters of vines. However, it will take a lot of time and energy, so everyone needs to be well prepared and come here at the best time. Rogge said, one more thing, because if the vines really reach such a high height, the enemy will definitely strengthen and hinder them halfway. Therefore, the enemy's attention needs to be restrained. Rogge emphasized again, if it is true, then everyone must work together. Dalton said, sounds really interesting, Sanji said. Then let's try. Sauron also said expectantly. Luffy and Usopp are also happy. Both of them cheered. It's great to ascend to the sky on a giant vine, Luffy said. That must be interesting. Usopp's eyes were full of longing. After thinking for a while, Rogge continued. This mountain is very high, and everyone will probably become exhausted even if they go up by the huge vines. So, let's eat and drink first and then climb. Okay, everyone said happily. Roger and Dalton left here first, and after returning to the huge basement created before, everyone made a detailed plan before officially starting the operation. When the time came to the next day, the heavy snow in the sky was still falling. Sea Kingdom is still heavily guarded, and the central mountain peak is even more heavily guarded. More than 1,000 elite troops of the King of Bulwers were recuperating in the built fortification, which contained a large number of cannons and machine guns. There are also motorized cavalry on standby. Under such circumstances, Rogge, Sanji, Zoro, Luffy, and Dalton led many men to the vicinity of the central mountain. This is it. According to the plan, my troops will feint to attack the area where the enemy troops are gathered at the foot of the mountain to distract them. There will also be feint attacks by our personnel in other areas. The 5 of us will go up to the top of the mountain together. Dalton said. Okay, Rogge, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy ride in a carriage, and the 4 get off the carriage and start walking. Dalton also dismounted and walked. You have to complete the task. Dalton said to his opponent, we swear to contain the enemy. They are guaranteed to be attracted in front of the mountain. Dalton's Cotter said, Dalton, Rogge, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy watched the 200-man team charge. Okay, it's time for us to act. Roger said. Dalton looked solemnly as he watched his men charge bravely, then turned around and headed to the pre-selected position together. Everyone went to the rear of the central mountain, which is the east side. The 5 of them stood on the snow together, and Rogge buried a vine seed in the soil under the snow. This seed is the size of a pigeon egg, and it is a vine seed modified by Rogge. But it's not enough to just plant it. Rogge's whole body has concentrated the ability of plant fruit. Green light began to radiate from Rogge. Rogge's hands shone with dazzling green light. 2 places to hold the hands down to bury the seeds. Immediately afterwards, the seeds below began to break through the ground and grow rapidly. The seeds quickly grow into vines as thick as buckets. Next to the main stem of the vine, there are also a large number of foliage. Hurry up and get on board, Rogge said. Dalton, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy all ride huge vines. Rogge also rode on the vine. The huge vines grew taller rapidly, and Rogge continued to use the plant's fruit ability to maintain rapid growth. What a spectacle, Luffy shouted happily. Not bad, Zoro also praised. It's very fast. Sanji said. It's really unbelievable, but since you caused it, it's not surprising. Dalton said. Everyone, keep up the hard work, we are accelerating. Rogge had a calm face and continued to work hard to release the energy of the plant fruit with both hands. The huge vines keep growing, and it becomes colder and colder as the height rises. Rogge controlled the giant vines to continuously rise towards the top of the 5,000-meter-high mountain. It's getting colder and colder, what do you think? Zoro said casually. The huge vines continued to rise, and everyone felt that the surroundings were getting colder and colder. It's really windy and snowy now. Rogge said. Now everyone has reached a height of more than 1,000 meters under the growth of huge vines. However, the wind and snow became more and more intense. Rogge, Sanji, Sauron, Luffy, and Dalton are constantly rising on huge vines. At this time, around the bottom of the central mountain peak, Dalton's men engaged with the king's army. Disperse quickly, said a resistance officer on horseback. The 200 resistance forces dispersed quickly. The main role of Dalton's troops is to disrupt the enemy and avoid being disrupted at the important moment when they can use the giant vines to gain elevation. Under such circumstances, A large number of enemies began to be restrained by Dalton's men. However, this king's army can be used to guard the elite army of the central peak. Only a few hundred of them were attracted, and nearly 1,000 people were left to guard the bottom of the central peak. The top of this central mountain is home to the Wapples, and if they fail in their duties, they will lose their heads. In addition to the central peak, other places in the Sigu kingdom, Dalton's resistance forces also successively carried out activities to attack the king's army in the urban area near the coast of Drum Country. How is this going? How could there be an explosion? I heard that pirates and Dalton's resistance forces joined forces a while ago. Were they responsible for these attacks? People in the urban area took to the streets to watch in amazement. I saw that in the urban area, the smoke of the explosion was scattered for a while. Dalton's lurkers attacked the guard post in the city of the king's army. The king's army in the urban area belongs to the security force, and its combat effectiveness is far inferior to that of the mobile army under the command of Jess. However, they are still a large number after all, and they can still play a considerable role. The king's army quickly dispatched troops to hunt down Dalton's men in the city. Teams of king's army cavalry and infantry brigades moved quickly in the city. The cavalry officers with tall horses rushed to various interfaces. Commander Jesse's order is to quickly intensify the search in the city. Ordinary houses and public places must also be searched. A large number of Dalton officers and soldiers broke into houses, as well as shops and bars, and searched wantonly. Many people hate it very much, but they only dare to bury it in their hearts. Wapple and his army are as good as they get in Drumland, has absolute killing power. A little dissatisfaction is a capital offense. Moreover, the economy also strictly controls the lives and economic resources of a large number of residents. Wapple is like a god in the Drum Kingdom. However, the people have always hated Wapple in their hearts. That's why Dalton and his resistance forces can be so active. Some people were wondering if today was a revolutionary war to overthrow Wapple. The activities carried out by the resistance forces on this day were also extremely intense. Wapple's king's army was also fully mobilized. In this fierce battle, some ordinary people also seem to want to join the resistance. But what can ultimately play a decisive role is whether Dalton can stir up enough waves. Jess was currently taking calls at a command post near the industrial area. The phone calls from various troops kept ringing. "Commander, we are under attack, Commander. We were violently attacked by Dalton's resistance forces. Commander, our supply warehouse is under attack." All kinds of emergency reports are endless. Jess was so angry that he smashed the table with his fist. "Dalton and the pirates are crazy," Jace yelled in anger. The surrounding officers are full of fear. Even if Commander Jess encountered something in the past, he had never been so angry. Jess was really pissed off this time. As the commander of the king's army of the Drum Kingdom, he has been fighting with Dalton. In addition to Dalton, there are also pirates who have stepped in again. It has already made Jess fail again and again. But what Jess is most afraid of is Wapple's safety. After letting his officers handle most of the reports, Jace personally inquired about the defenses around the central peak. How come the central peak area was also attacked? Jace said in shock. "Yes, Commander. The central mountain was attacked by Dalton's men, but we successfully resisted the attack of Dalton's men." The phone bug reported. Jess was still worried and said, "You resist with all your strength. I will lead the army to support." "Yes." Then the call ended. Jess thought for a while and then ordered, "Let the hot air balloon troops go up to the top of the central mountain for reinforcements." Jace then used the phone bug to speak to the troops at the top of the central peak. "Hello, I'm Jess." Jess said to the phone bug. "Commander, what are your orders?" said the other side. "You should also know what happened below the central mountain. Therefore, I ask you to concentrate on preparing for the battle. His Majesty Wapple's safety cannot be sloppy." Jess said. "Yes, Commander," said the other side. Jess then hung up the phone. Then Jay stood up from his seat. "Get ready, I will lead the cavalry troops to support quickly." The cavalry troops and assault troops will quickly follow me to support. We will reach the central peak very quickly." After Jess gave the order, all the officers stood up straight. "It's the commander." Jess led the army and hurried to the central mountain. More than 1,000 elite cavalry and hundreds of carriages carrying a large number of special troops began to march. In addition, hot air balloons all over Drum Country are rising one after another. Walpole and Jess once imported a large number of hot air balloons from an arms dealer in Drexus to transport troops. The balloons were house-sized pods capable of transporting commandos as well as carrying 2 cannons and several machine guns. Just as Rogge and others quickly used the huge vines to rise up, Usopp, Nami, and Waiwei also ran quickly to the east side of the central mountain. From here one can watch the ascension of the giant vines. "It's so spectacular." Usopp looked at the huge growing vines in shock. The vines have now grown to about 3,000 meters. There are still 2,000 meters to the top of this central peak. The area around the vines was already surrounded by snow clouds, making it difficult to see clearly. "I hope they are safe," Waiwei said. "God is also a blessing for running fast." "Don't worry, Rogge and Sanji will definitely be able to reach the top of the mountain," Nami said with confidence. "Although Rogge and the others only have 5 people, they can turn things around." At this moment the army led by Jess also rushed here. Riding on a tall horse, Jess saw that Dalton's troops were in a fierce battle with the king's army guarding the central mountain. "Hurry up for support," Jace ordered. "Yes." Several officers under Jess quickly led hundreds of cavalry to clear out Dalton's man army, but Jess felt something was wrong. "There seems to be something wrong. The others are following me and continue investigating around the central peak," Jace ordered. Jess led the rest of the cavalry and a large carriage to scout around the central mountain. Jace and his troops arrived on the east side of the central peak. Here Jace stopped the horse in surprise. Jess saw a huge vine that could reach the sky and was constantly growing on the cliff of the mountain. "What is this?" Jess said in shock. The army he led also opened their mouths in shock. "The central mountain in front of you is a 5,000-meter-high mountain. Now the huge vine has grown to a position of about 4,000 meters. Jess reacted immediately and realized the dire situation. "By the way, they definitely want Mr. Cheng's giant vine to reach the top of the mountain and assassinate His Majesty Wapol," Jess said in surprise. Jess quickly gave the order. "The carriage troops will have all the built-in artillery ready to bombard the vines." Hundreds of carriages urgently prepared the cannons in the cabin, pulled them out, and quickly loaded them. Most of the artillery in these carriages are flat-fire cannons that can be aimed directly. The barrels of these flat-firing guns are very long as 2 meters, but the caliber is the thickness of the arm. There is a precision sight on the barrel. The words "Made in Drexus" are also engraved on the flat gun. These flat-fire guns are designed for precise aiming, can penetrate armor and hit targets with precision. More than 100 flat-fire cannons aimed their muzzles at the giant vines. "Loading completed. Fire," the artillery commander ordered. More than 100 flat-firing cannons fired powerful shells. A large number of cannonballs shot straight towards the giant vines. The giant vine hit the giant vine. This huge vine exploded suddenly. At this time, Rogge and others who had already reached the position of more than 4,000 meters felt their bodies tremble for a while. "What's going on?" Sanji said. Not just a few people, but the entire vine was shaking violently. Rogge turned his head to look at the ground but saw a large number of King's army gathered on the ground. "We were still discovered," Rogge said. "They're coming," Zoro said. Luffy kept shouting, "Look, there are a lot of fireworks on the ground." Dalton said with a serious face, "The situation is serious now. The opponent has a lot of artillery units." After the artillery troops on the ground were loaded, more than 100 flat-fired cannons launched a new round of bombardment. The huge vines kept shaking, as if they were about to fall. "Everyone, hold on. I'm using my last strength to quickly grow the vines to the top." Rogge used all the fruit abilities in his body, and his hands shone with a more dazzling green light. The huge vines continued to grow at a high speed even as Rogge used up almost all of his strength. The giant vine kept shaking, and Jace also discovered the bottom of the giant vine. Let the flat artillery units hit the bottom of the vine with full fire. More than 100 flat-fire cannons violently bombarded the base of the giant vine. Under the fierce bombardment, the huge vine shook violently. "Give me bombardment and hurry up." Jace opened his wavy mouth and roared furiously. The huge vines were also damaged. Moreover, the higher the altitude, the more violent the wind and snow, coupled with the shaking caused by the shelling. The huge vine finally couldn't hold it anymore. The position of the Rogge 5 is getting closer and closer to the top. Okay, it's still less than 100 meters away. Roger was exhausted. The huge vine finally rose to the top of the central mountain peak, and at this time the huge vine also began to fall. Rogge, Sanji, Zoro, Luffy, and Dalton jumped to the top of the mountain. The huge vines fell behind everyone. The 5 people stepped on the snow at the top of the mountain, surrounded by wind and snow. However, the top of the mountain is very flat. Sure enough, this mountain peak looks like an iron barrel with an extra platform at the top. Rogge's body was very exhausted, and he was the most exhausted among the 5. Just now, using the plant fruit ability to make huge vines grow to a height of more than 5,000 meters, it is enough to make people feel exhausted. I'm exhausted all over my body. Are you okay? Rogge raised his head and saw a large group of heavily armed enemies in front of him. In the center of the top of the mountain is a magnificent palace built of gold. Even ice and snow cannot cover up its splendor. It's true that the enemy can't get in. There are so many people here who welcome us, Rogge said. Sauron had already drawn the 3 knives out of their sheaths. You are tired too. Leave the rest to us, Sauron said. Roger also smiled and didn't say much. Dalton also took a sharp iron halberd from his back. This iron halberd was 3 meters long and could accompany Dalton in the charge. Luffy jumped up and down and shouted excitedly, "Ha, we finally reached the top of the mountain." Sanji took out a phone bug and communicated with the opposite party. "Miss Waiwei, we have already reached the top of the mountain. Don't worry," Sanji said happily. "It's good." Vivi's voice came over. You have arrived, but don't worry, there are thousands of troops on the ground. Captain Usopp, I will help everyone deal with it. You can go and deal with Wapol. Usopp's voice came again. Sanji said to the phone bug, "Okay, listen to our good news. I trust you." Suddenly, Nami's voice came over. "Miss Nami, for sure," Sanji said lovingly. "However, it's better to bring back some treasures of Wapol." Nami's voice sounded again. "No problem," Sanji said with a flirtatious look on his face. Roger is very tired now, but he still took out a cactus. At this critical moment, Rogge activated his plant fruit ability. The cactus grows into cactus power armor under the ability of the plant fruit. The cactus power armor covered Rogge's body like a muscle mass. Although he was almost exhausted, he still had to fight the final battle. "The number of enemies is still not small," Sanji said. Hundreds of Wapol's elite guards gathered ahead. The opponents were all wearing knight armor and holding cannons, machine guns, giant axes, spears, and other weapons. "Come on, Wapol lackeys," Dalton said. About of Wapol's elite personal guards are concentrated here. Unlike the peak guards at the top of other peaks, the peak guards here are also Wapol's most elite guards. The SS soldiers wore armor and carried heavy weapons. With the cooperation of hot and cold weapons, they are ready to attack the 5 Rogge. "Destroy the invaders," a burly man with a height of 3 meters said. This burly man took the lead and rushed towards the crowd with a mace that could crush a horse. Dalton got close to him, then jerked away. The opponent's mace hit the ground hard. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dalton swung his iron halberd and slashed at the head of this burly man. This burly man was also wearing armor, but the force of Dalton's blow was enough to shatter the solid rock of the footprints. There was a loud bang, and Dalton himself was shaken back. "What a tough armor!" Dalton looked at the burly man in shock. "Heh, don't you know? Our armor is made of Wapol alloy. His Majesty Wapol made us all wear the hardest armor in order to let us soldiers fight hard." the burly man proudly said. Wapol alloy. Both Dalton and Rogge were shocked. The opponent is wearing armor made of Wapol alloy so difficult to deal with. These guys look tough. Sanji jumped up. After aiming at an enemy holding an epi, it was a while of third-level ground meat. This enemy is knocked back by a level grinder kick. However, the opponent was wearing armor made of Wapol alloy, so he did not receive any obvious damage. An enemy with a knight's spear rushed over and stabbed Sauron. Zoro jumped into the air, aimed at the opponent's neck and stabbed him 3 times. After a while of sparks, the armor around the opponent's neck could not penetrate. Sauron stood firm after falling to the ground and turned to look at the enemy. "It's not so hard," Sauron said with emotion. Lion Zuzu, Hidao Yiziwan, and Gitch's 3 sharp blades could not penetrate the opponent's armor, and it's a relatively weak point at the neck. Wow, a bunch of guys in armor. Luffy jumped into the air and started punching. Rubber, Tempest, Luffy threw out hundreds of fists and hit several enemies, but the fists hit the Wapol alloy armor. Apart from causing some impact, the opponent still didn't take any damage. Rogge was wearing the cactus power armor, and now he has recovered a little bit better. Seeing that these powerful guys are difficult to break through, Rogge also intends to test the opponent's weakness. Look at the fisty. Rogge jumped up with his right fist and struck a burly enemy holding a meteor hammer with 1 blow. This blow made metal and iron resonate. The opponent was also sent flying more than 10 meters by a powerful force. It finally worked. Rogge stood on the ground and breathed heavily. However, the enemy who was knocked into the air stood up again. The attack just now obviously did not kill the opponent. This won't work. Rogge also frowned. The opponent is really powerful, mainly because he wears armor made of Wapol alloy and has extremely high defense. Whether it is hacking or hand-to-hand combat, it is ineffective to hurt the opponent. However, there are still ways to deal with these enemies. "Don't be so worried, everyone, I have an idea," Roger said suddenly, full of confidence. Sanji, Dalton, Zoro, and Luffy all looked at Rogge very strangely. "Look at me." Rogge dashed towards an enemy. This enemy is armed with a knight's spear. He suddenly wanted to stab Rogge, but Rogge's movements are more sensitive. Rogge dodged the attack, lifted the enemy up and threw them down the mountain. What? With the screams echoing in his ears, the enemy fell from the top of the 5,000-meter-high mountain. Falling from such a height, you don't need to think about what will happen. Rogge turned his gaze back to the enemies at the top of the mountain. These enemies seemed to be motivated by fear or other reason. They all retreated back. "Look, throw the enemy down. Isn't it possible to avoid boring fights?" Rogge said. Since the enemy in front of him is difficult to deal with, his defense is extremely high. Then there's no need to bother, just throw the enemies off the mountain. "What a great idea. It doesn't take so much effort this way," Sanji said happily. He flexed his ankles vigorously, wanting to fuck hard. "Since it is impossible to injure the opponent, then you can also kick them down. This method really saves effort," Sauron also said happily. He sheathed both knives. Only a handful of Hidao Yiziwan was left, and he clenched his hands tightly. There is no need to kill the opponent, just knock the opponent into the air with the strength of the blade. Luffy jumped up very happily and said, "Wow, just play the slingshot game. Bounce opponents away. This is Luffy's best fighting style." Dalton waved his iron halberd, and his body changed rapidly. Dalton's body changes from his original human form. The already burly body became stronger. The nose on the head became as huge as a bull's nose. 2 horns protrude from the top of the head. Dalton is the ability user of the animal devil fruit new fruit. The body can transform between human, animal, and animal forms. Now it has become a Tauren. The Tauren wielding an iron halberd can carry a tripod. Here, Rogge, Sanji, and the enemies are stunned. "So handsome," Luffy said happily. "It's getting stronger," Sanji said. "What a cow." Sauron also said, squinting. "Dalton, people are as loyal as cows. It really is in this form." Rogge said. Now that they understood the opponent's weakness, the 5 of Rogge looked at the enemy. "Okay, let these guys roll down the mountain." Roger said. "Okay, let's go together." The 5 rushed towards the Wapol guards. Rogge swung his fist and aimed at an enemy holding a long sword and shield. The enemy is knocked flying with great force and tumbles down the top of the mountain. Okay, that's it. Rogge punched or wrestled, throwing enemies down one by one. Sanji first kicked down a rushing enemy wielding a huge axe, and then kicked the enemy down the mountain with a side kick. At Sanji's feet, the enemies rolled down the top of the mountain one after another. An enemy with swords in both hands rushed in front of Sauron. Sauron dodged the attack and started the attack from the side. One sword flow. Shake the Mountain. Sauron's sword was so powerful that he sent the opponent flying to the bottom of the mountain and fell down. Even if the blade can't cut the opponent, you can also use human power to knock the enemy into the air. Luffy is the most evil. His body can be stretched freely. Sling enemies down mountains like a slingshot. Dalton was most valiant in this battle, and he and Wapol were mortally opposed. What? This Tauren-like sweat swung an iron halberd to knock enemies into the air one by one. He really ran like a bull. Dalton wields the iron halberd with a boundless hatred of Wapol and his army. The screams were endless, and the enemies on the top of the mountain were wiped out in large numbers under the valiant fighting. After a fierce battle, more than enemies were knocked down from the top of the mountain. Rogge clapped his hands and said, "What a hardy battle." "The fight wasn't good enough," Luffy said, stretching his arms. At this time, in Wapol's golden palace, Wapol saw the battle firsthand from a window. "What a bunch of lunatics," Wapol couldn't help but gasp. The powerful personal guards under his command were easily defeated by the 5 Rogge just now. With such fighting power, Wapol was also frightened. Wapol saw that the faces of the 5 Rogge were extremely ugly. This tyrant had a very twisted personality to begin with, and now his expression has become even more frightening. Wapol's face became ugly, and the faces of the people around him became even more ugly. "Your Majesty, I think we should close the gate of the palace as soon as possible. Let's use the palace itself for defense." At this time, the Prime Minister Cromeriman said hastily. Under such circumstances, only Cromeriman dared to speak like this. Wapol glanced at Cromeriman and said, "Okay." Cromeriman hurriedly said, "Everyone is hiding in the palace and no more attacks are allowed, and the official defense of the palace has been activated." Cromeriman and other ministers rushed to carry out the order. Wapol also left the palace window and returned to his throne. Now Wapol has become extremely manic and restless. He did not expect that anyone would be able to climb to the top of this 5,000-meter-high mountain, and there is such fighting power. Before I heard Jess and the others say that the pirates they encountered were very powerful in combat. Now I see that it is true," Wapol said. Speaking of this, he thought of Jess again. Wapol quickly took out the phone bug that was designed to contact Jess and started contacting Jess. Jace Wapol yelled at the phone bug, "Your Majesty, I have reached the bottom of the central mountain." Jess said, "Really? Hurry up and support the palace." Wapol said, "Yes," Jace said. Wapol then hung up on the bug. The current crisis situation has become extremely difficult. Wapol breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Jace had reached the foot of the central peak. "As long as I keep this palace, I will be safe and sound. Reinforcements will arrive one after another," Wapol said. Cromeriman led the remaining hundreds of guards and ministers guarding the palace to quickly close all the doors and windows of the palace. Made of gold and steel, the palace is an impregnable fortress. Even digging tunnels can't do anything to this palace. The ground bases of the palace are made of gold and steel, and Rogge and others outside the palace have now annihilated all the guards outside the palace, or in other words, they have all thrown them off the mountain. At this time, the palace doors were already closed. "Oops, the other party closed all the palaces," Rogge said. "Just open the door." Luffy rushed to the gate of the palace. He violently attacked the palace gate with both fists, hitting him more than 100 times in a row. The final rubber siege bombardment hit the gate, but apart from the sound of metal trembling for a while, the door was not damaged at all. "It hurts, it hurts," Luffy screamed and ran around on the top of the mountain. Sauron also gave him a sideways glance and then approached the gate. Sure enough, he tried 3 knives, but they didn't do much damage. "It's solid enough," Sauron said. Sanji also observed for a long time the palace has become like a fortress. All doors and windows have been closed. Really, there is no entrance, Roger said. But Rogge then asked Dalton, does this palace have no entrance other than these doors and windows? Yes, no more. I used to work in the old palace before I rebelled against Wapol. At that time, the palace used by the old king had not been dismantled. Later, soon after Wapol came to the throne, he vigorously developed industries and gained wealth. Because he was in conflict with his tyranny, he left the palace. Then he built this golden palace, Dalton said. Looking at the golden palace, Dalton's eyes were full of disgust. What Wapol admires most is force and money. The Wapol army represented force, and the golden palace represented money. While everyone was thinking hard, suddenly, a group of hot air balloons flew over. More than a dozen hot air balloons flew to the top of this central mountain. Hot air balloons are all 50 meters in diameter, with a 10-meter-long cabin-sized pod underneath. Don't even think about harming His Majesty Wapol. Voices came from the horns of these hot air balloons. The hot air balloons are equipped with a large number of elite king's army. The king's army came to support the top of the mountain in a hot air balloon. The 5 Rogers looked at the hot air balloons and felt a headache. I didn't expect Wapol's king's army to have an air force, Sanji said in surprise. Dalton frowned seriously and said, my men have talked about it. Wapol purchased a large number of hot air balloon weapons from Lexus. The balloon parts of these hot air balloons are specially treated, made of composite materials and leather, fiber, and wire, enough to fight in cold areas thousands of meters high. The pod below is a 10-meter-long cabin-like pod. It was capable of carrying soldiers and loading machine guns and artillery. Inside a hot air balloon pod, a colonel, an officer, and 20 soldiers prepare for battle. This colonel is also the commander of the balloon unit. Fortunately, we arrived. His Majesty Wapol's palace has been successfully sealed off. Now we just need to annihilate the enemy, the colonel said. An adjutant on the side said, then where is Commander Jess? Hurry up and tell him that we have reached the top. And His Majesty Wapol's golden palace has been closed, the colonel said. As ordered, the adjutant said. The colonel looks out the window of the hot air balloon pod towards the top of the mountain. These hot air balloons imported from Drexus are also known as air battle fortresses. The air combat fortress is the scientific name given to this weapon by the Drexus arms dealer. Air combat fortresses can operate at altitudes of several thousand meters. The power itself is a special fuel machine. On the one hand, the fuel machinery provides hot air for the hot air balloon above the pod, and on the other hand, it provides power to the propeller behind the pod. The air combat fortress can carry 20 soldiers, and it is equipped with 2 large-caliber artillery and multiple machine guns. This kind of air combat fortress is not very big, but it has powerful combat effectiveness. Put this rack, the aerial battle fortress surrounded all 5 Rogge people from around the top of the 5,000-meter mountain. At this time, Wapol, who was in the Golden Palace, also learned from the palace guards that a large number of hot air balloon troops came to support them. Wapol, who was sitting on the throne in the palace hall, was now very happy. It's really unparalleled joy, Wapol said happily, wearing a red robe and a crown. Your Majesty, if this is the case, we only need to guard in this palace and wait forever, waiting for our army to destroy the enemy, Cromaraman said. In front of the throne, the Prime Minister and Cromaraman stood on the red carpet and looked at Wapol respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty, we are saved. The hot air balloon force is enough to wipe out the enemy completely. After all, the enemy is a group of traitors and a group of foreign pirates. After all, they cannot resist your supreme authority. Long live His Majesty Wapol. You lead us to eliminate all villains and make the Drum Kingdom extremely powerful. The ministers also flattered together, full of flattery. The ministers who were full of worries just now became full of elation, and of course Wapol is in a good mood now. So these ministers are going to go against the wind. Wapol said proudly. Okay, everyone, now serve some delicious food and wine to impress everyone. We are here waiting for the good news from our army. After Wapol gave the order, the waiters in the palace quickly went to prepare. Soon the imperial chefs of the palace prepared the delicious food and wine, and asked the waiters to serve them. Although this is a hall for discussing state affairs, the waiters brought some tables and chairs so that the ministers could temporarily have delicious food and wine with Wapol. Plates of meat, fish and shrimp, vegetable salads and fruit platters were put on the table. There are also various expensive wines. A 3-meter wide round table was placed in front of Wapol. The waiters bring the food. Oh, roast turkey. I love it the most. Holding a knife and fork, Wapol took the lead in inserting a roasted golden turkey in the center of the round table and stuffed it into his mouth. Many ministers and waiters looked at Wapol with forcibly calm expressions. Wapol's food can be said to be perverted, beastly, and disgusting, but no one dared to say it. "What's the matter? Hurry up and eat," Wapol said after swallowing the turkey. Cromaman quickly and respectfully smoothed things over at this time. "Your Majesty, you are a king. We all want to appreciate your awe-inspiring manner of eating. Even if you eat, you are in awe. You can see the long term in the small things. Wapol, you really deserve to be the unparalleled great king in the world," Key Roman Lemon said flatteringly. "Ah." Wapol looked at Cromaman, his eyes full of weirdness. The other ministers put their hearts in their throats. Ha 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 ha. Wapol then erupted into laughter that filled the hall. "Okay, Cromaman, you are worthy of being my loyal servant." "Well said," Wapol praised. "Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty," Cromaman replied. Then Cromaman also started to insert a piece of steak and ate it. But unlike Wapol, this thoughtful minister kept asking the nearby ministers and guard officers about the situation outside the palace they observed. Wapol ate and drank even more. "Roast suckling pig, I like it best." Wapol stuffed another tender roast suckling pig into his mouth. The waiter on the side just carefully took away the finished plates and brought over the freshly prepared delicacies as soon as possible. Wapol's emotions are complicated now, and he may even eat people. While feasting was taking place in the Golden Palace, a new battle broke out at the top of the mountain. Rogge, Sanji, Sauron, Luffy, and Dalton were surrounded by more than a dozen air battle fortresses. These air combat fortresses are also masters, and they keep a distance from Rogge and the others. Attention, all air combat fortresses, keep a distance from each other here. Avoid close combat. The colonel in charge of commanding the hot air balloon unit said. Through the phone bug, all air combat fortresses have received orders. These aerial battle fortresses are all a while away from the top of the mountain, and the closest one is only 400 meters away. This distance is difficult even for Luffy to reach. Rubber. Remote grappling hook. Luffy stretched his arms for more than 100 meters but still retracted them. Damn, these guys. Sauron also felt unable to deal with the enemy. The enemy learned his lesson and no longer managed to get close to attacking. Dalton looked at these aerial combat fortresses and said, "Hot air balloon troops, formidable enemies. What exactly are we going to do?" Rogge said as he looked at these aerial combat fortresses. Now the enemy also knows that even if it is an air battle fortress in close combat, it will take great risks. So, just keep your distance now. While Rogge and the others were thinking hard, the colonel commanding the hot air balloon unit gave an order. All aerial combat fortresses, attack the enemy with load-carrying artillery. After giving the order, a total of 16 air combat fortresses aimed their 250-centimeter caliber artillery pieces at Rogge's position. For a while, the artillery sounded and a large number of shells were fired. Spherical shells were fired over. Luffy urgently used the rubber and balloon skills. But when the shell hit his body, a violent explosion occurred. Wow, the cannonball exploded directly when it encountered an object, blowing Luffy away. These shells are actually special shells that detonate when they encounter objects. How could this be? Sanji wanted to kick the cannonball back with his foot, but he quickly retracted his feet, allowing a shell to fly over his body. Sauron also didn't dare to cut the cannonball with the blade, but used the double knife trick. Eagle Wave Sauron's two swords drew two-sword Kai, intercepting and detonating the two cannonballs. Seeing this, Rogge quickly took out the Thorn Whip. The fruit ability in the body is activated. The green light was attached to the thorn whip, and the thorn whip grew rapidly. Thorn whip. Skynet Huey. The thorn whip quickly formed a cube net more than 10 meters wide to block the crowd. More than a dozen shells hit the giant net composed of thorn whips, causing an explosion. After a burst of explosions, there were not many thorn whips left. These shells are really hard to deal with. It's all up to you, Rogge, Sanji said. The others also took a breath, but it's not good to be like this all the time. Whenever Rogge withstood a round of shelling, he needed to activate his fruit ability again to form a giant net of thorns and whips. And before Rogge used the fruit ability in his body to consume to grow huge vines, which made his body very tired. Huge vines of 5,000 meters. Even Rogge almost exhausted his stamina. This is not possible. We must find a way. Dalton looked around tightly. At last his eyes fell on the great fort on the top of the mountain. There are 6 huge forts on the top of the mountain, all of which are long-range huge mortars made by Drexus. Maybe we can use the weapons here, Dalton said. Sanji also looked towards the nearest fort. Dalton rushed over and Sanji rushed over when he saw the situation. The two rushed to the top of the 3-story fort, where there was a long-range large mortar 10 meters long and 1 meter in diameter. What a huge cannon! How do I use it? Sanji said. Dalton observed the cannon urgently and said, although this cannon is huge, we can still use it. As long as the cannon is so old, it will be the same. After Sanji also observed it, he groped around the cannon. The 10-meter-long long-range cannon also has mechanical wheels that can adjust height and direction. Dalton saw 2 wheels on the left side of the cannon. One is a horizontal wheel for orientation adjustment, and the other is a vertical wheel for height adjustment. There is also a long-range ranging device next to the cannon, but it can only be used to attack enemies thousands of meters away. If you manage to attack the hot air balloon unit, just aim directly. Sanji also found 20 huge cannonballs with a diameter of 1 meter placed nearby. Dalton, give it a try, Sanji said. Okay, Dalton said. Dalton quickly began to adjust the cannon with the tilting wheel. The mechanical equipment of this cannon is very sophisticated. The horizontal and vertical wheels have linked levers and mechanical bearings. In addition, Dalton can easily control the cannon after transforming into a minotaur-like human-animal form. The huge long-range mortar made by Drexus quickly turned to the muzzle and began to aim at an aerial combat fortress. Sanji opened the chamber cover at the bottom of the cannon and kicked a huge black shell with a diameter of 1 meter into it with his foot. Okay, fire, Sanji said. Okay, Dalton pressed the handle switch on the cannon, accompanied by a huge roaring sound of the cannon firing. A huge 1 meter diameter artillery shell hit the targeted air combat fortress. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The hit air combat fortress quickly turned into a ball of fire. Flames and explosive debris scattered across the sky. This aerial combat fortress was hit by the pod below the hot air balloon. The pod was blown to pieces, and the hot air balloon above it was torn apart by the collateral damage of the explosion. After the air battle fortress was destroyed, the other air battle fortresses stopped attacking. The colonel in charge of commanding the hot air balloon unit saw the scene of his own being destroyed from the window of the air battle fortress he was riding in. The opponent actually used the cannon on the top of the mountain as a weapon. The colonel was extremely shocked. After successfully destroying the first air mobile fortress, Dalton and Sanji aimed at the next target. Sanji quickly finished loading again, and Dalton fired another cannon, destroying the second air mobile fortress. At this time, Rogge, Sauron, and Luffy, who were at the top of the mountain, saw the power of Dalton and Sanji manipulating the cannon. Wow, that's so cool, Luffy shouted excitedly. They really have a way, Sauron said. Oh, they did a great job, Rogge said. Then let's join in too, Sauron said. Rogge, Zoro, and Luffy ran to the top of another hilltop fort. Here, the 3 of them manipulated this long-range cannon to aim at an air mobile fortress to attack. What a powerful force! Rogge also said after firing a cannonball himself. Rogge and Dalton used 2 forts to shoot down 7 air-mobile fortresses in succession. The enemy, who suffered great losses, quickly moved further away. The colonel in command of the balloon unit sits in his air-mobile fortress and directs the battle. Damn, these guys actually used those cannons in reverse. The colonel was full of rage. Now there are only 9 air-mobile fortresses under his command. What's even more terrifying is that the long-range large mortars made by Lexus on the top of the mountain can have a range of several thousand meters. It can be said that these aerial mobile fortresses cannot be avoided. Colonel, hurry up and give the order. We can't leave now. Those controlled cannons can completely wipe us out. An adjutant said. The colonel could be said to be so anxious now that he felt like he was going crazy. What's more, they were sent to rescue Wapol's palace from besiege. Even if he could escape, it would be a death penalty. Anyway, it's death, so let's fight it out. The colonel finally made his decision. Immediately afterwards, the remaining phone bugs in the air-mobile fortress all remembered the voice. All the remaining aerial mobile fortresses, close to the top of the mountain, attacked the 6 forts with full firepower. After the order was issued, all air-mobile fortresses began to close the distance again. The 2 main guns in the pod under the air-mobile fortress re-aimed at the turret where Rogge was. "They're back again," Rogge said. "When I felt that something was going wrong, suddenly a large group of shells were fired. These shells hit the top of the fort, and the huge long-range mortar vibrated. An enemy shell hit the tin box where the shells were stored. There are more than a dozen huge shells with a diameter of 1 meter in this box." "Oops," Zoro said in surprise. Rogge had quick hands and eyes at this time, and quickly grabbed Sauron and Luffy and rushed aside. Rogge is now wearing the cactus power armor, which is extremely powerful. In this case, Rogge's body has great strength and defense. However, the impact caused by the explosion of the cannonballs also threw Rogge away. Rogge hit Wapol's golden palace heavily. "Damn, it really hurts," Rogge said. Both Luffy and Zoro were also dizzy for a while. The fort where Dalton and Sanji were located was also hit by a group of shells. A violent explosion lifted the 2 of them into the air. Dalton and Sanji fall to the ground. The enemy's shelling was very heavy. Relying on the fierce shelling of the mobile fortress in the air, all 6 forts were destroyed one after another. In this way, the advantage on the battlefield returned to the hot air balloon troops. Standing up from the ground again, Rogge saw that the forts around the top of the mountain had been destroyed. Those aerial mobile fortresses have once again widened their distance. "These guys are disgusting," Sanji said as he sprinted to your feet. Zoro was also covered in snow and stood up again with the blade in hand. Luffy looked a little strange. "What's going on? Why is it so cold here? My body has become inflexible." Luffy kept complaining. Because this is at the top of a 5,000-meter high mountain, Luffy's body is made of rubber, so it tends to become brittle. But fortunately, with its strong vitality, there are basically no obstacles. Everyone was suppressed and fell into passivity again. 9 air combat fortresses continued bombardment from a distance of about meters. Now the 6 forts on the top of the mountain have been destroyed, and Rogge and the others are temporarily unable to fight effectively. The snow on the top of the mountain was blasted with huge craters one by one. Meanwhile, at the base of the central peak, after Jess led the elite troops to support, he drove away Dalton's harassing troops. Jess stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the 5,000-meter-high mountain, and saw the wind and snow on the mountain, and the sound of explosions from time to time. It seems very rare. Jess looked towards the pod platform. At the pod platform, the pod responsible for transporting materials and personnel to the top of the mountain fell on the platform, and the iron chain was broken. There was a fierce battle on the top of the mountain, and the chain was destroyed. The crane suspension machinery above must have been reimbursed as well. But what made Jess feel relieved was that the hot air balloon troop that arrived at the top of the mountain was already in charge of the situation. Wapol's palace is also closed. Jace knew very well that the golden palace of Wapol was very strong. Not only artillery fire is difficult to destroy, and the materials inside are enough to last for a month. It can be said that as long as Wapol continues to stay in the palace and enjoy himself there, he can wait for the enemies outside to be eliminated. What is in front of Jess now is that more support troops need to be invested on the top of the mountain. Jess turned his head to look at the surrounding officers. "Everyone, what do we need to do to send the support army there?" Jace asked. Many officers looked at each other. What is before everyone's eyes is a problem: how to support the army to the top of the mountain. But now the hanging tower device on the top of the mountain has been destroyed. The difficulty of landing the army on the top of the mountain is comparable to climbing to the sky. "Commander Jess, I have an idea," an officer with a beard said. "Ah, tell me." Jess looked at him and said, "Do you still remember the sightseeing hot air balloon used by His Majesty Wapol? That is comparable to a penthouse, but if we use those penthouses, they can be used to drop a large number of soldiers," the officer said. After hearing this, Jess thought for a while and his eyes lit up. "Okay, let's use those hot air balloon villas," Jess said. "Okay, let's contact the supplies department as soon as possible. Let them send over the hot air balloon villa used by His Majesty Wapol," the officer said. "And I order the entire army to enter a state of readiness. There are also hot air balloon troops fighting on the top of the mountain to continue to provide cover for our army," Jess said. Soon after the order was given, the tourist villa that Wapol had used flew over. 8 hot air balloon villas with a diameter of meters flew to the area at the foot of the central peak. These hot air balloon villas were ordered by Wapol from a civilian company under the world government. A 3-story villa is suspended below the hot air balloon with a diameter of meters. The villa is very beautifully made. In addition to basically maintaining the shape of the villa, the bottom of the villa also has a certain curvature like the bottom of a boat. Likewise, think of Nevapol's particular favorite style. The outside of these villas were plated with gold. I didn't expect that these villas can now be used for combat purposes, Jess said, watching these huge hot air balloon villas. "Okay, the military situation is urgent now. Everyone quickly familiarize yourself with the interior of the villa and load as many weapons and soldiers as possible," Jess said. "Yes," said many officers. A large number of officers and soldiers began to quickly enter these villas and carried some weapons. Each villa was loaded with 90 soldiers, and 8 villas began to take off one after another. The 8 villas take off slowly, and these villas are of course able to withstand the cold and fly high. However, because the hot air balloon villa is for sightseeing, the speed is very slow. It's not the same as those military aerial mobile fortresses made by Drexus. At the top of the mountain, the 5 Rogge tried their best to avoid the enemy's attack. The 9 air mobile fortresses make full use of the advantage of distance and exert powerful firepower. There was another burst of violent shelling, and the 5 Rogge were forced to evade urgently. "It doesn't work like this," Roger said. But Rogge quickly set his sights on the Golden Palace. Although the Golden Palace has been closed, but you can still hide on it. "Listen up, everyone, I have an idea," Roger said. Sanji, Dalton, and others all looked at Rogge. "Let's hide above the palace," Rogge said. Then everyone rushed to the Golden Palace together. The 5 of them arrived at the upper part of the Golden Palace. Even the top of this Golden Palace has a large platform. Here the 5 of them were breathing heavily and finally able to take a rest. Huh, Dalton looked around in confusion. "What's going on? The enemy seems to have stopped attacking," Sanji said. "Could it be that?" Sauron looked at the 9 aerial mobile fortresses. "Ah, the enemy stopped attacking," Luffy said. Rogge looked at the 9 mobile air fortresses. Sure enough, when he and Sanji arrived here, the other party did not attack again, because this is Wapol's Golden Palace. Even those palaces cannot damage this palace, but Wapol lives inside. They didn't dare attack again. Sure enough, the enemy dare not attack again, Rogge said. "After all, this palace is the tyrant who lives in Wapol. If they dare to attack here, their heads will definitely move," Dalton said. "Now it's all right, we can wait here. Find a way to break through this palace made of gold," Sanji said. Before everyone could continue to be happy, Suddenly, a group of hot air balloons that were bigger than the previous air battle fortress floated up. Below these huge hot air balloons are suspended three-story villas. What the villa? Sauron frowned and said, because of their size, these huge hot air balloons rise much slower than the previous aerial combat fortress. These aerial battle forts flew above the top of the mountain, and then the villas below fell to the ground. The door of the villa opened, and a large number of heavily armed soldiers of the king's army rushed out. The king's army quickly set up machine guns and light artillery, ready to fight. There were a total of 8 hot air balloon villas, and more than soldiers of the royal army landed. Then the hot air balloon villa began to rise slowly again and left the top of the mountain. So many enemies have been reinforced at once, Rogge said. Looks like we'll have to fight to the death, Dalton said. After more than soldiers of the royal army landed, an officer began to speak with a loudspeaker. Dalton and the pirates, you are already behind bars. Surrender now. The officers of the king's army used loudspeakers to persuade Rogge and others to surrender. Rogge, Sanji, Dalton, Sauron, and Luffy all looked at the king's army. These Wapol lackeys, Dalton said through gritted teeth. As the leader of the resistance forces, he is full of hatred for Wapol and the king's army. He still wants to recruit us. Sauron said. Rogge looked at these enemies and then said, these guys are still self-righteous. Give them a surprise. How? Sanji asked. I have a solution. You wait a moment. Rogge said. Roger then took out a tomato. Tomatoes, what a fun thing. Sanji said strangely. Rogge held the tomato in his hand and used the plant fruit ability in his body. The palm of the hand glowed green, and the tomatoes began to grow even larger. In the end, it was 5 meters wide in Rogge's hands. Wow, I really want to eat, Luffy said. It's not for you, it's for them. Rogge threw the tomato towards the king's army. The huge tomato hit the officer of the king's army who was shouting, and a large group of soldiers were knocked down around him. Huge tomatoes were also smashed to pieces, and they were all dyed the color of tomatoes. How about it? Enjoy the meal, Roger shouted loudly. Hey, you're wasting food, Sanji said, slightly dissatisfied. This is a weapon, not food. Please don't confuse them, Rogge said. Sanji stopped talking and moved his feet, preparing for the battle. The king's army was already humiliated. The officer stood up and said angrily, attack with all our strength. More than king's troops began to rush towards the palace in groups. Here we are, you can move your hands and feet, Rogge said. Fearing damage to Wapol's golden palace, they did not use artillery weapons, but only charged with firearms. A group of enemies at the front also had bayonets mounted. This group of enemies rushed to the platform at the top of the palace using the steps on both sides of the palace. The Rogge 5 are here. Charge and kill Dalton and the pirates. There will be many rewards. The king's army rushed over with short-term bayonets. Rogge waved his fist towards the enemy and rushed over. There was a scream, and the impact of Rogge's fist and body knocked more than a dozen enemies into the air. The king's army stabbed Rogge's armor with a bayonet, but there was no damage except scratches. This guy's armor is so powerful, the king's soldiers said in shock. Some of the king's army also fired, but no harm was done. Rogge's cactus power armor is not afraid of cannons, let alone these bullets and bayonets. Under Rogge's attack, dozens of enemies rushing up from the left were quickly pushed back. The remaining hundreds of enemies were unable to charge effectively and were firmly blocked. Dalton wields a halberd to help fend off rogue straying enemies. More than a dozen king's troops surrounded Dalton. Dalton, you traitor, is already hard to fly, an officer of the king's army said. Yes, you actually dare to attack the central peak. I'm really tired of living, another soldier said. HMPH, let's stab him to death together, another soldier said. The officer of the king's army took the lead in slashing over with a sharp saber in his hand. Dalton swung his iron halberd and knocked him to the ground. The saber flew more than 10 meters. Some other soldiers rushed forward brandishing bayonets. Dalton glared at everyone with huge eyes like a cow. He squatted down halfway, swung the iron halberd with both hands and spun around, and bounced away more than a dozen enemy bayonets. Under the huge force, The rifles in the hands of these king's soldiers were knocked off. The king's army was scared back by Dalton. Dalton is now like a mighty Tauren. His imposing manner and strength make the people around him extremely fearful. This guy is so powerful, hurry up and use the pistol. These king's troops quickly took out their pistols and shot at Dalton for a while. Dalton was hit by dense bullets, but it was different from what the soldiers of the king's army expected. Dalton wasn't down, not even bleeding. After he turned into this Tauren appearance, the fur of his body easily resisted the damage of the gun. "What a scary guy. He's not afraid of bullets," said the soldier of the king's army. This time, these soldiers of the king's army had no other choice. "You lackeys, let me serve Wapol," with a cavity of anger and strong strength. Dalton swung his iron halberd and knocked the king's soldiers away. But after all, there were too many charging enemies, and more than 20 soldiers of the king's army who had slipped through the net rushed up. These kings are also different. They are all burly and strong, exaggerated. The body can reach 3 meters tall, holding a giant axe. This wave is a hand-to-hand combat force, and it's obviously aimed at me. Dalton said. More than 20 burly soldiers of the king's army armed with giant axes surrounded Dalton. "Traitor Dalton, let's take your head off," the burly soldiers said. After Dalton's transformation, his appearance is similar to that of a Tauren, and his height is also close to 3 meters. The burly body of these guys looks exactly like Dalton's from the outside. Wapol is really rich. He used a lot of money to hire many foreign soldiers. "You are too," Dalton said. These tall and burly soldiers glanced at each other, and one of them said, "Yes, we are soldiers of the famous mob mercenary group. It's unlucky for you to meet us today. On weekdays, you and the resistance forces are always fighting guerrillas, making it impossible for us to start." Another said, "So guys, kill him," another one said. Dalton observed the 3 tall and burly soldiers who spoke, and they were almost identical in appearance. "Do you think we are 3 brothers?" Dalton said. "Yes, we are the 3 Rust brothers who led the former thug mercenary group, the Cash Drum Country's thug giant axe squad." The 3 said together. "Okay, then stop talking nonsense," Dalton said. Dalton swung his iron halberd and rushed towards one of them. One of the Rust brothers swung a huge axe and hit Dalton's iron halberd heavily. Although he blocked the attack, this guy also felt Dalton's amazing power. "You guys," one of the Rust brothers stepped back a few meters. "Your strength is not bad either. I am a warrior who once knocked down a house," Dalton said. But after all, Dalton is still superior, and his strength and fighting ability are better than his opponent. The 3 Rust brothers and the surrounding giant axe team members were shocked. "Brother, don't be stubborn. Let's deal with him together." The 3 Ruster brothers quickly surrounded Dalton from 3 directions. Dalton looked around. After the 3 brothers surrounded him, they actually became extremely powerful. Could it be that they are fighting together? There is no way to deal with it. After the 3 Ruster brothers surrounded Dalton, they exuded a terrifying fighting spirit. "Dalton, go to hell," the 3 Rust brothers roared together. At the same time, the 3 of them swung their giant axes and slashed at Dalton. Dalton suddenly felt the opponent's giant axe exuding an extremely powerful, murderous aura. Even his strong body could feel the aftermath of the force generated by the opponent's giant axe. What? Dalton shouted and jumped up. This Tauren-like guy jumped to a height of 7 or 8 meters with great strength. The 3 giant axes of the 3 Rust brothers have already hacked to the position where he was just now. The 3 giant axes shattered the golden masonry on the ground. You know, the gold in this palace has been specially processed. Even cannons are indestructible. Excellent destructive power. Dalton fell to the ground aside and said with lingering fear. The 3 Rust brothers waved their giant axes and looked at Dalton again. "HMPH, you are a monster like a Tauren, and you are still very powerful," the eldest of the 3 brothers said. Dalton looked at the 3 brothers and said, "Are you also very strong? It seems that I also need to fight hard." The 3 brothers raised their giant axes again, and the 3 rushed over like lions. 3 giant axes slashed at Dalton with a force that tore apart the air. At this critical moment, Dalton ducked aside. Dalton quickly hid to the right side of the three brothers. The person on the far right quickly changed the direction of the giant axe in his hand and slashed at Dalton. Dalton quickly used the iron halberd in his hand to block the attack. There was an earth-shattering bang and sparks flew everywhere. The two weapons struck together. However, Dalton quickly found an opportunity, and after resisting the attack, he gave the enemy a horizontal blow to the waist. For a while, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the opponent's waist was cut open. Second brother, the rest of the boss and the third child roared in fright and anger for a while, resounding through the sky and the earth. Dalton stepped back a little further, and he had already successfully killed the opponent's second child. "Asshole, I want you to die without a burial place," the boss roared angrily. "Kill you," Lao Sen roared angrily. The eldest brother and the third child quickly rushed toward Dalton from the left front and left and right sides. Seeing these two enemies, Dalton also became mad. He swung his iron halberd and hit the third child who was rushing forward to the left. When Dalton approached the opponent, he jumped up suddenly and swung his iron halberd from the top of the opponent's head. With a puff, the third child still had a face full of shock and anger, and his head had already rolled down. The giant axe in his hand still had some power left, so he threw it away. Dalton fell heavily to the ground, and when he looked back, he was already decapitated. "Phew," the second one. Dalton poked the ground with his iron halberd and said, "The only remaining eldest among the remaining three Rust brothers was furious." Three brothers, the other party's voice resounded throughout the world, but was quickly drowned out by the noisy voices on the battlefield. After losing his second and third brothers in succession, the eldest brother went completely crazy. He looked at Dalton with extremely hateful eyes. "I can't wait to chop Dalton into meat." "Fuck me all of you," Lao Sen said to his thugs, the giant axe squad members. The thug axe squad thought that the three Rust brothers could work together to eliminate Dalton. But Dalton killed the two of them back and was already too shocked to move. However, under the order of the boss, who is also the captain, he came to his senses and began to charge. Kill more than 20 members of the thug axe team rushed over. After all, these burly fighters were also born as outlaws, and at this time they quickly charged again with their blood. Dalton carried the iron halberd on his back, and then his body changed again. The Tauren's original human-beast form has become more beastly. Finally, Dalton landed on all fours and turned into a black yak 4 meters long. The black yak rushed towards the warriors of the giant axe team at an astonishing speed. The soldiers of the giant axe squad saw this giant bull rushing towards it with astonishing speed. Dalton went on a rampage, knocking down his enemies one by one. The members of the giant axe squad hadn't even gotten close to Dalton when they were knocked into the air. Dalton's huge bull's head combined with strength and speed knocked away the members of the giant axe team one by one. More than 20 members of the giant axe team were crushed and eliminated in front of Dalton's powerful strength. The last boss of the Rust brothers was also surprised and angry. "Dalton is really a difficult guy to deal with. My second and third brothers, as well as my good subordinates who fought with me since the mercenary period, it's actually impossible to beat him," the last boss of the three Rust brothers said. After more than 20 members of the giant axe team were killed, the leader of the last team, who was also the eldest of the three Rust brothers, rushed towards Dalton. The opponent raised a huge axe, and Dalton slashed over. Dalton gathered all his strength and charged forward. The final blow had enough force to knock down a house, and it was paired with 2 huge horns. The giant axe in the hands of the boss of the Rust brothers was knocked flying, and 2 horns pierced through his chest. He flew out of the platform at the top of the palace. Dalton also stopped the impact. Although the battlefield was chaotic, Dalton's powerful combat power was already seen by others. "Well done, Dalton." Rogge was fighting, but he also saw Dalton's powerful strength. Can't help but admire. Sanji was teaching the enemy with his feet, but he also glanced at Dalton. "The power really surpasses that of dinosaurs," Sanji said. "It's really a good thing that we have such a strong partner." Sauron also said, "Dalton, "You're so handsome," Luffy said, waving his arms. Dalton, who received praise from everyone, was also full of emotions. He was still in the form of a yak and said, "Let us destroy these Wapol armies together." "Okay, Rogge," Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy shouted in unison. In addition to Rogge and Dalton, Sanji and the others fought fiercely. Sanji kicked the king's army away with his feet. Aim at the enemy. An officer led more than 20 king's troops who aimed their rifles at Sanji. Fire, intensive bullets shot at Sanji. Sanji suddenly leaned back, almost lying down. Then the body stood up straight again. With a sudden jump, Sanji landed on top of the soldiers of the king's army. Level minced meat. Sanji's feet violently kicked the bodies of these king's soldiers. The king's army screamed for a while and then fell to the ground and groaned. In the end, the king's army officer was also kicked down by Sanji. "It's really boring," Sanji said. "Is it really boring?" Suddenly, an extremely cold voice sounded. Sanji looked to the right and saw a slender man standing aside. The slender man looked at Sanji. Sanji gave him a hard look with his right eye under the curled eyebrow. Just looking at this man's eyes, Sanji felt the boundless coldness emanating from him. "Oh, is there someone with some strength?" Sanji said. "Oh, your foot skills are still very strong," the man said. Sanji waved his feet and his bones cracked for a while. His feet can be kicked out at any time. The slender man was wearing a purple suit and his hands were as slender as spiders. His tongue was like a snake, spit out silkily. "Stop talking nonsense, let's get started," Sanji said. Sanji jumped up and kicked the opponent in the head with his right foot. The man quickly put his arms in front of his head and 2 sharp claws popped out of his sleeves. The 2 sharp claws are made of fine steel, each with 5 cm long sharp claw tips. Sanji kicked heavily on the 2 steel claws with his feet. "What?" Sanji felt that the sharpness of the opponent's steel claws and the strength of the opponent's arms were enough to compete with his skills. "Ah!" the slender man shouted, and his claws bounced Sanji's whole body back with extremely high force. Not only does this guy move swiftly, but his arm strength is also amazing. Sanji fell to the ground again, watching the slender man. The slender man rubbed the steel claws installed on both arms against each other. Sparks scattered in groups. "I am the well-known bounty hunter on the Great Line, Steel Claw Molo," the slender man said proudly. "Steel Claw Moro," Sanji said strangely. This name seemed to have been seen by him before. "By the way, I remembered it. You are the person who once killed a wealthy family with thousands of elite armed mercenaries in a kingdom, right? That family was also involved in serious illegal business at that time, so you were even arrested. Call it a good deed," Sanji said suddenly. "Yes, that family was indeed engaged in human trafficking and gambling business, but the local government couldn't handle it. Just ask me to go out and kill those guys. It was 3 or 4 years ago, but that was just the last time in my life. One of the proud business." Steel Claw Maluo said thoughtfully. "But being a bounty hunter is not about upholding justice. But it was done for money. However, when some families and forces involved in the criminal underworld are often eliminated, they will not be punished excessively by the law. Therefore, many bounty hunters will carefully consider their targets. I learned about your existence from an old newspaper I read before, but I didn't expect you to be a mercenary for Wapol for money," Sanji said. Steel Claw Moro put the steel claw to his mouth and said, "For money, that is only secondary. What I really want is to pursue crazy killings. Wapol has both money and can provide these opportunities. That's why I am willing to join the royal army of the Drum Kingdom." "Is it nice to say?" Sanji sarcastically said. Ha, aren't you still well-dressed, but you have become a pirate?" Steel Claw Moro said. Sanji lit a new cigarette butt and said, "There are gentlemen among pirates, but you are just a murderer. Don't compare you to me." Steel Claw Maluo's eyes widened, but of course he wasn't angry, but his tongue sticks out like a cobra's tongue. "Then let me taste your flesh and blood." Steel Claw Maluo rushed over. His movements are extremely fast, comparable to a cobra with high agility. Sanji jumped high and dodged the opponent's attack. The 2 steel claws had been cut apart at the position where Sanji was a moment ago. Even the air was shaking for a while. Sanji jumped into the air and aimed his foot at Molo's head. The body suddenly spun like a wheel. Coarsely chopped, Sanji spun like a wheel and fell down. Steel Claw Maluo dodged aside flexibly. Under the strength of the rotation, Sanji's feet directly punched out a pit in the golden masonry below. First meat shoulder, heart meat, neck meat, chin meat, first class minced meat, level minced meat, level minced meat. After Sanji fell to the ground, he quickly kicked the opponent violently with his feet like a storm. Steel Claw Maluo was as comfortable as a snake, dodging attacks with great speed and flexibility. Most of the attacks were missed, and the few hits were blocked by the steel claws on his arms. Huh, what a trick! Sanji finally stopped. Steel Claw Molo is now bent like a snake. The steel claws mounted on both arms are always ready to strike. Your foot skills are really rare martial arts in the world, but I will let you know what it means to cut the heart and lungs. Steel Claw Moro rushed towards Sanji at top speed. The steel-clawed Moro in front of Sanji bites like a cobra. When Steel Claw Molo approached Sanji, his body seemed to be entangled with Sanji again. Steel Claw Molo swings Steel Claw around Sanji. Sanji observed the surroundings very closely. Suddenly, a Steel Claw rushed over and grabbed his neck. Sanji kicked up hard and deflected the attack. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 steel claws attacked at extremely high speed. Sanji violently parried the attack with his feet alternately. Most of the attacks were blocked, but the crotch was still severely grabbed by the opponent. Immediately, flesh and blood flew all over the place. The golden bricks and stones on the ground were spattered with blood. Sanji let out a painful cry and immediately half knelt down. Good opportunity. Steel Claw Moro seized the opportunity and rushed over. Both steel claws grabbed Sanji's head. The opponent's eyes looked at Sanji's head, as if a poisonous snake had bitten him badly. Suddenly, Sanji raised his head, and the eyes under the curled eyebrows showed a hint of complacency. Sanji jumped up and did a somersault in midair. You fell for it. Steel Claw Molo grabbed the air with both claws, but Sanji's feet above his head had already reached the top. With the sound of bones breaking, Steel Claw Maluo was kicked to the ground below. After receiving this heavy blow, Steel Claw Molo was not knocked down, but Steel Claw Moro quickly avoided Sanji's possible further combos by virtue of his flexible skills. The seriously injured Steel Claw Moro stood in the distance and looked at Sanji. Okay, it's the first time I've had such a serious blow, Steel Claw Molo said. Steel Claw Molo's head is bleeding profusely now. The head was fractured and bleeding badly, but he can still fight. Sanji's crotch was also seriously injured. Sanji also stood up again and looked at the other party. Hey, let's continue fighting, Sanji said. Okay, continue fighting to the death, Steel Claw Moro said. Steel Claw Moro's body rushed towards Sanji like a snake. This time, the 2 steel claws on his arm grabbed Sanji's head and the chest. Sanji jumped away and stood upside down. Banquet table and kicking package. Sanji's 2 feet spun logically, and 1 foot hit Steel Claw Molo's body. Chin meet. Sanji hit the opponent from the bottom up with his right foot. The injured Steel Claw Moro rolled several meters away. Damn it, it's all to blame for the kick on the head just now, Steel Claw Maluo said as he regained his footing. Sanji had previously hit Steel Claw Moro hard on the head, causing a skull fracture and considerable concussion. In this case, Steel Claw Moro's combat ability is greatly reduced. Sanji also saw this and said, "Your combat power has been greatly reduced now, right?" "No, I can still tear you into minced meat," Steel Claw Maluo said bravely. Sanji will never give his opponent a chance to breathe. Sanji quickly rushed towards Steel Claw Moro and jumped into the air. Level minced meat. A violent storm of kicks knocked Steel Claw Moro to the ground. He rushed to the fallen Steel Claw Molo and aimed at the guy's body again. Kick against etiquette. Sanji kicked Molo the Steel Claw away. The kicked Steel Claw Molo not only flew out of the Golden Palace, but also flew out of the top of the central mountain. Steel Claw Maluo screamed for a while and fell down a mountain of more than 5,000 meters. "It's finally over," Sanji said after straightening his collar. After Sanji successfully dealt with Moro the Steel Claw, he returned to the battle. Facing the continuous stream of soldiers from the king's army, Sauron showed his powerful swordsmanship. Rhinoceros. Zoro held Yukashiro and Kaitsu in his hands, and they rotated with his body. Like a small tornado, the sword Kai blasted away more than a dozen soldiers of the king's army around them. It's really amazing. I have never seen an enemy with such a strong swordsmanship. He has already killed more than of our soldiers, but he is still so powerful in fighting. The human sea tactic doesn't work either. Many soldiers of the king's army were armed with rifles and sabers, but no one dared to go up. Sauron put the blade down and said, "It's so boring." Groups of soldiers from the king's army were just attacking like cannon fodder. At this moment, a voice suddenly shouted, "You are the bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro. Let me meet you." Suddenly, the king's army dispersed, and a middle-aged man with a strong body but average height walked over. Zoro looked at the man, who had short blue hair, was wearing black leather jacket and leather pants, and had two samurai swords across his waist. Just from the scabbard and handle, it can be seen that the two katana swords are not ordinary blades. "Could it be that you are the bounty hunter West Ravat?" Sauron asked. "Exactly," the other party said. The blue short-haired man, or Wester Lovett, looked at Sauron. His pupils were full of murderous intent. It was the look that a lone, wolf-like swordsman would only have when he met an even-matched opponent. Moreover, the face shape of this West Lovett is somewhat similar to that of Sauron, both of which are resolute and full of fighting spirit. Lovett touched the two samurai swords on his waist and said, "Do you still remember the past? You were also a bounty hunter at that time. At the bounty hunter gathering meeting, we met once again. Never forget." Zoro said, "When Sauron was still a bounty hunter, he once participated in a bounty hunter gathering. That time I happened to meet Roat. At that time, Ravat and Zoro also defeated some other bounty hunters who wanted to compete, although the two did not officially fight against each other. But the superb martial arts displayed by both sides are deeply remembered by the other side. It's a pity that we couldn't fight that time. I didn't expect the Feng Shui to turn, and now I am an elite soldier of the Drum King's army, but you are a pirate." Roat said, "It's nothing surprising. Everyone has to change, whether he used to be a bounty hunter or a swordsman." Sauron said, "Let's try it out this time," Roat said. "I thought so too," Sauron said. Roat's eyes flashed coldly, and the two samurai swords on his waist were already held in his hands like thunder. Both samurai swords feature mythical monsters with black metal inlaid hilts. One of them is the Dragon King and the other is the Phoenix. "What a knife," Zoro said in admiration. Roat waved his swords and said, "Thank you for the compliment." Immediately afterwards, both sides began to wave their blades and put on a fighting posture. Just the momentum before the battle made all the soldiers of the king's army around them retreat. Roat's right arm holds a samurai sword with a Dragon King pattern. Right arm in front, left arm behind. The dragon soars to the world. Under the guidance of the Dragon King katana in his right arm, Roat rushed towards Sauron with sword energy like a dragon. Sauron swung Yukino and Kidoru, and the two knives cut two sword Kai in front of him. The sword energy in the shape of two blue giant eagles flew towards Roat. Roat's dragon soaring world formed a golden dragon around it due to the sword energy, just like the sword energy. The two eagle waves collided with Sauron's chop. The golden light and the blue light exchanged, and the powerful sword energy of both sides was surging in the sky and the earth. Finally, the dragon-like dragon-soaring world tore apart two eagle waves and killed Xiang Sauron directly. However, Yingbo's ability to counteract the opponent's sword energy also consumed most of the opponent's sword energy. Sauron's two slashes with enormous strength completely wiped out the remaining sword energy of the opponent. After successfully passing the first move, Sauron looked at Ravat again. "It's really strong." Zoro also praised the other party with admiration. If a swordsman compliments the other party, then he definitely recognizes the other party's swordsmanship. "Thank you for the compliment," Ravat said. Then Ravat rushed over, slashing fiercely at Sauron with both knives. Zoro waved Yukigashi and Kaitsu with both arms. blocking the opponent's 2 katana attacks. The piercing sound of blade collision resounded through the sky and the earth, and sparks splashed all over the ground. "This is my male and female swords, Dragon King Sword and Phoenix Sword. Your blade is also good. You can fight Dragon King and Phoenix," Rogge said while dancing the sword. "Thank you for your appreciation. Both Yukino and Kiraru are happy to fight with your 2 precious swords," Sauron said. Knives, metal and iron clanged and sparks flew everywhere. The blades and martial arts of the 2 are different, but they dance with the wind as if they have a tacit understanding. The snowflakes that kept falling around were all blown away by the sword energy. The white snow on the ground where the 2 walked was blown away and then fell again. It turned out to be Yukazu and Kiraru. "No wonder, they are also supremely good knives," Rogge said. "Thank you for the compliment," Sauron said. Sauron and Rogge fought with 2 swords, and everything around them was controlled by the sword energy of both sides. In close combat, both sides have no advantage and are evenly matched. "Ah!" Zoro shouted. "Ah!" Rogge also shouted. The 2 knives fought together, and after the astonishing force collided, both of them were bounced away by the reaction force. Rogge and Zoro were more than 20 meters apart again. "To deal with you, I have to concentrate all my abilities," Rogge said attentively. After Rogge finished speaking, he crossed the Dragon King Sword and Phoenix Sword on his chest. The 2 blades trembled for a while as if resonating. Double swords, Dragon and Phoenix combined. Rogge's double swords unfolded from the cross state, and at the same time his body rushed at a high speed. Rogge quickly rushed in front of Sauron, and the 2 blades slashed towards Sauron like flying dragons. Zoro waved Yukazu and Kaitsu tried to resist. The 4 blades joined together. Although he blocked the attack, Sauron's body was blown away by the impact. Sauron's body retreated more than 10 meters before stopping. "Such a strong sword energy," Zoro said in shock. As expected of the majestic Roronoa Zoro, his swordsmanship is truly superb. He was able to block this ace move of mine, Rogge said with praise. Although Sauron was forced to retreat by this move, being able to successfully block the attack was far beyond Rogge's expectations. Rogge then assumed a new sword stance again. This time, the Dragon King saber on his right arm was in front of his chest, and the Phoenix saber on his left arm was pressed to the ground. The dragon's tail sweeps away thousands of armies. The Dragon King sword slashed towards Sauron horizontally. The Phoenix knife used the strength of the blade to strike back. The 2 blades, one front and one back, support each other, making Rogge's body like a cheetah galloping on land. Rogge's body has already rushed in front of Sauron, and the Dragon King's saber on his right arm slashed at Sauron. The strength contained in this knife is enough to cut through huge rocks. Sauron held both swords in front of his chest. Otherwise, his body would be cut off from the chest. Yukigashiro and Kaitsu blocked the attack with all their might, but the Phoenix knife on Rogge's left arm stabbed him from behind. Although the attack was delayed due to the distance and the turning of the blade, it still stabbed Sauron in the shoulder. Zoro dodged in time so that the knife did not penetrate the bone, but it also stabbed the shoulder muscle. Sauron quickly retreated in order to avoid the opponent's continued attack. Rogge flicked the blade of the Phoenix knife on his left arm, and the blood of Sauron on it was thrown off. "Your reaction is really fast. Otherwise, the arms of ordinary people would have been chopped off," Rogge said. Zoro and Rogge continued to fight fiercely, and it could be said that the 2 swords were evenly matched. "It is indeed a very powerful opponent," Sauron sighed. Facing such a powerful enemy, Sauron took out the last word of Hedao from his waist after thinking for a while. Zoro dropped the word Hedao in his mouth and put the black eye patch on his arm over his eyes. Rogge looked at Sauron and said, "You still use the 3 swords to deal with me. 3 swords is my representative, so I will use 3 swords to defeat you," Sauron said. Zoro's body suddenly rushed towards Rogge. When he got close to his opponent, he unleashed his sword move. Arms crossed in front of him, mouth firmly biting the blade. 3 swords to kill ghosts. Sauron slashed at the enemy 3 times, beheading the enemy like a ghost. At this time, Rogge suddenly put his 2 knives into a defensive posture in front of him, facing forward to resist. Dragon Shield and Phoenix Royal. The Dragon King Knife and Phoenix Knife in Rogge's hands are like shields defending the front. Sauron's 3 swords were blocked by the opponent, but the power generated by Sauron's Ghost Slash was astonishing, and Rogge was forced to dodge backwards. Don't even think about escaping. After Sauron killed the ghost, he quickly stabbed the opponent again. Rogge retreated urgently and finally reached the edge of the platform on the top of the palace, behind which was the snow field on the top of the mountain below the palace. It's now Sauron seized the perfect opportunity. The 3 blades, Yukigashi and Kaitsu held in both arms, and Wadu Ikamen held in his mouth, were rotated in front of Zorro like a windmill. 3,000 worlds of the secret of 3 sword styles. Sauron's 3 knives were as impenetrable as a windmill, slashing at the opponent. Rogge was also in a hurry, and stabbed forward with both knives at the same time. Dragon Spear and Phoenix Spear. But Rogge's 2 treasured swords were as hard to extricate themselves as if they were inserted into the boundless wind, unable to break in or withdraw. What? After screaming for a while, Rogge's body was slashed several times by Sauron and fell down. The Dragon King Knife and Phoenix Knife in his hands seemed to be blown away by the wind. Zorro successfully defeated his opponent. Walk to the edge of the platform at the top of the palace and look at Rogge, who has fallen below. The victory or defeat is decided, Zorro said calmly, and continued to fight. The battle on the top platform of the palace was still very fierce, but more than half of the people who came up in the first wave of the king's army had already been lost. Most of the rest of the active ones were wounded. Luffy is also alive and well in this battle, as a rubber man. Luffy rushed on the battlefield, killing and wounding a large number of elite soldiers of the king's army. Rubber rubber whip, rubber rubber bazooka, rubber rubber jump rope, rubber machine gun, rubber rubber storm. With his powerful strength, Luffy killed a large number of enemy soldiers. Although I haven't encountered a strong opponent like Steel Claw Moro or Rogge, and Luffy is not very suitable to deal with them. However, Luffy succeeded in killing a large number of soldiers of the king's army. Rogge took the lead in the battle, and when the rest of the people were still fighting on the top platform of the palace, Rogge had already rushed to the top of the snow field where the enemy had landed and set up a position. The first wave of enemies quickly set up artillery and a large number of machine guns. Although they didn't dare to attack the top of the palace, they opened fire violently when they saw Rogge rushing over. Everyone opens fire. Kill him. Swarms of cannonballs and bullets were fired at Rogge. Rogge used the cactus power armor to jump suddenly and rush into the enemy. Waving his fist, Rogge knocked away a local machine gun. Rogge rushed to the side of a cannon again, raised his arms and smashed the cannon towards several enemies. After a while of screams, several enemies were rolled down the top of the mountain together with the cannon. With melee combat, Rogge quickly destroyed dozens of enemies, 20 cannons and 40 machine guns. The whole body is full of enthusiasm. It is really a tragic battle, Rogge said. Rogge is now in the fierce battle, and his whole body feels full of energy and blood. At this moment, suddenly a figure rushed over. 1 punches against Rogge. There was a loud noise, enough to shatter the cannon and the house, and the rebound of the huge force pushed the 2 people back more than 10 meters. What? Rogge looked at the other person in shock. The other person was a bald man with a body that could reach 3 meters tall. The muscles in the body all seemed to be harder than steel. On the opponent's arms were black metal gloves made of a special metal. HMPH, what a tough guy, said the bald man. You're not bad either. Who are you? Rogge asked. The bald man looked at Rogge and said, I am a former professional killer, the metal boxing champion. The metal boxing champion clenched his fists and looked at Roger, like a tiger about to rush over at any time. You are the metal boxing champion, Roger said. Rogge had also read books about famous killers and bounty hunters in the world. Among them, I have seen the deeds of the metal boxing champion. Metal Boxer is a well-known killer on the Great Line. There used to be a fierce war between 2 kingdoms called Malinchit and Cloron. In order to end the war, King Malinchit paid a lot of money to hire Metal Fist to attack the capital of the kingdom of Chloron and kill the king. Sure enough, the Metal Fist King single-handedly invaded the capital of the kingdom of Chloron, killed thousands of elite guards, and then killed the king. This incident caused a sensation on the Great Route. The Metal Boxer has also become a wanted criminal by the world government. Unlike Steel Claw Molo and Ravat, who prefer to walk in the shadows, bounty hunters, the Metal Boxer has blatantly done a lot of things that are horrifying and shocking to hear. When they met today, Rogge saw the face of this desperado. "You are well deserved. As expected, you can feel your strength from your appearance," Rogge said. The Metal Boxing Champion shook his head happily and said, "Haha, it seems that you have heard about my glorious deeds. It's a pity that you are going to end here today," Rogge suddenly said with a sharp tone. The Metal Boxing Champion's face became unbelievable, as if he had heard something absurd. The Metal Boxing Champion exerted all his strength, making the bones in his body rattle. "Okay, you finish me," Metal Fist said. "Also, my name is Rogge. Now I need you to hear this name very gently," Rogge said. "Okay, Rogge, why don't you kill me like that?" the Metal Boxing Champion said disdainfully. Roger clenched his fists after brewing strength. "Suffer death." Rogge jumped up suddenly, clenched his fist and hit the Metal Boxing Champion on the head. This strength plus speed is already enough to knock down a house. The Metal Boxing Champion didn't stay where he was, and Shuang too jumped up after gathering his strength. When he waved his fist, he punched Roger fiercely in midair. The two fists faced each other, making the world tremble. The top of the entire central mountain was violently turbulent for a while. Rogge found it difficult to sustain this punch, but he still managed to draw a tie. After the fist fight, both Rogge and Metal Boxer fell back to the ground. Rogge looked at Metal Fist King. This enemy was not something he could defeat. "Even when I used my strongest strength, I could only barely tie." "Good boy, your strength is quite strong," the Metal Boxing Champion said, full of wild fighting spirit. However, the Metal Boxing Champion also felt that Rogge had some strength and needed to go all out. This time, the Metal Boxing Champion rushed towards Rogge violently, like a tiger. "Go to hell!" Metal Fist roared as he charged furiously. Rogge clenched his fists and began to resist the attack. The Metal Boxing Champion hit Rogge with punches like cannonballs, and Rogge used his fists and arms to block the attack. Rogge used his fists and arms to resist the attack, feeling shocked in his heart. The opponent's speed is also very strong. Combining strength and speed, the Metal Boxer is as tough as a dinosaur. Let Roger not have time to breathe. If there is a flaw, the decisive kick is needed. The Metal Boxer kicked Rogge's unguarded abdomen with his leg, kicked Rogge hundreds of meters away. The whole person hit the wall of the Golden Palace heavily. Rogge stood up again in pain and looked at the Metal Fist King. "What a powerful force," Rogge said. "It's quite difficult to deal with," Metal Fist King said as he moved his hands and feet. Although he has killed many powerful opponents, this is the first time that the Metal Boxing Champion has encountered an opponent as difficult as Rogge. The powerful enemies in the past could not withstand such a long war of attrition. "Good job, you are really a formidable enemy, but I can also get rid of you," Metal Boxing Champion said. The Metal Boxing Champion squatted down this time, and then roared for a while. The body of the whole person becomes stronger and stronger. In other words, the muscles swell even bigger. The current Metal Boxing Champion has metal-like muscles all over his body, and his height is already about 3.5 meters. The front ends of both arms became like a large sarcoma. The glove made of special metal on his arm was stretched out and a little bulging, but although the snare was strong and hard, it could grow even bigger as the muscles in his hands swelled. Now the front ends of the Metal Boxing Champion's arms are as huge as wine barrels. "You also change your physical condition," Rogge said. "Of course, this is a trivial matter," Metal Boxing Champion said. The Metal Boxing Champion waved his huge arms and attacked Luo Ji again. Rogge felt something was wrong, so he quickly avoided. Sure enough, the Metal Boxing Champion was already several times stronger than before. If it was a tiger before, it is now a Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Don't even think about leaving, kid," Metal Fist roared. Rogge hurriedly fled, distanced himself from the opponent and maneuvered to fight. I can borrow the opponent's weapons, including people. Rogge quickly rushed to the two king's army soldiers and lifted them up. What are you doing? Let us go, the two soldiers of the king's army said in shock. Rogge threw the two king's army soldiers at the metal boxer. With one swing of his fist, the metal boxer sent the two soldiers of the king's army flying tens of meters into the sky. Rogge rushed to the two king's army soldiers who were setting up machine guns. As soon as Rogge picked up the machine gun, he aimed at the metal boxer and fired for a while. Dense bullets hit the metal boxing champion's body. Ha-ha, it doesn't hurt or itch. The metal boxing champion roared. During the charge, the metal boxing champion almost fell to the ground on all fours, but the speed of his running was so shocking that it was unimaginable. Rogge rushed to the side of a cannon again, grabbed the cannon and swung it at the metal boxing champion like an iron rod. The metal boxer meets the cannon with his fist. There was an earth-shattering bang, and the cannon was shattered. Sparks and metal fragments were everywhere. Taking this opportunity, Metal Fist punched him again. The decisive punch, the metal boxing champion hit Rogge's body with a super powerful punch. The punch was so powerful that Rogge flew out of the top of the mountain. Ahahaha, just fall off the top of this 5,000-meter mountain. Metal Fist roared triumphantly. He suddenly felt tired for a while, and the body strength and muscles he used just now became stronger at the cost of consuming his own life. It's really cool, but it's really worth paying the price, said the Metal Fist champion. Muscles trembled all over the body for a while, and the overload of the body brought unimaginable side effects. Put this rack.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.